All right, folks, we are at 9:03. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Clerk, please take roll call.
Certainly. Councilmember Soria. Here. Councilmember Carbasi. Here. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present. Next, we'll have the invitation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'll go ahead and stand, and the invocation is going to be by Father Alex Gaitan from St. Anthony's Church. Father Alex, here.
Father Alex, if you're out in the lobby, if you could make your way in, we're waiting for your prayers. We need them today.
And we have some backup priests here just in case from the Armenian community.
No, I don't.
We're going to need to call an audible with one of the pastors here. Is he on Zoom?
You on Zoom? Is Father Alex out there in the lobby?
Mr. President, given that we're commemorating the Armenian Genocide today, can we have one of our Armenian pastors, priests possibly, the invocation? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. Yeah, please come on down. Yeah, please come on down, introduce yourself for the record, and we appreciate you stepping up to do the invocation today.
Maybe Father Alex won't get mad at me because I don't make it to church on Sunday every time, since he make it today.
Good morning. My name is Pastor Nerses Balabanian. I'm the senior pastor of Pilgrim Armenian Congregational Church. Let's bow our head for prayer. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we bow our heads here in this place where we are gathered to discuss important matters. Thank you, Lord, for the city of Fresno and Clovis. Thank you for council members. Thank you for everyone who is here. And I know that there are topics that are tough and they are on our heart. Please keep us humble, Lord, so we can hear your voice, whatever we do. And whatever decision we take, it's for your kingdom. In Jesus' name we pray, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you. Council Vice President, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving on to the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there changes to the agenda that you'd like to read off for the public record?
Certainly. File ID 22663, that is consent calendar item 1JJ, regarding the resolution adopting the City of Fresno tree policy. The last two paragraphs of this resolution are numbered 28 and 29, but should be listed as 26 and 27. Also, file ID 22613, that is consent calendar item 1LL, regarding actions pertaining to the acquisition of property at 1247 North Washawn and 777 East Olive Avenue. The resolution establishing a policy for the preservation and use of the Tower Theater property and authorizing purchase of the Tower Theater property is subject to mayor's veto. And the following items are being continued. Item 1P, that is consent calendar item 1P, file ID 22497, regarding actions pertaining to the public safety radio signal strength. That is being moved to the next meeting, April 28th, 2022, by the department. And the following item has been pulled from the consent calendar and moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. That is item 1U, file ID 22467, regarding the bill for introduction amending Article 22 of Chapter 12 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to at-risk development. Those are all the changes we have received.
Okay, do council members have any other changes, removing, continuing? If you'd like, we can talk about pulling for discussion from consent. Councilmember Rutherford?
Yes, since we're talking about pulling items, I'd like to pull 2 items from the consent, item S and item II.
II and S?
Yes.
And that's for consent for
That's it.
discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda?
Oh,
You're
and,
good. One more?
yes, item, I believe it is LL. The Tower Theater one?
One LL, pulled from consent agenda for discussion?
Yes, LL.
One LL, yeah. So we have one U, one S, one II, one LL so far. Give you guys a few more seconds. Flip through the pages, double check.
Council President, I have item 1B. I've talked to the administration. We're going to put it over for next week. 1B.
Okay, so one B is going to be
1B as
continued?
in Victor.
Oh, V. One V is in Victor.
As in Victor.
So one V
Continued,
is
please.
being continued to next week.
Yes.
Okay,
Council President, just want to say
Yep.
for the record, I'm not going to be pulling any items today.
good job, Gold Star.
Are you feeling okay, Miguel? You okay? Okay.
All right, so it looks like we have ourselves an agenda. Can I get a motion to approve? So moved.
Again,
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any opposition to approving the agenda with the following amendments? Seeing none, motion passes, agenda is approved. I'll move on to probably the most pleasant part of the meeting today. It's going to be the ceremonial presentations. First up, we have a proclamation for a day of remembrance of the anniversary of the Armenian Genocide, and that's sponsored by Councilmember Karbasi.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I know you're animated today. A lot of agenda items. Okay. My name's Mike Karbasi. I'm the council member. Go ahead and join me right here for Northwest Fresno's District 2, which is home to many, many Armenians, Armenian Americans. And my family, of course, come from that region as well. We're Persian Americans. And we see a lot of things happening in the world today, especially in Ukraine and Yemen. We see what the Russians have been doing to a free nation. Well, that happened in 1915, and we lost 1.5 million lives because of the Ottoman Empire. And I'm happy that this country finally has, on a national level, recognized the Armenian Genocide. But it's one of those things that we can't forget, because it wasn't just 1.5 million lives, it was generations after that were wiped out. And we have to remember our history and the impact it has. And we have some very good folks today. Sevag, if you want to come up, thank you so much, Sevag Tatayosyan, for always making sure this city remembers our Armenian community and never leaves them behind.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council, city manager, city administration, city attorney, city clerk. At this time, church is big for the Armenian community. Armenia was the first to adopt Christianity, and because of that, we've suffered, but also we've persevered. And so at this time, I'd like to introduce some of our church leaders. In any community, you'll find an Armenian church, and you'll find that church bringing us together. I'd like to introduce, you met him earlier. He jumped in to do a great invocation. Pastor Nerses Balabanyan with the Pilgrim Armenian Church.
Thank you very much for this moment. I'm a survivor. My grandfather is a survivor of genocide. And I was born in Aleppo, Syria, north of Damascus, because of genocide. I was born there and not in Armenia. So for me, this is very important. And on the behalf of the Pilgrim Armenian Congregational Church, we are thankful that you are passing this proclamation. I appreciate that very much. And we continue our faith. They wanted to stop us from praying. They want to stop us to be a Christian, but we are continuing to be members of Jesus Christ and continuing to pray in Armenian and in English because we are in America, and we are happy that the United States of America is our second home, but became our home now, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm Very Reverend Father Ashot Khachadurian from Holy Trinity Armenian Apostolic Church down the street. As Bud Veliner says, I'm from Aleppo too, from Syria, and my grandparents were survivors too of this genocide. And on behalf of all those who passed away during the genocide, we are thankful to you all, because this really means a lot to all of us as Armenians who dwell in Fresno, in America, and everywhere except of Armenia. Because, again, remembering and continuing to live as Armenians outside of Armenia is very hard. However, with our faith, with our beliefs, we are still Armenians, and we'll keep ourselves Armenians just to show the world that we are a strong nation, and by the help of a stronger nation like America, we will persevere. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Greg Haratunian. I'm the pastor of First Armenian Presbyterian Church. And this resolution, this proclamation, says a lot about Fresno. So I, too, echo the gratitude. My grandparents were welcomed here after the genocide, and our family grew up here. So it really is a privilege to be able to say that I'm from Fresno. And Fresno has, for years, stood with Armenians, again, welcoming them. And if you're not a minority who has endured a crisis, and so many have, we're not alone in that. But when someone who is not part of your immediate community recognizes, even symbolically, that what you have suffered is not something that we're going to ignore, it's such deep validation for every one of us, from the eldest to those who come generations afterwards. So truly, thank you as I look at you and your Fresno. So thank you for being those who have welcomed us and have acknowledged what we've gone through.
I'm Father Isaiah Bedros, and I'm the pastor of St. Paul Armenian Church. It's nice to be the last one, so you don't need to add anything. You just say, I second whatever they said, so that's done. I'm really happy to be here and honored with our clergy brothers, and I'd like to thank our council, City of Fresno, honoring us and passing this proclamation. As my brothers in Christ, they said, we are here just to show that we are still here, and we're going to be here as Armenians and as Christians. Even all the sufferings that we have gone through, and even today when we are going through a lot in Armenia with all the troubles and disruptions that we are getting from the Azerbaijan and all the countries around us. So we are grateful that we are still in our faith and continuing surviving in our Christian faith. So thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the clerk to read this into the record. While I do that, I know my colleagues are very passionate about this issue. I'd like to ask you to join us up here. You can say a few words, take some pictures. So come on down. And clerk?
Whereas the Ottoman Turkish Empire initiated an 8-year program of terror and mass execution beginning in 1915 that resulted in the deaths of more than 1.5 million men, women, and children of Armenian heritage, which succeeded in the elimination of more than 2,500-year presence of Armenians in their historic homeland. Whereas the Armenian Genocide began with the arrest, exile, and murder of hundreds of Armenian intellectuals and political, religious, and business leaders starting on April 24th, 1915. And whereas this campaign of dispossession and murder was undertaken with clear and ultimate purpose to annihilate the Armenian race through a policy of coordinated deportation and massacre. And whereas Raphael Lemkin, who coined the term genocide in 1944 and who was the earliest proponent of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, invoked the Armenian case as a definitive example of genocide in the 20th century. And whereas Fresno has become home to as many as 50,000 residents of Armenian descent who have enriched our city and state through leadership in the fields of academia, medicine, business, agriculture, law, government, and arts. And whereas, by honoring the survivors and consistently remembering and forcefully condemning the atrocities committed against the Armenian people, as well as the persecution of the Assyrian and Greek populations of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, we guard against repetition of the crime of genocide. And whereas leaders of nations with strategic, commercial, and cultural ties to the Republic of Turkey should be reminded of their duty to encourage Turkish officials to desist from efforts to distort facts and deny the history of events surrounding the Armenian Genocide. And whereas April 24th marks the anniversary of the Armenian Genocide, on which Armenians throughout the Republic of Armenia and the diaspora have come together to remember and demand justice for the victims and survivors of this crime against humanity. Now, therefore, be it resolved, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2022 to be a day of remembrance of the anniversary of the Armenian Genocide.
Thank you to my colleagues and thank you to the church leaders for being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to announce we do have a Spanish interpreter in the council chamber that can assist with translation for anyone that needs it, either to hear the meeting or to address council. Amelia is in the back. Amelia, would you let the people know?
Of course. Muy buenos días a todos. Tenemos interpretación simultánea disponible para los que gustan escuchar la Junta en español. Si gusta interpretación, por favor, búsqueme acá atrás al cuarto para poder darle un aparato. También, si usted gusta participar en la Junta y hablar con los miembros del Consejo, por favor, háganlo libremente. De esta manera vamos a poder interpretarle en español. Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you, Clerk. Thank you, Amelia, for that. Next up, we have another proclamation. This is National Crime Victims' Right Week. And this is sponsored by Council Vice President Maxwell. While he makes his way down, I do see the chamber is getting a little tight. I do want to let folks know that we have another floor just above you. There's a whole lot more seats. So as folks continue to flow in, you don't have to stand in the back. You're welcome to sit up top. Feel free to fill out a yellow card. I have a large stack so far, so if you do want to speak later on, we'll make sure you get that opportunity. Council Vice President.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Can I please have the members of the James Rowland Crime Victim Center join me up at the front of the stage? Chief, how you doing, sir? Hey, good to see you. Thanks for Shirley, how are you? Still volunteering over there? Good to see you. You've been learning longer than anybody, haven't you? How you doing? Hey, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. You guys just line up. Well, good morning to you all this morning. It's really an honor having you. Our probation department, specifically our James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. For those that don't know, my very first job here in Fresno was working for the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. And I got to tell you, after all these years, this is still the greatest group of folks that I have worked with in my professional career. And I hope that comes as no shock to my council colleagues up there. But truly some of the best people I've worked with standing behind me here today. I worked, several jobs throughout my 20s. And at each place I learned something a little bit different, right? You take experience with you each job that you work at. For example, when I was a crime scene investigator, I learned I wanted to be a vegetarian, right? But all jokes aside, when I was working at the Crime Victim Assistance Center, I learned a couple of really important things. First thing I learned is how much pain and hurt there is out there in our community here in Fresno County. And there's a lot of pain and hurt because there are so many folks that find themselves a victim of violent crime here in our county every single year. Let me give you an example. Last year alone, the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center served over 7,000 victims of violent crime. These folks behind me right here, these few folks, they served over 7,000 victims and witnesses of violent crime. And we know that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? Those were the victims that had the knowledge and the resources, the ability to make their way downtown and get the help from the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. But the other thing I learned working at the James Rowland Crime Victim Center was how much help there is for folks that find themselves victims of violent crime. Last year, they gave out hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to folks that were suffering from some sort of a crime, whether it was a family member of a homicide victim, whether it was a victim of a rape or an assault or domestic violence. These folks behind me helped each and every single one of those folks get in things like relocation assistance, security for their homes, counseling, mentoring, to make sure that they could move on and live a healthy life and that they didn't have to be branded by that identity as a victim. So much of our criminal justice system is centered around just that, the criminal. And oftentimes we look past the victim of the crime. And one of the things I learned working here too was it really is a ripple effect across our community. It doesn't just stop with the immediate victim. It affects their family. When somebody is a victim of a crime, it affects their friends, it affects their neighbors, it affects their coworkers, and that ripple effect takes off across our community. And so these guys behind me stepping up to the plate to serve folks in their darkest hours. And we all pray to God that nothing ever happens to us. We pray to God that our family and our friends never become victim of a crime. But we know that the silver lining is that we got these folks here behind me that are there to help serve those folks in their darkest hours, in their moment of need. And that really provides solace to those folks, I can tell you that. And today we're here to do a couple things. And number one, that's recognize the good work of these folks behind me. I could tell you it's a tough job, sitting down and listening and talking to folks and all the trauma that they've been through every single day. But we're also here to raise awareness of the good work and the value and the benefit that they provide our community to. And I encourage anybody, whether you are a victim of a crime, whether you know somebody that has been victimized for any violent crime, please seek out the good folks at the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. They're there to help you, to help your friends and your family during those troubling times. And so I just can't say enough how appreciative I am of all of your service. I know it is not an easy job. I've been there and I've done it, and I know it is tough. But it is such a value and such an asset to our community. And I thank each and every single one of you for going in there and doing what you do every day. Thank you. I'd like to hand it over with Chief. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. I really appreciate how eloquently you describe the work that these awesome folks do at the James Rowland Crime Victims Assistance Center. I'm Kirk Haynes. I'm the Chief Probation Officer for Fresno County, and I wanted to take this opportunity today to talk a little bit about the National Crime Victims Awareness Week, which is going to be next week, beginning April 24th through April the 30th. And I'm also going to allow for the experts back here to be able to give you a little bit more information about the services that we also provide. But it's really, I think Councilmember Maxwell really touched on the key things that we do in the work as we support victims, families of victims, because oftentimes for homicide victims, we also support families. We are there in court with families as they are going through a process that is even confusing for even the most veteran of folks to go through the criminal justice system. And so these outstanding victim advocates, probation officers, support staff, they do an awesome job to make sure that families, victims can navigate those tough waters. Also having the opportunity to apply for state victim compensation funding so that we can help folks with burial assistance and housing assistance, those kinds of things. You know, we talk about the Crime Victim Assistance Center. It's named after James Rowland, who is a prior chief probation officer back from 1972. Chief Rowland, he started the program back in 1975, shortly after he became chief. He recently passed away on April 1st. And so, you know, we also want to make sure that we recognize his contribution to the work of victims, the work of victim impact statements that are now constitutionally protected in the state of California because of the work that Chief Rowland did back when he started back in the 70s. And today, that legacy that he's laid down is the reason why we have grown from 3 staff to now 25 or 26 staff now and continuing to grow. And so I just want to say thank you to the city of Fresno. Thank you, Council President Esparza, for your support, and all of the council members for your support of the work that we do. This isn't just a Fresno County operation that we have, but we serve all of the cities in Fresno County and even regionally for some things that happen. So I am going to ask Karen Roach, who is the Assistant Deputy Chief over our James Rowland Crime Victims Assistance Center, and also Deputy Chief Vicki Noel, if they have some words as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Council President, Council members, Vice President Maxwell. It's kind of hard to follow the words so eloquently spoken by both these gentlemen that the words were fabulous, other than in addition to honoring victims and families during National Crime Victims' Rights Week, it's also a time to honor those that work with those families. So having an opportunity to honor my staff, even though they'll be the ones to say, no, don't put anything on me, this is for the victims, which of course, this is a time to honor our victims and our families in our community, but it's also time to recognize those that have dedicated their whole entire professional career to service. And they service members of our community, as Councilmember Maxwell indicated, typically at their darkest moment. And we work and walk beside the victims, the survivors, the family members during some of the darkest times. And this is just a small portion of my staff. The other half are holding down the fort at the office, doing their work for our community. So I would like to take the opportunity, if I can, to introduce the few that are here, just to know there's another crew back at the office continuing the mission that Chief talked about. James Rowland really put Fresno in the forefront. We are literally the trailblazer of victims' rights in America, worldwide, because of the work that started here in Fresno County and Fresno City. So it's really, really important to realize, wow, our own community started this, and we're continuing and pushing forward that mission and vision that started with Chief Rowland in 1975. So if I can, I would like to walk down real quick, if I can, if you may, and for my staff to introduce themselves. I think it's super important.
Tammy Chabaki, probation officer.
Shirley Bobby.
Vicki Noel.
Kirk Hayes.
Jessica Munoz.
Cassandra Goff.
Jackie Villaseñor.
Brandy Razzo.
Vanessa Carrillo.
Brenda Muniz.
Sharon Medina.
Audalie Rios. Cynthia Renaga.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. In addition, in honoring next week, 1 week a year is National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which started back in 1981. It is the one time that we get to really highlight what we do, but we're doing this work all year long, so we're really highlighting what we do, and we're highlighting our victims' families all year long regardless. But next week we will be conducting and being able to have a virtual event. Unfortunately, we can't do an in-person event. So we have a Facebook page, James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center on Facebook, as well as Fresno County Probation Department's Facebook page. We'll be posting some awareness articles and events and videos for the community, as well as at the Plaza, County Plaza building lobby, we'll be displaying our victim memorial quilts. And you'll be able to see how we've been able to honor some of our families who have lost family members to violent crime. And you'll get to see our quilts have grown to 509 individual patches that family members have made in honor of their lost loved one. So those will be on display starting Monday at the Plaza building. We invite everyone to come and honor our community members and take a walk through the lobby and see the beautiful quilts and patches that our family members have made. Other than that, thank you for the time, and I appreciate everyone for honoring my unit and our department for National Crime Victims' Rights Week.
Did we have somebody else that wanted to?
This guy dresses pretty good, right? You see that? You see that? All right, yeah, I like that.
Here, yeah. Well, now it is my honor to honor all of you for the great work that you do and to recognize the importance that you add to our community every single year. And so I'm going to hand this proclamation over to the chief and ask our city clerk to read it into the record for us, please.
Whereas each April, National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity for an annual recognition of Fresno's victims of crime. And whereas the community members of Fresno continue to be victimized by violent crimes and deserve respect, resources, restoration, refuge, and justice. And whereas when any community member in this city or throughout the state is harmed by crime, all are impacted by the devastating results. Serving victims and rebuilding their trust restores hope to survivors as well as their communities. And whereas the Fresno County Probation Department's James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center continues to provide a voice for victims and much-needed services to victims and witnesses of crime throughout the county of Fresno. And whereas, under the guidance and direction of Fresno County Probation Department's James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center, more than 7,000 crime victims and witnesses were served in 2021, and historically, over $1 million in state compensation funds are received annually by victims of crime in Fresno County. And whereas, during the week of April 24th through April 30th, 2022, and throughout the year, the City of Fresno joins together to observe National Crime Victims' Rights Week to reaffirm its commitment to respect and advance crime victims' rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Mayor and Fresno City Council, do hereby reaffirm our commitment to respect and uplift crime victims' rights during National Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, fantastic. So next up, we have a third proclamation. That's going to be a proclamation for John Walker Day, presented by Council Members Carbasi and Arias.
I'm not sure if Mr. Walker's here today. If you're here, come on down.
He's officially retired.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Or maybe he and the St. Anthony's pastor got stuck in traffic.
That's right.
So,
Let's get going.
going once, going twice. Okay. So, Councilmember Arias and I have the pleasure today of honoring someone who has been taking pictures in this community almost as long as I've been born. And we're going to show a good slideshow today about John Walker. He has been with the Fresno Bee since 1985. And we're going to go, actually, it's playing right now for the public to see. Some of the most iconic photos in the history of this community.
I just simply wanted to point out that it's not too often that we actually celebrate the media and the press in Fresno. they have a tough job, especially when they're giving us a hard time and doing the people's business by, being transparent and documenting everything that happens in this building. But once in a while, we get to celebrate these folks as they're retiring because they have committed a lifetime to their profession of journalism. And photographs, videos are part of that component. So we simply want to say thank you to John. I know his last official gig was documenting the security cameras for mobile food vendors a couple weeks ago. But we just want you to know, John, that your work was appreciated. It's part of Fresno's history, and we'll continue to appreciate any future videographers, photographers from our local media that do their work in educating and informing the general public about city business and our community as a whole.
Yeah. And while you're not here today physically, Mr. Walker, hopefully you're on a beach somewhere. That's the point, though. Your work will be here forever. It's one of those things that will last. And as we go through this, it's rather remarkable. And I would love to know how many thousands of pictures you actually took. I mean, you don't use all of them in the paper, but it's amazing.
Good deal. You want to have the clerk read it?
Yeah, we'll have while this is playing, we'll have the clerk read the proclamation. Thank you.
Good deal.
Whereas a graduate from Fresno State's journalism school, Hanford native John Walker has spent over 3 decades covering the Central Valley in his career that spans over 4 decades. And whereas in his long tenure in photojournalism, John's work has been reviewed nationally in Time Magazine, Newsweek, and Sports Illustrated. John's national recognition continued receiving several awards with the National Photographers Press Association throughout his career. And whereas John began his career with the Mesa Tribune in Arizona, which utilized his work and helped hone his photography skill. After 5 years in Arizona, John joined one of his photography idols in Ryan Miles Marty at the Fresno Bee in 1985. And whereas, since 1985, John's coverage of the Central Valley, the nation, and even trips abroad have captured timeless moments throughout history. With a career spanning over 7 presidencies and decades of technological advances, John's mission remains the same: capture moments that communicate across language, culture, and other barriers, and evoke a range of emotions. And whereas the Central Valley and the Fresno Bee has been honored to view John's work over the past 30 years, wish him a great health in retirement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and Fresno City Council members, do hereby recognize John Walker Day in the city of Fresno.
All right, next up we have proclamation for Essential Workers Day. That's being presented by Councilmember Chavez.
Pásale por acá, Alejandra. Good morning. Are you guys awake? Good morning. All right, you guys are awake now. I want to thank everybody for coming out, particularly for this proclamation. This is actually a very special proclamation that we're doing today, and I want to go back a little bit in time, March 2020. A lot of us remember that day when the world basically shut down, but the city of Fresno shut down. But during that time, I want to highlight something that was very significant for the Central Valley. As many of you know, the Central Valley is the breadbasket of the world. We literally feed not just the country, but the world. And the reason that we're able to do that is because of workers that did not have the opportunity to Zoom into work or to work remotely. And so today, we wanted to honor them. And for me, it's a special honor being the son of farm workers that came to this country, and we know the contributions of our immigrant community here in the Central Valley, and I wanted to take the time to actually recognize them, because oftentimes a lot of our workers do not get the recognition that they deserve. We've honored, first responders in the past. We've honored folks that, did a lot of, work in our community during the pandemic, but I felt that we should also honor those folks that work in the fields, the folks that work on the ranches, that kept the crops, the fruits, the vegetables, the milk, the eggs, everything that we all were able to eat during a shutdown. They're the ones that actually did that. the fruits of their labor and sacrifice, oftentimes doing it in a space where it was a little bit dangerous for them. And so today, I wanted to honor our essential workers, farm workers specifically. And today we have Don Alejandro Sinol that works in the orchards picking oranges, citrus, fruits. We also have his sister, Armenia Sinol, and we also have Miss Teresa Sanchez that also works in picking. And as they reminded me earlier, it was perfect timing because it's raining and they couldn't go into work. That's the only thing that stops them from working. Oftentimes it's just the weather. But I just want to highlight the fact that they work in 100+ degree weather. And as they reminded me earlier, we're closing out the citrus season, but the garlic season is starting. And that garlic season, as we know, is probably a little bit of the hardest one because that's when 108 degree weather comes to the Central Valley. So with that, I want to let my colleagues say a few words. And then, don Alejandro, nomás un pequeño resumen, queremos traerlos a usted, a doña Arminia, Teresa, a darle gracias. What's that? We forgot we had translation services on there. Pero don Alejandro, queremos darle las gracias por el trabajo que ustedes hicieron durante la pandemia de mantener nuestras marquetas con los alimentos que nos comemos, las frutas, los vegetales. Sabemos que todo ese trabajo no fue fácil, muchas de las veces bajo circunstancias difíciles, pero de veras queremos agradecerles a ustedes, los trabajadores esenciales que no tuvieron la oportunidad de trabajar por Zoom o de distancia, y darles las gracias de parte de la ciudad, de parte del concilio. Pero dejo mi colega de unas palabras.
Thank you, Council Member. As somebody who worked in the field myself when I was a kid, I can attest to the backbreaking work that it is for many of our farm workers. But it's also important for us to remember that there was a key moment last year where there was raging fires across the mountaintops. It was raging heat of 110 degrees, and then there was a pandemic. And there's an iconic photo of, during that environment, farm workers picking the crops, keeping our store shelves full, and showing up to work every single day, irrespective of the pollution that was going through their lungs and the ashes and the heat, on top of wearing a mask to try and protect themselves from the pandemic. And yet, they were the most vulnerable, and they're the ones that resulted with the most COVID infections and COVID deaths because they're essential workers. And my mom, after 30 years, retired as a farm worker. My dad this year hits his 44th year as a farm worker. He's officially retiring. But it's important to note that after 30 years, 10 or 15 years of picking crops in the fields of the Central Valley, your body's broken. And that's where there's a need for good health care resources for our farm workers once they retire. Unlike most of us, they don't get a pension system to help with their day-to-day retirement. It falls on the kids and the grandkids of farm workers to continue to help them as they live their life in retirement. So for my part, gracias por su trabajo, gracias por su apoyo de sus hijos, y sigan adelante porque sus hijos van a justificar cada día de trabajo que ustedes han hecho por este país. Thank you for the time.
City Clerk, if we could please read the proclamation.
Whereas, during the COVID-19 pandemic, essential workers have continued their work on the front lines to protect the health, well-being, and safety of Fresnans. And whereas, essential workers include healthcare workers, farm workers, nursing home workers, educators and school staff, food service and grocery store workers, gas station attendants, construction workers, utility workers, social service workers, delivery service workers, law enforcement officers, factory workers, correction officers, custodians, transit workers, truck drivers, emergency service workers, and other public servants. And whereas essential workers selflessly put their lives at risk to fulfill their critical jobs during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas we recognize and honor each essential worker in Fresno who has made sacrifices to provide critical services and express our gratitude for their continued work for the betterment of Fresno. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim April 21st, 2022 to be Essential Workers' Day in the city of Fresno.
Muchas gracias, señor Alejandro, señora Teresa, señora Herminia. And as they reminded me, they have to go get ready for work. Pues si quieren pasar por acá. Gracias. So if you eat today, think a farm worker. Thank you.
All right, we have one last proclamation sponsored by Councilmember Arias. That's a proclamation for Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
How are you? Joining me today are the great folks from Centro La Familia. This is one of those issues that it's important for us to bring attention to, but it's not one that we celebrate, given the fact that it victimizes so many people. But as an example of why it's important for us to bring attention to it today, during the pandemic, sexual assaults in our city doubled from 2019 to 2020. We had twice as many victims of sexual assault during a pandemic where people were stuck at home and where they were struggling with the impacts of COVID-19. And we're still seeing the number growing, even though we've now exited the major lockdown of the pandemic. So it continues to be a huge problem in our city, continues to be one of the top crimes that leads to domestic violence, which is raging throughout our community. And that's what's important for this organization in particular, to ensure that they do the public awareness, public education, and that they become the location where somebody who's been victimized can go get help. And now I'll turn it over to the Deputy Director of Centro La Familia, who can speak on the organization.
Thank you so much. My name is Mario Gonzalez. I'm the Deputy Director with Centro La Familia Advocacy Services. I've been a victim advocate for over 14 years. I'm here today joined with victim advocates from our organization. We have Gerardo, Kendi, Julie Beth, Chen, Martin, Lisette, and Nancy. We cannot not be here today. We have over 12 victim advocates who work day in, day out to help victims secure their independence from their abuser, whether it be through obtaining a restraining order, whether it be through immigration relief because they've been victimized and abused and there's a visa available for them that we can assist them through the process, whether it be something as simple as helping them find housing or get a camera for their house or change the locks to their house, things like that that we might take for granted. We do that in and out on a daily basis to ensure that our victims remain safe. If you know a victim or if you know someone who has been victimized and needs a place to have a conversation or needs a place to kind of share with individuals who've gone through similar patterns or similar abuses, we have support groups that we hold on a weekly basis that individuals can join and just have an opportunity to have that conversation. Centro La Familia has been around since 1972. This is our 50th year we'll be celebrating providing services in our community. We expand services based on the need that we see, and as our council member mentioned, there has been a huge increase in sexual assault. So today we wanted to bring awareness to the issue. And as you can see, we're actually all out of dress code. We're all wearing jeans today. We are wearing jeans because we want to ask you that on April 27th, you wear your jeans. Why that is important is because a few years ago in the 90s, a judge in Italy ruled that a woman could not have been raped because her jeans were too tight. And so she had to consent. She had to pull her own jeans down, therefore she had to consent. And because jeans are now a way of us showing that regardless of whether or not a person or what a person is wearing, rape is wrong, sexual assault is wrong, we wear them as a mark now to identify that it is wrong. So we ask you that on April 27th, you wear your jeans, you wear them, you tag them on social media, you tag them on whatever networks or forums you have, and just bring awareness to the issue of sexual assault. So thank you, council member, thank you, councils, and thank you all for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Whereas sexual assault and sexual violence affects millions of people in the United States every year, and whereas sexual assault is any crime involving an unwanted, forced, or coerced sexual contact, and sexual assault can be committed by a stranger or someone that the victim knows, such as a friend, relative, or acquaintance, and whereas more than 1 in 3 women and nearly 1 in 4 men experience some kind of sexual violence involving physical contact during their lifetime. And hundreds of thousands of Americans are sexually assaulted or raped every year. And whereas many sexual assaults and rapes go unreported because of fear of retaliation, shame, or distrust of law enforcement. And whereas Centro La Familia Advocacy Services, Inc. is a local community-based nonprofit that provides a full range of services to victims of sexual assault, including help with reporting crimes to law enforcement, filing requests for restraining orders, assistance with visas, personal support in the court system, interpreters, and referrals for counseling. And whereas Centro La Familia Advocacy Services, Inc. has experienced a sharp increase in sexual assault clients and cases during the COVID-19 pandemic, with 107 in 2020, 210 in 2021, and 166 to date in 2022. And whereas April 2022 is Sexual Assault Awareness Month around the United States, now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby recognize Centro La Familia Advocacy Services, Inc. and other partners for working to build awareness of sexual assault and violence and for aiding in the recovery of sexual assault survivors. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim April 2022 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Okay, now we're going to move on to council member reports and comments. We're going to take them in district order. Councilmember Soria, you're first up.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a couple things to report. There was a homeless encampment on 3110 West Shields Avenue, I think as of maybe a couple days ago. I know that the encampment has been cleared, but there is, and we found out that the vacant property is a city property. So I'm trying to figure out, do we have a strategy to, secure vacant lots so that they don't become, the types of encampments that we've seen kind of across the city, and a strategy for it. I know that in this particular area, the vacant property is next to a gas station. And from this encampment, we were seeing fires, and so there was concerns from the neighboring business owner that these fires could cause much more a dangerous situation, given that there was a gas station there located. So just wondering kind of what is our strategy on these vacant lots. And then two, even though the tents have been cleared, there's still a lot of trash and illegal dumpings. I don't know if that's a Beautify Fresno thing or who would be in charge of clearing out all the debris and garbage that is still there as of this morning.
So the lot you're talking about, you said is city-owned?
Yes, city-owned.
Okay, if you could shoot me that address again. So if it's city-owned, then I would say it would be the responsibility of our litter control people to go clean up the trash. So if you could get me that address again, we'll figure out what the plan is. And then as far as securing the lot, I'm not familiar with this particular piece of property, but just as we would any other private property owner, we certainly should be securing property to make sure that encampments aren't able to be established.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and follow up with that. And then I have a question, City Manager, because it was brought to my attention that we had applied and then received a grant I think it was through the Board of State and Community Corrections to do crime prevention work with youth that are at risk in our community. This grant was given to the city over a year ago, but what I've heard is that we haven't executed the grant or implemented any of the crime prevention programming that was outlined as part of the grant that was submitted. It's a Prop 64. And it is in conjunction with Fresno EOC. So we applied, it was City of Fresno, EOC, and City of Mendota. City of Mendota has already been implementing their summer job program strategy with youth from, I don't know, whatever age they can start working, 15 through 18. But a lot of outreach and education and very intentional work to do crime prevention given Prop 64. And because we did legalize cannabis, I think that was why we also received the grant. So just wanting to have an update where we're at, how are we executing? I know that we've experienced or continue to experience issues with crime and young people getting involved. And so if we haven't executed a grant for the last year, I'm troubled that, we have maybe $1 million out there and that we're not putting it to use for the benefit of the youth and also for the benefit of our entire city. So if you could give the council an update as to where we're at, what's the time frame in execution, that would be great.
I can't do that right now, but I'll get back to you on it.
So it's a Prop 64 grant funded. And then lastly, I just want to also announce that on Pleasant Avenue, we will be having a block party, coming up this weekend from 12 to 4. So we invite folks to come and enjoy free food, resource booths, entertainment, crafts, giveaways. Our office will be out there to provide any information on city services and make sure that if you have any constituent complaints regarding or concerns around this neighborhood, that you're able to report them to our office, and hopefully we can take care of them quickly. So we invite folks to come out. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. And because we have a really packed day today, I'm going to make it short, about 20 minutes, I promise. No, I'm kidding. I just wanted to say a few things. One, I wanted to thank Public Works. Thank you, Scott, and also thank you to Vince Patlin. There have been a lot of neighborhood improvements west of the 99, and we were able to use some of the funds that one of the developers was fined because they were delayed on a street project. And it was really, really inconvenient for the residents in the Barstow-Grantland area. But that money went to improve one-time expenses for landscaping and beautification. And also thank you, Georgianne. There's been a lot of improvements in District 2, including tree trimming and cleanups, and I appreciate the cooperation of the administration in getting that done. I know I'm not the only district, but I do appreciate it nonetheless. I do wanted to also mention street racing. I know this is an ongoing issue. It's happening all over this city. There are brazen shows. We just had, well, in southeast, southwest, northwest, they had a donut intersection thing. I don't know, maybe I really am a boomer because I don't get this stuff anymore. But they closed the intersection, and look, it's one thing to say kids will be kids, but this is beyond that. These are people that actually are brazen. They are now a threat to the motor units that go out there, and we are not going to let up. We have the support of the CHP, Bureau of Automotive Repair, and the Sheriff's Department, and we don't want racing on our streets. We don't want them in our neighborhoods. We just, look, in my district, we've had fatalities because of that, and we're not going to let up, and I want to thank Deputy Chief Mike Reed and Chief Balderrama for continuing their hard work on that. Last thing, and it really is the last thing, something interesting happened yesterday, and there are moments we have where we realize that even if you are fortunate enough, thanks to God and the people, to be an elected official, you're still a human being. And we had a display in the lobby where a self-proclaimed advocate for homelessness chose to do a little media show and brought kids that were school-aged children that were experiencing they're homeless. And we do have resources and methods. We have a contract with Turning Point. In fact, those kids have been housed within an hour of finding out. But this person chose to exploit those kids, and their names are now out there on social media and Facebook Live. And I really think that there's a difference between being an advocate and trying to get outcomes and being incredibly disrespectful to people and condescending and making sexist remarks and cursing and going too far. We're all people on this council. We do care about everyone in this community, and we want to do the right thing. But bullying others to get what you want just doesn't work. And there is a pathway to get things done, and we're doing that every day. So please just don't exploit kids. They already feel enough trauma. No, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Those are my comments. Thanks very much, guys.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of announcements. Starting on Monday, April 25th, we're going to launch the series of community meetings that we have every year prior to the council discussing a budget for the upcoming year. We'll start off with Monday in downtown here in this room at 6 p.m. Tuesday, April 26th in Southwest at the Maxi Parks Community Center. Wednesday, April 27th at the Tower District in the Tetsi Wells Community Center. And then we'll finish on Thursday, April 28th at Central Unified Stilly Elementary School. This is my attempt to intentionally engage the neighbors and find out directly from each neighborhood what are their budget priorities for the year before the council sets its own priorities for the year with the mayor's publication of the annual budget in mid-May. We will be providing food and water and childcare and immediate translation because that's what's needed for us to be able to communicate directly with our working families who are just leaving work to be able to attend a community meeting. We will also be having a tree planting event tomorrow, Friday, at 3 p.m. at Dickey Park. So appreciate the help of the Parks Department allowing us to plant some additional trees and provide some coverage in that neighborhood. And I did mention to the city manager earlier that we need to figure out how to do routine cleanups of our wireless parking meters. A lot of dust in the city, a lot of pigeons, and so we just got to figure that out with our new parking manager. So thank you for that, city manager. As well as we also got to figure out, city manager, how we routinely fix the EV charging stations. I know we just replaced some of them got damaged again. We just got to figure out how to get a routine replacement program for the EV charging stations. They are used significantly by our city residents. And thank you to the Public Works Department. They're just finishing up all the tree trimming in the Tower District. By this year, we would have finished trimming every tree in the Tower District portion of my district. So that's a big thank you to them. And your contractor, city manager, has been doing an excellent job. Got a lot of positive feedback from the residents with the contractor you guys are utilizing. And also thank you to Public Works for finishing up the sidewalks near West Fresno Elementary School. West Fresno Elementary School has been there for decades and decades and never had sidewalks near the school. We finally are providing sidewalks, curbs and gutters, and street lighting to make that area much safer during pickup and drop-off. I did meet with some families from West Fresno Elementary and West Fresno Middle School. They appreciate the fact that we're finally putting that infrastructure. And on Tower District, just want to enter into the record that in the last few days we have received, my office specifically, 2,300 emails, phone calls, and Facebook messages in support of the city's position on the proposal that's going to be discussed later today. Including those 2,300 emails, we also received a letter from hundreds of businesses in the Tower District, not hundreds of businesses, but all the businesses in the Tower District supportive of the proposal, as well as hundreds of faith leaders, reverends, pastors, and priests who are supportive of the city's proposal on today's agenda. For the record, I will also be entering this into the record. We also received about 100 email communications in opposition to the item before us from members of the Adventure Church community, as well as 6 residents from my district in opposition to the area, to the proposal, as well as several people from Madera, Hume Lake, Clovis, and other outskirts communities who have weighed in on the issue. Thank you all for the input. This is the purpose of us agendizing these items, is to hear directly from the public who we represent. And we've heard directly from you guys to the tune of thousands of folks This is in addition to the thousands of emails that we've received for 15 months asking the city to intervene onto the issue. We will hear the item later today. So for those of you who are interested, stick around. And then lastly, City Manager, I want to bring this to your attention. In the last cleanup that we did at Ranquillo Way, it wasn't as smooth as some of the cleanups have been in the past. I know we have some work to do on getting on the same page as far as the homeless task force, code enforcement team, so the community should know we're working through that. But I do want to, express publicly my disappointment by some of the homeless advocates. I had to observe, social service workers. These are young folks, their early 20s, just trying to house people per, the direction of the city, be verbally abused and be verbally attacked to the point that we're losing folks who we've hired to try and, provide social services, because nobody has a right to create a hostile work environment, whether it's in an office job or out in the field. So I'm going to ask our folks in the homeless advocate community to please tone it down when it comes to the line staff. If you guys want to, express your disappointment to us, you want to, scream at me or my colleagues or city leadership, that's fair. It's what we get elected to do. But for the social service workers who are just there trying to house people, trying to provide social services, let's give them the space, and at the bare minimum, give them the respect, not to be verbally abusive to folks. I've been to just about every de-encampment and cleanup in my district. The vast majority have been great. The advocates have been extremely helpful in housing our homeless residents, extremely helpful in getting them to pack the materials and get them stored away in the right way. But one time is enough for me to call it to everyone's attention. We just can't continue that kind of behavior with social service, support staff. So please, I implore you, let's keep it civil, let's keep it cordial, be respectful to the line staff, because ultimately we need social service workers to help us house the homeless. And I will make the same request when we discuss the Tower Theater. Please keep it civil, keep it cordial. There's been enough in the world of podcasts and social media, live streams, where people are called every name under the sun. There's, we signed up for that as elected officials, but the day that we have our mayor and our deputy mayor being called out sellouts, being dragged through the mud because they're attempting to help in a very complicated, situation, it's gone too far. We got to tone it down. So let's be civil, let's be cordial to each other. Ultimately, this is about uniting our city and doing what's in the best interest of everyone. So I would just ask for everyone to be civil today, be respectful, and let's act like our kids are watching, because they are, and let's set a good example on how we have a respectful discourse.
All right. So Councilmember Chavez told me he doesn't have any comments. Councilmember Bredfield, no comments. Council Vice President Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just a few updates. We got a lot going on around the Vinland Park neighborhood. I want to thank city staff, namely our planning department, our parking division, our public works team. They've been working with my office for the better part of the last couple of months with some technical issues with the bike lane we got out there. This is one of our new protected bike lanes, which provides our Fresno State students with cover. So if they want to ride their bicycle to work or to school or to back home, they have that protection that a regular bike lane doesn't provide. But there have been some technical issues with the visibility of pulling out of the neighborhood. So last Thursday, we did have a community town hall at Vinland and was able to hear from all the folks living in the Sun Garden Acres neighborhood about some of the issues and frustrations that they're experiencing with that bike lane. Just want folks watching at home, I hear you loud and clear. I've talked to our public works and planning directors after the meeting, and we got a few ideas that we're going to try to come up with and hold another community meeting here in the near future to try to address some of those public safety concerns that folks have had. I want to raise another issue that we had at Vinland Park last week, City Manager. I started getting initially a couple of Facebook messages, and then I started getting a lot of phone calls, and then I started getting a bunch of emails from our Hmong community. I know that you've heard about this. Essentially what happened is that Vinland Park is a popular place to play volleyball. Unfortunately, we don't have a volleyball court out there. We have some tennis courts. But the Hmong community still goes out there and they like to play volleyball, and they've been doing that for the past, 12, 15 years. Apparently, recently, the last couple of years, this new sport called pickleball has taken off, which, tends to be a sport played by, a wider, more affluent demographic. And there's been a lot of terse discourse between the two communities as they try to use that court. And a couple of weeks ago, we got a sign up that said this court is only for tennis and pickleball, no more volleyball. And I went out there to talk to the Hmong community. There was probably close to 100 people throughout the course of that day. And I talked to Hmong folks who have been playing there for 10 or 15 years. There was Hmong folks that are employees of the Fresno Police Department that go there and play volleyball, from the different nonprofits, from ABRIC to HIP. And I just let you know what I heard them say is that they feel like they're being cornered into Southeast Fresno, which is certainly not the intent of anybody up here to make anybody feel that way. And luckily, we have a really good parks director who's been helping me work through those issues so we can make sure that the pickleball, the tennis players, the volleyball players are all able to go out there and play together. But I think we as electeds and on the management side need to be more mindful that when things like that go up, people take notice. There was a lot of hurt that I heard from folks that day, and I know it kind of seems like a trivial thing to some of us, but I think they truly felt marginalized, that we were telling them after 15 years you can't play volleyball here anymore because we have these pickleball players that want to come and use this during the weeknights instead. So I think we just have to be careful. We go up here, we do proclamations supporting our Asian community. We hire representatives to be liaisons to our Asian community. But we need to do a better job of making sure that when it comes to actual things playing out in our community, that we live up to those words that we profess up here on the dais, and making sure that no group feels excluded. If there are issues with our courts, it's always better to properly explain that to the community and let them know what steps are going to be taken, and take those extra steps to make sure that they feel like they have a place to go and play a sport that means a lot to them. So I appreciate our parks director who's been working with me on solutions to address this issue going forward. I just think we as a city need to be a little cautious going forward to make sure that no group, no ethnic group feels like they are not welcome in any one part of our city. And lastly, tomorrow we will be having a tree planting for Earth Day at Vinland Park at 4 o'clock. We're going to be partnering with Tree Fresno. We have our 6th graders from Manchester Gate going to be reciting poetry for us out there today. So if anybody wants to come by, the rain will be over by then, the sun will be out. If you want to listen to some 6th graders recite poetry or help us plant some trees for Earth Day, everybody's welcome. We'll have some refreshments for everybody to enjoy. Which brings me to my final point is these trees that we'll be planting out there at Vinland have been part of a larger effort to plant more trees across District 4. Last year we planted 100 trees because if you drive down some of my corridors in central Fresno, whether that's Ashland or Shaw or First or Fresno, after the last major drought, 2014, 2015, a lot of trees died. And we didn't do anything about it. And so those corridors are really blighted. And I think that's really unfair to the folks that have called Central Fresno home for decades, who have chosen to conduct business out of Central Fresno for decades. Last year we planted 100 trees. This year we're planting 500 trees. Today I have an item on the agenda that would guarantee the city of Fresno will plant 1,000 trees every single year in our highest need neighborhoods, which are mostly going to be Central and South Fresno, that tend to face higher amounts of blight than folks living up further north. And it's also going to create, it's also going to create tens of thousands of dollars in youth jobs every single year to make sure our struggling youth have employment opportunities, and they're going to be the ones that are helping us plant and maintain and educate folks about those trees going forward. So That'll be the end of my remarks. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Maxwell, I just wanted to respond quickly about the comments about Vinland. Agreed that we never want to make a part of our community feel marginalized. And I think, obviously putting up a sign without prior, outreach to a certain segment of the community could be seen as marginalizing. But what I do want to make sure that's clear is the reason why the signs went up. The city resurfaced those courts 2 years ago at significant expense. And unfortunately, the community took it upon themselves to cause damage to the courts by drilling into the surface to install volleyball poles and to paint lines over the surface that conflicted with the lines that were already down for tennis and pickleball. So that is what prompted the sign, was the damage that was being done to the court. And having said that, they absolutely could have been more sensitive to the needs of the community. And fortunately, we do have the Office of Community Affairs, and we have asked our liaisons in our community affairs shop to help educate and train our staff for more culturally sensitive messages. So hopefully we'll prevent that in the future. But I do want to make sure pickleball is actually the fastest growing sport in America. So I don't, maybe here locally it is seen as a, Caucasian, upper middle class sport, but it is the fastest growing sport in the nation of all ages. I frankly thought it was old white men, and it's not. If you look at everything that's going on around the country, it's huge with youth, and it's sort of us trying to get ahead of the curve for once and put something out in the community that's new and exciting. And since it is held on the same court as a tennis court, trying to find two uses for one court. So we absolutely want to be sensitive to allow other sports going on, but not at the detriment of damaging a $20,000 court resurfacing. So hopefully we'll be able to find a way to resolve the issues. I know we're looking at other options, and the Parks Department is. So thank you.
No, I appreciate those remarks, City Manager, and I know it wasn't intentional on anyone's end, right? I mean, me, you guys, our Parks Department, and like you said, right, I fully understand the intention. It's not acceptable to tear up our courts. That's a lot of money that could go to other parks priorities. Going forward, we have to do a better job of letting folks know this is the situation, and these are some possible solutions going forward. And parks is one of my biggest priorities since I've been in office. And so, you have my office's commitment. Whatever we need to do to make sure that the pickleball folks could play out there, could keep playing, the volleyball players could keep playing, the tennis ball players could keep playing, because that's what I want my District 4 parks to be, is a place for anybody of any background to come play any sport that they want. And so I appreciate you working with us on making that a possibility.
Thank you.
City Manager, if I may, I have a couple of tennis courts at Roding Park that are completely destroyed. I'll volunteer them for pickleball. So we have some space there, and there's plenty of people who are playing tennis there, so it's really safe.
All right, sounds good. That's the end of your remarks, Council Vice President? All right. So I've got a few things. I will try to keep it short, sincerely. First thing is go Grizzlies. We had opening day, and myself, a couple of my colleagues threw the first pitch. I think all of us made it to the plate, so no one was completely embarrassed. Mine did hit the dirt at the very end, but it was fine. Second, we had a fantastic Woman of the Year event just late last month. Typically, that's something we've held in the chambers in March, but our meetings have gotten very, very long last year and this year, and so we wanted to give that its own carve out of time, and it turned out very well. It's something we'll consider doing in the future outside of the meeting and celebrating women from each district, and then the mayor's pick as well. I want to thank the neighbors in the Jackson neighborhood for meeting with me and taking the initiative. It's one of the newly acquired neighborhoods in District 7. Down part of the historic Huntington Boulevard. So really appreciated their time and look forward to continuing to work with those folks. Our school area team, also known as SAT or SAT, if you've seen their branding around, They recently completed months of work in the Burroughs Elementary School neighborhood, inspected nearly, I think, around 400 homes, addressed a range of issues from vehicles blocking sidewalks to parking on unpaved surfaces, overgrown landscaping, all of these different issues that impact our neighborhoods. So I want to thank the school area team, and we appreciate the very thorough work you've done in District 7 and all of our neighborhoods across the city. I want to end with just a couple shout outs, my personnel and my office, my staff. I've always had a good eye for talent, and so recently we welcomed Diana Gallardo, serving as a council assistant in our District 7 office. She's assisting in managing constituent cases. She's born and raised here in the city of Fresno and is currently wrapping up her bachelor's degree over at Fresno State. So we want to welcome Diana. If you see her around the building, make sure you say hi. Also want to congratulate two other of my staff members. These are both Valley kids who are UCLA alumni, just like myself. Very proud of them. And I have one more reason to be proud of them, both Carson Triguero and Nafkrin Gurm, because they both accepted, they both made a decision on which prestigious law schools they're going to attend. So Carson, who's on the front line, serving our district every day, answering phone calls and managing constituent cases. He's accepted an offer from USC's Gold School of Law. And Nav, that's what we call Nafkaran, is a jack of all trades in our office, and he has recently accepted an offer from UC Davis's School of Law. So we're gonna miss them. They're still gonna be around for a few more months, but just I wanted to give them a shout out for all their hard work. And again, if you see them around, make sure you say congratulations. That's the revolving door. So we'll have some folks out of the building, and we'll continue to welcome you folks, and working on behalf of residents of Fresno. That'll conclude my remarks in terms of council member comments, and we'll move on to mayor and/or city manager reports. Welcome, Mayor.
Sorry. Morning, Council. Just a few things. I wanted to compliment our police department for the work that they have done over the last 5 months in Operation No Fly Zone. Incredible operation that was involving a lot of agencies, not just from locally, but throughout the state and nation, 25 different SWAT teams that were a part of the culmination of that operation that occurred last week. A significant gang not only was disrupted and displaced, but ultimately dismantled. And they were the ones that were creating a lot of havoc in our community, shootings, murders, and human trafficking. And so I just want to say a special thanks to all of the law enforcement agencies and commend Chief Balderrama for their work on that and the partnerships. Second thing is we have our Great American Cleanup this Saturday. And we already have nearly 1,000 people that have signed up for that. People can go to beautifyfresno.org and sign up. 15 different locations where we will have cleanups throughout Fresno. We'll also be doing some tree planting as well. And we anticipate about 1,500 people being a part of it. And everyone gets a free t-shirt, provide the paper pickers, the trash pickers. We'll be doing some graffiti abatement. And then afterwards, we'll have a large celebration downtown with food trucks providing free food, entertainment, and et cetera. And then the last thing is that I want to thank the council for their patience. We have completed the One Fresno housing plan that all of you received this week, and it will be made available to the public starting tomorrow afternoon. It is a healthy read, and I want to compliment a number of folks that were involved in that, starting with Matthew Grundy, Deputy Mayor, who did incredible work on this. We met every single week. I know Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Bredefield, Councilmember Sori were part of the committee. Phil Sky from our city, Jennifer Clark, as well as Tyrone Williams, the CEO for Housing Authority, all played an instrument role in this, and I would encourage you to take the time to go through it in detail. Really, the first 3 chapters deal with the state of the problem at a national, state, and local level. And then chapter 4 really gets into the things that we're going to be doing as a city in order to address the housing crisis. We looked at, and not only what the need was, but the need by units. You know, there's going to be a number of eye-opening things in there that we're going to see in terms of an overabundance of certain types of units and a drastic shortage of other types of units that are really needed in our city. We brought forth 48 different policies that are recommended that the city council would need to take a strong look at and pass, hopefully. That will get us to meet our housing goals over the next 3 years, or well on our way to meeting those goals. And then the other thing was we assigned a dollar amount by fiscal year over the next 3 years so that we can move towards completing these goals and policies. So again, I hope you enjoy the read, and again, a special thanks to all those who participated.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and we'll be, just for the public's benefit, I did sign a special meeting notice for April 27th, next Wednesday. I believe it's a 1 p.m. meeting, and we'll be hearing the mayor's housing plan, as well as the Here to Stay report, a couple of workshops, and this council will have a lively and I hope productive discussion on what direction we move with respect to continuing to address the housing crisis that our city in particular is in. Although it's not specific to our city, we're responsible for taking action here within our jurisdiction. All right, City Manager, you're good? Or you had comments?
I'm good.
All right, fantastic. That brings us to city business. Let's do this. So typically we'll take the consent calendar, but what I want to do here is we have a crowded chamber. I have a hunch about what you're all here to hear about. So we're going to take public comments on the consent calendar. We're also going to take public comment on the closed session agenda and unscheduled communication in general. Following that public comment, we'll go into closed session to hear 1 or more items, and then we'll come out and we will vote on item 1LL, which is the acquisition of the Tower Theater. So that'll be the first public item we vote on today for all you folks who are here to hear that item this morning. I do have a very large stack of yellow cards. You've probably seen a lot of my colleagues coming to see me in the president's chair throughout the morning. It's a very large stack, and we have folks on Zoom as well who are going to punch up. So what we're going to do this morning is we are going to limit each public comment to 90 seconds. That's 1.5 minutes with a grace period. So I will not abruptly cut you off at 90 seconds, but when you're standing up here talking at the microphone, it'll beep once when there's a minute left for you to speak, and it'll beep again twice when when the time is up. So at that point, that's your cue to wrap it up. Don't make me be the bad guy, please. But we do need to move through, make sure everyone gets an opportunity to speak, express their opinion, whether you're here to talk about the Tower Theater or any other issue on the public or closed session agenda this morning.
Council President, if I may, I just want to remind the public that we have entered all the emails, all the online comments into the record. So there's thousands of pages. I read them all, the council has. So if you already submitted, just know that, and we have received your information.
Yeah, from months leading up, and as well as these last few days leading up to this meeting as well. So with that, I'm going to open up again public comment on consent agenda for closed session and unscheduled communication. And I have a stack of cards here. We try to keep them in order as they came to me. So if you have not filled out a yellow card yet, I believe they are at the back of the room as well as the front of the room here. Please fill one out and hand it to our clerk, and she'll get it up to me. So I will alternate between, again, as much as I can in order, between the folks who punched in yellow cards and the folks who I've seen here punched up on Zoom for the last hour or so as well, who've been waiting. Our first speaker is going to be Fernando Paul Elizondo. Come on down.
Peace be with you. Well, I'm here today is because I want to comment on the homeless. I think you need to get the priorities straight. I see a lot of homeless out there in wheelchairs. I believe you ought to focus in on them first. They have the hardest position out there. And there's about 10 of them, but at least take care of them first. Some of the comments that I get, because I communicate with these people every day, and they always tell me that you're not doing enough work for them. I said, well, the money's there. They just got to distribute it properly. And if you don't get no money, at least get some food or some clothing, you know. But today, people are not focusing on what the real issue. They're focusing on money. It's causing a lot of problems. Another thing, too, is I'm glad to see that you're not bickering among each other. Thank you, Mr. Beneville, for not grandstanding. And Ms. Brownlow, be careful. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Elizondo, thank you for taking time to speak and staying within the time limits. Next up, we have Paula Balakian. Come on down.
Since I have 90 seconds for my 3 minutes, I'm going to talk as I go. And may I say, who doesn't love a city that cares about pickleball and trees? No, really. I'm sorry. You guys are the greatest. My name is indeed Paula Balakian. Yes, it's Armenian. And I was ebullient this morning about the presentation, and thanks to you guys. Hey, a shout out to absolutely everybody here. I apparently was dropped on my head as a child because I love the city of Fresno. We lived in Monterey County, where the weather is nice, for 25 years, and we intentionally moved back, and wait for it, because I'm talking about the Tower Theater people, boo. We moved back intentionally so I could buy a home for my daughter and my granddaughter in the historic Tower District. I want to tell you guys something if you don't know, and I want everybody in the room to hear it as well. I think the Tower District is the last true neighborhood in Fresno. It is the last true neighborhood. You can walk to get groceries. You can go get a hot dog. You can go listen to some music. Yes, there's problems in Fresno, but have you ever driven up to the bookstore, on Blackstone, and there's homeless people there trying to viciously attack you as you're getting your Starbucks? It's everywhere. Okay, it's not just the tower. So let's get over that, okay? Let's get over that. I love the idea of one Fresno, Mayor Dyer. Needs to be more than an idea, right? And here's an opportunity. Here is an opportunity. I kid you not. Look it. You couldn't care less who I am, and that's fine. I also know I'm not going to change a single mind here because everybody has already decided on this issue. So why in the heck am I even bothering? I'll tell you why. Besides being dropped on my head as a child. I'll tell you why. I'm still from that last vestige of kids who grew up in the 50s and 60s who believe in democracy and think as you do, or you wouldn't be up here. Yeah, give me a few seconds. Who absolutely believe that it's our responsibility to take part in the democratic process. I support wholeheartedly the city purchasing the tower because, frankly, we're all a bunch of naughty school kids throwing mud at each other, and we need government to step in and make us behave. Thank you. I love Fresno. I have so many great things to say about all of you, and I've already contributed to at least 3 of your campaigns. And remember, friends, the last name is Balakian. I'm Armenian. That's right. We own this town. Love you. Thanks.
All right, that was exactly 2 minutes. You were pushing the grace period, but it worked. Next up, we have Alicia Rodriguez.
Thank you, Council, for having us today. My name is Alicia Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of the Tower District, an active member of the arts and queer communities, a career scientist and board member of the Tower District Preservation Association, or TDPA. On the behalf of TDPA, we would like to express our support for the acquisition of the Tower Theater property by the City of Fresno. It's the best current solution for protecting the established provisions in the Tower District-specific plan that protect the unique character of the district. For the past 2 years, our community has witnessed efforts to change this through occupation by a church, without process and contrary to zoning laws. We've been called evil, godless, in need of a redemptive lift. We saw white nationalist groups demonstrate in support of the church takeover. Noise ordinances ignored, parking problems compounded, church security guards preventing patrons from walking across the lot, and the loss of many traditional events such as Rogue, Real Pride, Fresno Filmworks, and others. And it's impacted the rich cultural contributions that the Tower District usually provides. We encourage this purchase of the Tower Theater, and it would allow the preservation of the cultural and artistic integrity of the district, adherence to the existing Tower District-specific plan and protecting the applicable area, supporting the stability and vitality of area businesses, minimizing influx of persons from outside the community who express intolerance, intimidation, and hate speech toward our community, asserting the legal and compliant use of the property for the safety of the patrons, businesses, and residents, protecting the investments of those who believe in the tower's cultural significance, economic potential, and artistic vitality, supporting our inclusive community that includes those of faith, non-faith, various economic demographics, and LGBTQIA neighbors and straight allies near and far. We thank you for your time and implore the City of Fresno to make the right decision for the community, the entire City of Fresno, and on the right side of Fresno history. Thank you.
Next up, we have Bill Richardson.
Thank you, President Nelson. Thank you, Council. My name is Bill Richardson. I'm an Adventure Church leader and the actual realtor on this deal for Adventure Church. It's surprising to me today that as I look around, the guy that you guys are going to vote for here to buy his property of $6.5 million is not even here today to speak for himself. But don't worry about it. I have his own words of what he has to say about the preservation of the Tower Theater. Okay, here it is. Excuse me. There's Lawrence's own words.
Anybody who knows the basics of this, it was preserved in '89 with my mother, 1989, and worked with the board to do it. They put in a couple $1 million to make it historic again. Ronald Reagan signed it, and that was what we did. Why do they need to come in and do an evaluation? First, there already is an appraisal done on it, so they could use those or whatever, but for what purpose? No one cared when the church was here before. Nobody cared other people offering on this place, and different times it's been for sale and things like that. It's only now, for some reason, I wish we could have that discussion and really bring to light what's really going on.
Okay, and then he goes on to play. This is after actually March 31st, and you guys closed them down during the pandemic. And he says in the next interview that we were the only person to be there for him, and this is what he speaks about.
You know, Adventure Church has been great here, helping us during this pandemic. 80 years we have survived, and the pandemic, put out 90% of all private theaters have been out of business, and we have survived, and they've helped us sustain us. Fantastic. They're great folks, and they agreed to do shows and do services on Sunday. It was a big hit when that's all that was here. Nobody was around and cared. Fantastic people they were, and we're excited to get going on shows and services.
So this is the guy who owns the Tower Theater, his own words about Adventure Church. Thank you, guys.
All right, next up we have Anthony Flores.
It's a pleasure to be with y'all. I just want to say, I just do find it interesting that we'd be celebrating our brothers in the faith and sisters in the faith in the Armenian community. They know a lot about what's going on with Christian persecution and religious intolerance. So I thought that was interesting. We'd be celebrating them today because they caught me outside and told me, hey, Pastor, we're praying for you. We know what's going on. And then I thought it was interesting that you would honor the gente, right? The ones who work in the fields. You said that they were essential workers. Well, mira, all these people are essential workers. When you got the Zoom, they had to go to work, and that's my church right there. And I couldn't be more proud of them. But why are we here? We're here because two people inserted themselves into this deal from the jump, and I can't wait for my day in court. I hope you pass it today, because I cannot wait for my day in court to hold the city responsible for two reckless ideas that transpired. I can't wait. I cannot wait. But I want people of color to hear me today, the people who make up your districts. I want them to hear me today loud and clear. You're giving two white owners in the Tower District, two white owners who come from wealthy families, a free meal ticket. When I got my friend back here who owns a barber shop downtown, he didn't get in $1 million loan for 3.5%. He didn't get it for 30 years. I got my gente back here who owns his own business. He didn't get no $1 million loan. None of them. Joanna back here, Sandoval, Flores Sandoval, she didn't get no loan for her business. So here we are again. We only play the racial equity when it's time to vote. Well, I'm telling you, voting season's coming, and we will not forget. We will remember what takes place today. We know your districts, 1, 3, 5, 7. They're all up for revote.
All right, folks, we're going to move on. We have Mr. Mike Cook is going to be next. Hey, we need to have order. Mike Cook is next.
My name is Mike Cook. I'm one of the pastors at Adventure Church. I helped start Adventure with Pastor Anthony and Pastor Mandy, and they've been my pastors for the last 19 years. There have been a lot of opinions that will be shared today, but I'm going to hold back my opinions and just share facts. Facts. Adventure Church has been in Tower for 11 years. There have been nothing negative said about us in that time. We didn't choose to be silent about the purchase. That was Lawrence's decision. We didn't put up the Rush Limbaugh sign. Lawrence did. We never sent an email to the painted table. You need to know that gay people feel welcomed and loved at Adventure. And each week, I watch them get harassed as they come into church. My gay moms really love Adventure Church and support us. During the pandemic, my friend died. I did her funeral. She was a resident of Tower District, and she was a lesbian. Never have we protested anything in Tower. Never did we ask the Proud Boys to show up. And guess what? We're not Proud Boys. Each week, my young children get harassed by a masked man in military fatigues as they walk into church. We are a church made up of mostly minorities, predominantly Mexican. We are allowed to rent, but we cannot own. This is new age woke racism at its finest. Fresno is still red lines. This is a private sale. We have always performed. What you're voting on today is not a matter of government, but rather right versus wrong. The city buying the theater, cutting into a sale that is still in contract, still in escrow, is wrong. Please don't forget that we too are your constituents. We are made up of people who've had to work, claw, climb, and fight just to get here today, and you need to know that there isn't an ounce of quit in us. City members and Mayor Dyer, Adventure Church is what a one Fresno looks like.
All right. Next up, we have Joshua Hawk.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joshua Hauk, and I'm here to add my voice in support of the City of Fresno purchasing the Tower Theater and associated properties. It's one of many voices, including your fellow council member who confirmed this deal was vetted for liabilities, including 83 businesses and private organizations in public letter and many more in email, and including in the last few days over 400 public e-comments submitted to this council for record. By last count, almost 2-to-1 falling in support of the proposed action. While I can't imagine the immense pressure you're under to resolve this issue, with veiled lawsuit threats from Adventure Church and questionable comments from your fellow council member from District 6, you were elected by your respective constituencies to remain resilient in this city's development. The only underlying reason to ignore experts, businesses, and an overwhelming public outcry would be a lack of confidence in the city government and, more importantly, the city of Fresno itself. I stand here as a person who had an opportunity to move anywhere in the world 1 year ago. I'm not saying the city is perfect, or I've never been frustrated with aspects of local government. But my wife and I chose Fresno because this city believes in its potential, strengthens itself with different cultures, and continually fights for optimism. Safeguarding a historical cultural arts hub is an act of hope for this city. When standing with Tower residents on this issue, I'm often asked what I believe. I believe in the city government's ability to protect this historical landmark and economic anchor. I believe in their ability to face an organization who would rather sue Fresno than listen to their neighbors. I believe the numbers and experts support this, and I believe we're ready for you to act. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
All right, next up we have Deshaun Caraway.
Councilmember Chavez, I live in your district. I've lived in your district most of my life, or in your district. Lived in Tower District for a time. Left because my wife felt unsafe. Years ago, when I worked overnight, working 3 jobs. But I must say, I love what you do in my neighborhood, in my district. I have to commend you for that. But also, I remember when I moved into that area, moving from the west side, my dad told me as we were driving into Sanger, be careful. I don't know if they like you all here. I don't know if they like us. I didn't face any racism in Sanger, though. I live in Sanger School District. People are loving, they were caring. But since we trying to move into Tower District, is now when I face the racism. Now when we face opposition. Now when we're getting pushed out. My children are watching a group of white people every week protest us, come against us. When we have a church full of Mexicans, we have a church full of Hispanics, of minorities, and we're getting pushed out. I can't understand what's going on. We're there just to love the community. They care for people. Last Sunday, on Easter Sunday, there's a man mocking Jesus. Now, I'm not afraid of anyone over there. But I have to remember that Jesus still loves him and cares for him. It was Jesus who stood on the cross, and as he's getting mocked, says, Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Our job still as a church is to love the people who hate us. And that's what we're there to do. I want you to understand that's why we're there, Councilman Chavez, is to love this community, to care for this community. Even though they hate us, we're there to love them and care for them.
All right, next speaker is John Giannopoulos. John, are you with us? All right. Next speaker is going to be Troy Simeon.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. My name is Troy. I'm a transplant from New Orleans to Fresno. I've been here for 10 years. 10 years here in Fresno, where I've grown to be friends of many on all sides, from council members to church members to the LGBTQ community. I've been at Adventure for the last 5 years. I've even seen Miss Soria at a service once upon a time. This church gives hopes to the hopeless. We say, at least the mayor does, this is one Fresno, but it doesn't seem like that to my Adventure community. Hold on, wait, that's not even the thing that really gets me. A few years ago, you voted no against parks, but it seems like we're gonna use some of that money to buy Tower Theater. So I'm just a little confused. Then you're gonna give money to Sequoia, and I have my own business. I'm a black-owned business in downtown Fresno. Mr. Miguel Arias, come see me if you need a cut, I got you. All I'm saying is, I support everyone, I love everyone, on both sides, it don't matter who you are. I worked for the Grizzlies for many years, I've grown to know all of the Central Valley. I know a lot of people, and I'm just saying, don't discriminate against us. We're just trying to have church as one, Fresno, Mr. Mayor, and you know, God, at the end of the day, it will be, his will be done. Thank y'all.
All right, so what I'm going to do here is I tend to alternate between Zoom and the cards. So I have a few folks punched up on Zoom who have been there since the beginning of the meeting who have wanted to speak. So first up, we have first letter D, Gomez.
Hi, guys. It's Lisa Flores. I'm sorry. I needed to change that.
Welcome.
I don't know why it's D. Gomez. First off, I have several things to talk about. I would like to talk about Vinland, homelessness, cultural sensitivity in the Parks Department, but I'm going to push that aside and we'll send you guys emails on that. But I do want to talk about my 31 years. In 2 weeks, it's going to be 31 years that I've resided in the Tower Theater. I moved to the Tower Theater Tower District, because of the theater. It was a place that I got to see the movies that I've always wanted to see on a big screen. The neighborhoods where I've met friends for life, where I currently reside. I've spent now, this come June, 31 of my 60 years in the Tower Theater. And oh, by the way, Adventure Church, I'm Hispanic, I'm religious, I'm a business owner. And, you know, this whole issue is fundamentally about zoning. You're in a building that you're violating the municipal code and zoning code. Pure and simple. I'm sad that you've had to take this long and you still don't see that. I actually support the city's ownership of it and moving forward and building up our neighborhood even more, because we are Fresno's last neighborhoods. And Paula Girl, the queen of the Armenians in the Tower District, give me a call. I'll take you out for a beer or Sequoia. Thank you.
All right, next on Zoom, we have Laura Splotch.
Yes, hi. Laura Splotch here. I'm a member of the Save the Tower District Theater Committee, Demonstration Committee, been out there since the very beginning. I am also half Mexican, not religious, but I do have religious people in my life that I love very much. And this has nothing to do with any of that. This is about our building, the anchor, the icon, the Tower Theater. I've been coming to the Tower since I was a small kid in the early 70s. Go see, you know, movies and events and all kinds of things in the Tower Theater for years. And it's the entertainment mecca of our neighborhood. I commend the City Council for their decision to make this happen, to take over the Tower Theater, the ownership of Tower Theater. Hopefully you do the right thing by your constituency. Obviously, we are very vocal, we're very strong. We're not going away, and we're going to stay active in the Tower fight, no matter what happens. We'd like a seat at the table when it comes down to choosing people to run it. I think the Nevilles should be back in place, not Abate. I do believe that the Tower's going to win. Our way of life, our gay neighborhood will live on. I'm an ally. I have family that's gay. Pull your gay card, guys. That's okay, because we are going to win. So thank you very much for listening. I'm working right now, but I had to get on Zoom and give my 2 cents. Go team. Thank you, Tower, and thank you, City of Fresno.
Okay, next up on Zoom, we have Robert McCloskey.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to speak about the situation at Camp 180 and about the council's attempt to slander advocates. I was at the camp when it was dispersed, and there was slanderous remarks made about Des Martinez by prominent city staff, and it's happening again today. Sure, people did get emotional, and yes, there was some emotions showed, but that's because it was the city's intent from the beginning to destroy this encampment, offer no shelter, and to simply disperse people into the neighborhoods. I emailed the mayor, and his response to my inquiry as to why the city was not offering shelter was that it was private property. I assumed that meant that the city did not have to comply with the Ninth Court decision, Martin versus Boise, that requires the city to offer shelter to people before breaking down a camp. I would estimate that over a 3-day period, and I was there all 3 days and the days prior to it, and people were never offered shelter. In fact, they were told by city staff there would be no shelter offered in the day prior to the sweep. The day of the sweep, I would estimate there were about over 75 to 100 public employees or contract employees over a 3-day period.
Mr. McCloskey, you're not in the chamber, so I know you didn't see the timer go off, but I'll give you just a few seconds to wrap it up.
Sure. So my point is there were a lot of numerous personnel from the city. It was a big cost to the city, and it was all implemented to basically sweep 25 people. Ultimately, they did get housing because of it, because there were advocates present, which forced the city's hand to provide housing. That's a real story. I want the public to know that. I want the public to know that. And stop attacking Des Martinez, please, Mr. Arias and others.
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey. Going back to the chamber, and next up we have John Brown.
Thank you kindly, Fresno City Council. I beg the pardon of the several Yokuts tribes who rightfully own this land, and God bless the trans vets. I'm John Brown of the Free Press Community, John Brown's Body Cam. I am a passionate abolitionist and believe that all modern forms of slavery and oppression are an utter violation to my God and to the Declaration of Independence, be they slavery of race, color, gender, sexuality, or class. My press colleagues and I have had the privilege to film the events outside of Tower Theater for over 6 months now. In that time, I have been moved by the sense of community that is present in y'all's city. There is art, industry, kindness, and unity in the city that exemplify the American spirits of freedom and responsibility. For this reason, I commend the council for considering the purchase of the theater, and I encourage you to do so. Let me be plain. I commend Adventure Church congregation for their message of ending gang violence and recidivism. That work is invaluable and just and good. However, while church members have been overwhelmingly cordial, we have observed the Adventure Church staff conducting themselves in a venomous manner unbecoming those who support a once Fresno and a healthy community. In the past 6 months, we have filmed Adventure Church pastors making direct threats of violence to members of the press, slanderously calling members of the press and all individuals pedophiles and white supremacists. They've attempted to lay claim to the public sidewalk, politically threatening and berating members of this city's police officers. We have filmed pastors treat their fellow Americans with a vitriol and hatred that has no place in a church, nor in a community as kind as Fresno City. In the interest of supporting a One Fresno, I strongly support the city purchase of Tower Theater and hope this council will vote to that end to preserve the intended zoning use. Thank y'all for your time. God bless the Union, God damn the Confederacy, and God bless the trans vet of the United States of America.
All right, next up we have Brandy News-Viegas.
It's going to be hard in 90 seconds. Thank you. I support this buying the Tower Theater. Tower is an important unique cultural center with a specific role for the Tower District, but not only for the Tower District, but Fresno and all of Fresno and beyond our city. From business perception, owners must have among its primary goals to dedicate cultivating these benefits to community. If a business primary mission is another usage, whatever it is, it's reasonable to recognize we cannot guarantee it will be maintained, and after ownership, we have no say. Karbasi, you misrepresented the protest that happened yesterday. Again,
Nope,
they got shelter because of public advocacy and because they could not get rooms, and they were going to be there because they're the safest place to go. The reality is those families with children were living on the streets, and advocates did not want them to spend another night. Advocates tried to reach out in 2 days to get rooms and were not able to, while people put them in motel rooms. The families did what they could. Regarding 180 and Hughes, and they also worked to protect their identities. Regarding 180 and Hughes, it was traumatic because I saw people that I know who've been displaced many times out there. They struggled to move their possessions that humanized them without a place to go. Dyer did say that they were not given a shelter because they didn't have to give them a shelter because there's private properties. City workers and Speed said that they were told that there was outreach, but all of them refused shelters, which was blatantly untrue. It was not the outreach team, but unhoused, the homeless themselves and advocates pushing the city that gave them the rooms. Please focus on shelter and stop displacement.
All right, next we have Dr. Caitlin Nichols.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. As a note of introduction, my name is Caitlin, and I'm a current resident of the Tower District and collectively have been so for 16 years. The past 3 years, I've been joined by my fiance, who I met while we were performing at Roger Rocca's Dinner Theater 15 years ago. He is now a business owner in the Tower District. Out of the options available, we strongly support the city's purchasing of Tower Theater, given the theater's historical significance, economic contributions to the city of Fresno, as well as the arguably illegal manner in which the current lease and the attempted sale proceeded and existing zoning requirements for the area. The economic vitality and integrity of the Tower District should be a priority, which is decidedly more consistent with occurrences such as Real Pride, Rogue Festival, and Porch Fest, to name only a few. These aforementioned events, which generate a tremendous amount of foot traffic for the area and revenue for the city at large, have the potential to be compromised under the wrong ownership of the theater. It's clear that Adventure Church, with its affiliations of known nationalists and extremists, cannot responsibly support the Tower community and represent the commercial or residential stakeholders not long known to the community. It's imperative for the city of Fresno to maintain the Tower Theater as a historic landmark and live entertainment venue that is open to the entire community. I would also like to take this time to publicly thank the numerous faith leaders and faith-based persons in our area outside of Adventure Church that have stood alongside our community and have fought for our right to be seen. I appreciate your unfortunately unreciprocated attempts at discussing this matter with Adventure Church directly, trying to engage them in a road of reconciliation, knowing and validating that they have left a wake of destruction and trauma in our community, particularly for those that are identifying as LGBTQ+ and other marginalized identities. And in response to some of what I've heard, in particular today, this wasn't a part of my original statement, but arguably, self-identified Christians should be far more concerned with loving your neighbor and walking humbly than obtaining a building, knowing the fastest growing church in the Bible had no building. As a resident of the Tower community,
Caitlin,
let me be clear to members of Adventure Church, we do not feel your
You're
love,
30
we do
seconds
not
over,
want your
so-
love. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Mandy Flores.
My name is Mandy Flores, and my husband and I pastor Adventure Church, which we've been in the Tower District for 11 years. And in those 11 years, we have had nothing but good things happen. We've loved our neighbors. There's never been any kind of opposition or any of this stuff. And I feel like all of these protests have started under people were given misinformation and lies. And none of that happened until we wanted to buy a building. And that is baffling to me because we've literally been in the same area. Nobody had a problem with us. Nobody knew us. You did not mind that we were there until we wanted to buy a building. Nobody's going to not preserve that building. It is already preserved. But my concern, and I have addressed and sent a letter to District 1 and District 3 and the mayor to protect our religious rights to meet on Sunday morning as our people are being cussed out, our children are being you would never want your kids to see what our kids have to see. What they have to endure to come to church, that is a violation of our religious right. And that is what you are to uphold.
Next up, we have Jessica Rivera.
Okay, so I was thinking about Luis Chavez and his district. And as a representative of your district, and considering that Measure P money has been denied to support the community in need in your district, what are your thoughts of the city using Measure P money and city funds to indemnify Sequoia Brewery, Lawrence Abate, and to purchase the Tower Theater? How could that money be used in your district, and where there is a great level of poverty and crime? Do you think $6.5 million could substantially meet the needs of those hurting in your community? This money is not suggested to be used towards the poverty and issues surrounded by the poverty, in Soria's and Area's district, or to provide parks for children to play, because as of right now, they play in the streets that are congested with crime, drugs, gangs, and violence. And it is being suggested to bail out a constituent or constituents who support Esmeralda and Miguel, and supposedly protect a building that is already protected and has been stewarded well by the current party that is in contract to purchase the theater. And also, why didn't the city turn an eye to their precious theater when Lawrence was trying to get out? That's the big question. He wanted to get out of the historical building, and where was the city? They were nowhere to be found. He was about to shutter. Everybody's talking about their beloved theater. You guys were nowhere. You guys were nowhere. This church is holding up this building that is supposed to be the pillar of the community. Well, guess what? This is the pillar of the community right here.
All right, next up we have David Immersion. David, are you with us? David Immersion.
First of all, members of the council, my name is David Immersion. I'm a partner with the law firm McCormick Barstow, and I'm the attorney for Adventure Church. We've heard a lot of emotional arguments today, and I think those are fair to put out there on the record. But what's important is to talk about the legal issues that the city is diving into that I'm not sure you guys are all quite aware or up to speed what the challenges you have. Last evening at 5:50, I emailed each of you a brief. It's a letter dated April 20th, 2022, including exhibits 1 through 17. I want to make sure these get entered on the record, so I'm handing 10 copies of these to the clerk to provide each one of the council members a copy of the brief, along with a copy to the city manager and to Doug Sloan, the city attorney. I would ask each of you, don't vote on these issues until you have exhausted those briefs. There's a lot of other information I feel that you aren't all quite up to speed. Some of the underlying litigation pleadings issues that came around. What you are doing is essentially opening up the checkbook, the city of Fresno's checkbook to damages. Your case hinges upon whether or not Adventure Church has a valid contract. The church has made it very clear the contract is in full force and effect. Mr. Abbott, on behalf of Tower, has made it clear on numerous occasions, on video, in declarations, the contract is still valid. The only party that is saying the contract is not valid is the city of Fresno, who's trying to interfere with the contract. This conduct, indemnifying the Tower parties, is going to cost the city, on top of the purchase price, millions of dollars. I'm not just the attorney for Adventure Church, I'm also a taxpayer. My family are taxpayers. And I ask you, please, reconsider this vote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Immersion. You're about 30 seconds over.
And Ms. White, I would ask, I wanted to address Mayor Dyer. We're open to have a
Mr. Immersion, we're 30
conversation.
seconds over. Thank you. Next up, we have Andrea. Andrea, last name M.
My name is Andrea Morales. I am a proud, resident of the Tower District. Also a very proud, member of Adventure Church. I've lived in the Tower all of my life, and let me just say the Tower was a beautiful place growing up. To grow up, it was beautiful. Now, I can't say the same for my own children, and it breaks my heart that we're sitting here discussing paying thousands, millions of dollars for something that is not even, we could use this Measure P money for places like parks, right, for these kids. I have a young son who has to play outside, which I don't allow him to play outside. You know where he plays? You know where he gets to go? He gets to go to Adventure. Adventure is his safe place. Adventure is his safe place from day one. Because of them, he has somewhere to play. Because of them, he knows that we love all, no matter who they are, where they come from, and what it looks like. If we go through with this, Fresno, if we go through with this, what we're showing our young children is that we don't care about them, but we care about the money. And it's nothing about the money. And as a parent, I care about my children and safe places for them to play. Esmeralda, you of all people should know that these children need somewhere to play. And I'm not talking about Roding Park. I'm talking about a free place where they don't get charged to go in. So please, please, when this vote comes out, vote for the children, not for the money.
All right, so next up, we're gonna have Jacqueline Drain. Jacqueline, are you with us? Going once, going twice. All right, next up we have Anush Ekperian.
Good morning, and thank you, council members, city managers, clerk, and attorneys. I want to acknowledge that we are on Yokut's land. I want to say that I'm in full support of the city acquisition of the Tower Theater. The theater is the gem of our neighborhood, and it is a city asset. For over a year, we Tower residents have been subjected to hate groups brought in to support the church that has been illegally occupying the Tower Theater. As a Christian, I am appalled by the head leadership. The persecution of Armenians, what they endured is nothing, absolutely nothing what you endured. This church has not cleaned the neighborhood like Alley Pals or Goldstein's crews. They have not helped the unhoused community like We Are Not Invisible. They have not brought anything but hate and harm to our neighborhood and our families. They have brought hate, which many of my neighbors, as well as myself, we have been followed home, we have been doxxed, Tower kids and families screamed at, and many had to have phone calls given to their employers to try to get them fired for participating in their First Amendment right. I applaud all of you in favor of investing in the Arts and Entertainment District, which is the Tower District. We are proud to be Tower residents, where we work, live, and pray. As you can see,
one second, Anush, 1 second. I'm
my
gonna give you more time. I'm gonna give you more time. I will call the time. I'm giving everybody 30 seconds grace period. I made that clear in the beginning. We'll have order. Anush, you still have about 20 seconds.
I applaud you all who vote in favor of investing in the Arts and Entertainment District, which is the Tower District. We are proud to be Tower residents, where we work, live, and play. We will hold the city accountable, and we will continue to watch. Thank you very much.
Next up, we'll have Jessica Mahoney. Jessica? All right, Jessica's not with us. Smiley G. Jessica Mahoney. Come on down.
Thank you, Jessica Mahoney. I'll say I live in Lewis's district, but you know, I've already been followed all over town and harassed. I support the sale of Tower to the city And remember, it's a private sale. Don't the owner has the right to sell to whoever he wants? Remember all that? So Lawrence could sell to whoever he wants. Reading is fundamental. Read the documents, not only that the city offered, but the court and the Fifth Appellate Court. Their escrow closed 8 times over. The sale is off. And as the proclamation said on violence and rape, no means no. No to Adventure Church. There is no sale. We need to stop this. We need to stop the lies. And we need to be civil. But at the same time, churches don't pay taxes. So all this Measure P money is not good. The church is not helping with Measure P money. Okay? I've seen what churches do economically to a town. I was in Porterville during Prop 8, and the hate hurt the town so much economically, they're barely coming out of the recession in Porterville. So we got to think about who we do business with, not just economically, but the things you are connected to hurt people emotionally, physically, who they are, who they love. It matters. Lawrence and his family did a good job, but the historical documents from 1992, Dottie's name's not on that. Fresno State and the community people went and put that on the historical document. Yeah, he did the theater and some of the improvements. And with this sound system, they even have permits for that. And who's going to watch them take that sound system out to make sure no historical things are broken in that theater? It's time to move on. No means no, and eviction time's coming.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Smiley G.
Thank you, Council President Esparza, Vice President Maxwell. You guys are looking great. Thank you all for being here, City Council. First, I want to applaud Councilmember Soria, Councilmember Arias. Thank you guys for what you're doing. Thank you for standing up for our city. I fully support the city purchasing the Tower Theater. And I do because the fundamental issue here is legality. Adventure Church, during a pandemic, everyone is at home. They decided to hold services at this theater. They did it illegally, though, illegally in the city, and also illegally in the state because it was a pandemic, which was something they should not have been doing, but they did it. Now, the city right here has a chance to stand up, right? And what this has taught all of us here in the city is that if you're a church, you can get away with whatever you need to do, what you want to do. You can just say, I'm being discriminated against. I mean, but they're only a mile away in Tower, right? They're so discriminated against for not, why are they crying for not having the Tower Theater? It never was a church in the first place. And first of all, I have so much emotions for this because as a Christian, why would you want to be in a place that's secular? Your God is he's not being honored. He's not being honored being in a place that's not holy for him. If you understand biblical things, which I would hope you would as a church, you would know that God needs a holy sanctuary. You want to take a theater that belongs to the people and you want to make it a sanctuary? How dare you? How dare you for the city? Thank you guys for doing what's right. Stand up. Show us that you guys have courage.
All right, Smiley. Thank you, Smiley. Thank you. Next, we're going to have, I cannot make out this first letter, Lanita. S, Sanita. Okay, it's an S, okay. Sanita, come on down.
Okay, so I support the Tower Theater acquisition, excuse me. And I am not a Tower resident. I live in Southeast Fresno. Tower is a community. It's a place where it allows people to be diverse individuals, have free thoughts. It is a space for us to express ourselves, our creativity, through art, through entertainment, through friendship, through love. It is a community that embraces these core values. Thank you. For me, I support the city acquisition because I believe that you guys can preserve these core values for us. Our neighboring church has clearly not listened to us as neighbors, and all they want to do is just wrestle. They just want to bring lawyers in. They just want to throw their money at you guys and not listen to their neighbors. We are your neighbors. We're telling you we would like for the Tower Theater to remain as it is, for the people to feel, for us to feel like we can express ourselves and be ourselves without being impeded on. So please, I implore you to acquire Tower Theater. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move over to Haley White is the next speaker. Haley.
Oh, sorry, trying to find it. Okay. This is the first time that all of us who care about this matter are in a room talking together. I think that's an indictment on all leaders of this situation, maybe even including myself. I'm the creative director of the Fools Collaborative, one of the organizations that have been fighting this since the very beginning. My grandma's dying while we're here. I've been caring for her for the past month and a half. I tell you this because she's a Christian. I've been singing hymns with her from my youth to keep her calm as she makes her journey to death. I was raised Christian for 20 years, continued to study Christianity and other religions as I achieved my bachelor's and master's degree while deconstructing. This partly due to my evangelical mother, who I also caretook for after 5 years of estrangement when she found out my sister and I were queer. I found myself grateful for her faith because in the end, she had no fear of death. I tell you this to demonstrate how complicated religion is, for all of us believers are not. Humans are complicated. Human relationships are complicated. Adventure Church supporters and more than one sitting member of your council have casually and consistently referred to Save Tower movements as extremists, anti-God, hateful, evil, a small vocal minority, all white. We have demonstrated time and again that we are not these things. We are made of a wide variety of religious believers, non-believers, a wide makeup of ethnicity, age, walks of life. We've provided proof of our legal concerns and heartfelt pleas of our emotional concerns. AC says they love us, but they misgender trans people, belittle safe spaces, and violence against queer people. They refer to the community as the enemy's territory. It's typical of bullies to hold a situation hostage and then blame others for trying to fix it, for spending too much money or going too far to compromise. When Soria and Arias represent Tower, all they've done this entire time is their job. You're mad about city money being used to solve an issue you've created. Why don't you use church money and tithes to buy a building that actually fits your growing congregation and doesn't harm thousands of your neighbors?
All right, Haley, you're about 30 seconds over, so I'm going to have to cut you off. Thank you. Miguel Gastelum is the next speaker.
Hello, thank you, President Esparza and council members, for the opportunity to speak. Save Tower organizers very cautiously support city acquisition and the anchoring block of our district. We've been cheated of our due process for 15 months. We're nervous about what comes next, and we're angry about the sweet deal that Lawrence Abbott, the guy who all sides agree is Judas, is going to get from this arrangement. We know that this is voting for Biden to avoid Trump's solution, but because Adventure Church will not release their hateful hold in our community, it is our best path forward. I'm the president of the Fools Collaborative. We sent a letter to the council along with support from Tower District businesses like Good Company Players, Irene's, Fab Fresno, Lincoln Pub, Livingstone's Restaurant, Ragin' Records, Chase Flower Shop, and organizations such as Tower District Marketing Committee, Tower District Preservation Association, Save Tower Theater Demonstration Committee, and 1,100 plus individuals and even some church leaders and congregations. The letter asked you all to do the right thing for the most people by supporting Mr. Arias and Ms. Soria's plan. Sometimes it's best to view a situation by who has the most to lose. Adventure Church can still worship anywhere else, but if they are able to get a hold on Tower while considering it the gates of hell and where the darkness is, they will destroy everything good about a district that is diverse, unique, and primarily ran by local businesses, and a visitor's destination and safe space for many in our community and beyond. And I would just like to say, I know he can't be here today, but the late Jeffrey Robinson would have loved to have been here, and I know he would have loved to have had his name on the record. Thank you.
All right, going to go back over to Zoom, take a few speakers on Zoom. So next up, we have Tyler Mackey.
Good morning, and thank you, council members. 1 year ago, over a year ago, on January 28th, 2021, a letter requesting injunctive relief for the businesses was submitted with the co-signing of 25 businesses, the California Restaurants Association of Fresno, and the Greater Fresno Area Chamber of Commerce, along with the Tower District Marketing Committee. Today, the Tower District Marketing Committee is pleased to see meaningful progress in the resolution of the property ownership conflicts surrounding our historic Tower Theater and its ancillary buildings. Moreover, we're pleased to see that this agreement included the consent of the involved parties and in consideration of the best interests of both the businesses, the community, and the preservation of our established Main Street zone. For the past 14 months, this proposed sale has created uncertainty for the business community, as well as residents of the area. The proposed sale was a direct threat to the established zoning, the future of existing conditional use permits, as well as the transference of those permits for prospective new owners. The economic threat to the value of businesses, as well as residential and commercial properties, has created unrest and division within our community, and it's led to the longest civil protest in Fresno history. Residents have demonstrated their objections and held weekly protests adjacent to the Tower Theater to the non-conforming use of the property and to the proposed sale to Adventure Church. Disputes over restricted parking and around the area created economic hardship for the Tower businesses, and it prolonged this controversial sale and the operation of businesses and obstructed private events from happening in their traditional spaces. The Tower Theater is the cornerstone of our namesake community, and the present action being considered by the city of Fresno is encouraging and will relieve the undue barriers and economic obstacles that the area businesses have endured over the course of this controversy. The Tower District Marketing Committee and its members support—
Tyler, the timer went off in here, so if you could wrap it up, last 10 seconds.
Okay, the Tower District businesses look forward to your swift resolution of this by passing this motion.
All right, next on Zoom, we have Pedro Navarro Cruz.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz. I am a District 3 resident. I want to voice my support for the city acquisition of the Tower Theater. It's an important staple in the community, and it's very important to preserve the Tower community as it is. At Adventure Church, and especially the pastor there, has clear ill intentions. I have personally seen the pastor chase and harass folks that disagree with his divisive plan, which are true colors revealing of the kind of person that he is. The issue is clearly about changing the zoning for divisive purposes, and the city must purchase the theater to not let those that want to divide our community win. As a Latino male, I love the Tower for being as accepting towards everyone, regardless of your race, sexual orientation, religious beliefs, or how you want to identify. Adventure Church purchasing the theater will jeopardize the gem that the Tower community is. Adventure Church should continue being a church if they choose to be, but not as owners of the theater because of the hateful implications. I do, however, have concerns in the way that the city is attempting to go about with the purchase. Majority of the amounts used for the purchase of the theater should come from the general fund and not Measure P funds. The city clearly does not have a strong plan to implement Measure P funds, which instead result in the continued marginalization of communities that have been wanting and asking for these investments. I do feel the owner is getting special treatment that you failed to apply in every corner of the city. The amount spent in the purchase needs to be more transparent and more well thought out. Do not let this owner manipulate the situation. I also wanted to express my frustration with the pickleball community entitlements. I found the comments by the city manager to be hurtful and uneducated. How long has she been in Fresno? Yes, pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in the country, and that community, like every community, deserves a designated space and quality spaces to play their sport. However, it's unfair how quickly they were able to—
Pedro, you're over time. Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to share that over the course of the last week, we were sharing some recommendations via email that could be policies to transform our park system. And I'd like to discuss that with you all because it's clear entitlements taking place. But that's it. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you. Next on Zoom, we have Alexandra Alvarado. Alexandra, are you with us? You unmute. Going once, going twice. All right, clerk, let's move on to Lauren Baker.
Good morning, everyone. I would just first like to say I am so proud of all of the protesters and the Fools Collaborative that are there today and that have been out there for the last 15 months fighting for our neighborhood. You are so loved and appreciated. I don't even have words for it. To Adventure Church and everything that they've been saying this morning about not being the people that we have seen them to be in terms of being threatening and not associating themselves with hate speech. We did a prayer vigil last year where all faiths gathered. Where were you? That was an opportunity to come and show that you're different and be spiritual and show us peaceful measures, but you chose not to. And it's a lingering impression that hasn't changed. And I support the city buying our theater to preserve peace. Thank you.
Okay. Next on Zoom, we have Joanna Moore.
Hi, can you hear me right now?
Yes, welcome. You have
Hello?
a minute and a half.
All right, thank you. So, first of all, I have to mention Flores is really talking about racial inequity. What about the Black and brown queers? Listen to them because they disagree with you. Y'all literally believe that the queers deserve an eternity in hell for who they love unless they conform to your standards. It's embarrassing that you want to be the conservative cholo instead of caring for all of your community. Y'all really believe we hate you? Blessed are you when people hate you, when they exclude you and insult you because of the Son of Man. Basically, stay out of queer business and stay in your own communities. Practice everything you preach. Jesus told you when he was on the Mount. Fresno is the 5th biggest city in California and the 3rd most queer-friendly city in the Central Valley, which is embarrassing because Modesto ranks above us. We shouldn't be here and allow Fresno to drop even further. We are the 34th biggest city in the country and the biggest embarrassment because we only make national news because we are publicly turning over to allow the Proud Boys to gentrify the best thing about Fresno and to be a part of our police force. The fact that Soria tried to run for Congress is embarrassing because she can't even fight for her own community. We need to take care of all of Fresno. This has been going on for over a year. We shouldn't be debating this today. I want to remind everyone another important time in Fresno, May 2020 and April 2021, when Arias faced harassment by actual white supremacists. This isn't going to stop. It has already been hurting our community outside of the council. We need to protect our community. We need action. We need help. We don't need to experience that same fear that Arias had on those days.
Joanna, you're over time. If you could give your closing comment, please. Thank you. All right.
Closing comment.
Well,
Yeah.
so yeah, we're at timed out. You had gone over about 15 seconds when I told you already. Thank you. Next on Zoom, we have Michael S. Reyna.
Hi, my name's Michael Reyna, and I'm a resident of Tower District for the last 20 years. I support the purchase of the Tower Theater. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Record for shortest comment today. That's much appreciated. So we'll have Des M. On Zoom.
Hi, thank you. First, I want to address the comments that were made about me earlier by a certain council member. I think it was very rude and disrespectful what you did up there yesterday in front of those children. I am not exploiting children. If that was the fact, what were you doing out there at Trails Inn in front of the camera? You were more interested about the camera and the media than you were about the children out there and preventing homelessness. What I did, I had to do to the extreme because everybody, even Turning Point, said they had no beds. Thank you, Nelson Esparza's assistants and Chavez assistants for acting quickly on this and getting all the children provided a bed. But Kavasi, my adamancy and my unprofessionalism is what actually got those children addressed and put into safety and shelter so they didn't have to sleep on your lawn last night and in the rain today. And you're very welcome, sir, because my professionalism or unprofessionalism, as people are saying, actually did work that the city should have done. So I support the sale. You go city, buy it. That's all.
All right, so we're going to move back to the chamber now, and we'll have Brent Burden. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, I come here to stand against the city of Fresno persecuting Christians and destroying a church. I see Councilmember Soria virtue signaling the inclusivity and the diversity, and I would beg her to include Christians in that diversity. Also want the city council to understand that you will find no justice in the equity of hatred. And also, when are you going to start talking about council members owning property like a marijuana dispensary, rezoning the area for it, and direct financial benefit for council members? Thank you.
Next up, we have Melanie Lamb. Melanie?
Hello, thank you. I am in favor of the city purchasing the Tower Theater. I was actually born into a Foursquare church, which is my understanding of the denomination that Adventure Church is. I'm really familiar with the misogynistic comments I've witnessed watching Flores's sermon, one of which was referring to young women's bodies as a buffet that he wanted to sample. Yeah, you're gonna sample it, it's there. So it's just proof to me that misogyny lives on in that denomination, not in all Christianity at all. A lot of my closest friends are Christian and identify as such. The Tower Theater represents the hub of Tower, as has been said. So I think that it's important to stick with the Tower District specific plan. Accepting LGBTQ plus is different than affirming. Affirming means that you support it. And we have Pride Festival, we have all kinds of things in Tower that support that and affirm that. That's different than saying we love you, come to our church, we accept you no matter what. Even if you sin, let's not go into that. So I think that it's important that we keep the culture that's there, not change it back to whatever it used to be or whatever people are talking about. I think that there's a lot of really important things there culturally, the arts and the culture and the haven that it is for a lot of people. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dennis McCourt. McCount or Court?
Thank you. I'm Dennis McCourt. Yes, I'm an old white man, and I have an opinion. I'm a tax-paying citizen. I'm also married to a fiery Latina. I guess that's my ticket here. I'm not a member of Adventure Church, but we are brothers and sisters. I've come to know Pastor Anthony as the owner of Tower Theater, Lawrence Abate. The church simply wants to serve, and the theater simply wants to sell. As Bible-believing Christians, we affirm all people, not all actions. I believe both the pastor and the owner of the theater are good men. They've been caught up in the gears of the system and the machine, the political machine that's called the City Hall of Fresno. There are bad actors with ill intentions, but it's not Pastor Anthony and it's not the owner of the theater. I have diligently searched. We need leadership in this city. It's not a zoning issue. It's not about a historic building preservation. It's being preserved. It's not even about the church having a particular building. It's about religious freedom. It's about our First Amendment rights as tax-paying citizens of this country and this county. Do the research. The churches are always a blessing. Yes, even economic. Jesus was a friend of sinners. The church is not to be a hospital for sinners. It's to be a hospital for sinners, not a museum for saints. That's why they want to be in the church, in the Tower Theater. The Church of Jesus Christ is going nowhere but up. You mentioned today about verbal abuse. You talked about no group excluded. Well, the Church of Jesus Christ, who died for our sins and rose from the dead, does not feel welcome in this city by this council. If you vote for this, this day will go down in infamy, and we will all be held accountable for our decisions and our actions. All of us, me included.
Thank you, Dennis.
Let's humble
We're over time.
ourselves.
Next up, we're going to have Mr. Fred Vanderhoof. Dennis. Yeah, next up, we'll have Mr. Fred Vanderhoof. Fred, are you with us? Fred Vanderhoof was the next speaker. Is he with us?
Thank you. I think it's a major mistake for a city to involve itself in a private transaction, private legal transaction. Government, there's three spheres in society. The government's sphere is protection, public safety. That's the primary purpose of government. Family's sphere is raising children. And then the church's sphere is to be a positive force for good in society. Government assistance, by the way, began in the 1930s in this country. So how were people taken care of before that for 300 years from 1620 to 1930? It was the church. The church has always been very effective in taking care of people. The abolitionist movement. It was the Quaker church, but it was other churches, other denominations that encouraged the people of the North, black and white, to fight in the Civil War to protect slavery, to end slavery. Hospitals. The idea of a hospital came from the church. The church has always been the glue that holds a society together. Churches should be allowed to be in any part of a city. So to say that a church shouldn't be in this part or that part, that it's a slippery slope. Private property rights is one of the main tenets of our Constitution. On a personal note, Pastor Anthony Flores was the youth pastor for my son, who's now 31. When he was in high school, Pastor Anthony Flores was a major impact in his life. Still talks about him. So I proudly stand with Pastor Flores, all the pastors of Adventure Church, and all the people that go to Adventure Church. Thank you.
All right, next up, we will have Molly and... Molly, are you with us?
Hello. I am opposed to the city buying the Tower Theater. the $6.5 million purchase price could be better served by helping the underserved in this community. Fresno has been in the news lately about a drastic increase in homelessness. We have had a 43% increase in homelessness since 2020. Our crime has also increased dramatically. How will buying the Tower Theater improve the lives of the city's most vulnerable? The answer is it won't. Adventure Church has rented the tower many times without a peep from the community. Since Adventure Church expressed an interest in buying, now there's all this outrage where before there was none. Why is that? Pastor Flores has said that he will operate the facility the same way he is doing now. There will still be shows and plays. He is hiring WOW to manage all the entertainment. This way, the arts and entertainment are still preserved. Esmeralda, you just spoke about homelessness or homeless encampments, and Miguel just spoke about spending city funds to repair damaged EV charging stations. Let's not waste money on a private matter. Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Karen Francone. Karen? Okay, we'll swing back to her. Sean Burdin? Sean?
Hello, Council. My name is Sean Burdine. I am from District 2, and I strongly oppose this item, not only as a Christian, but because of the way that this money is being treated. This is not only a massive overreach to undermine the private sale of a business to another individual, but a gross and inequitable misuse of vital funds. Fresno is by no means an especially wealthy city, and our money is tight. It needs to be used wisely. My background comes from working to help create park space in the city, and our organization partnered with the Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission. This is something I, like other members of this board, are very passionate about. I loved all the discussion about park development, tree planting, beautifying Fresno. These are all fantastic and noble goals that deserve our attention. With that, I need to say, when I see multi-million-dollar proposals like this, all I can think about are all the ways it can be better spent. It is my understanding that this intervention money, with this intervention measure, will take away money from our park funds. This is money that families and individuals chose to allocate to our city for the creation, development, and maintenance of parks in their community through Measure P. Parks are essential to the development of creating new communities, promoting healthy lifestyles, particularly for our children. They're spaces for entertainment and recreation for families and friends. Many studies have proven time after time that parkways and green spaces directly lead to a happier population. And I regularly visit Woodward Park on the weekend, and it is packed with families. There are currently multiple park plans that would greatly benefit from this money. There are many marginalized and underserved communities and neighborhoods in Fresno further south that deserve their own spaces closer to their home. This intervention would steal this from them. Please do not deprive your underserved communities the parks they deserve because of a political agenda.
All right, so next we're going to have Chris Williams.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate your time. I will try to speak very, very fast. My name is Chris Williams. I'm the pastor of our production team at Adventure Church, and I am a business owner about 30-second drive from the theater. In a recent interview with GV Wire, Councilmember Arias said that the proposal to purchase the theater is to preserve the Tower Theater's historic and economic role to the district. Yet Adventure Church has shown no signs of not preserving the building and has in fact invested multiple six figures into the building and updating a vastly outdated AVL system. And this is to fulfill the promise that we made from the beginning that we want the Tower Theater to be the #1 mid-sized secular venue in the Central California, not just Fresno. Arias also said If the city buys a property, they will allow religious assembly on Sundays, and that would not require a rezone because religious assembly would be incidental to the primary use. This is exactly what Adventure has said since the very beginning. No rezone. Ownership type does not dictate zoning. Yet in early 21, Arias claimed that Adventure buying the building would be a negative impact on the community due to holding religious assembly on Sundays. But the city owning it magically makes religious assembly on Sunday okay. And regarding zoning, there's currently 7 churches that occupy buildings within CMS zoning that far exceed the 2,000 square feet threshold. 6 of those are within 100 to 200 feet of local businesses that hold liquor licenses, and there's no problem there. And by the way, wasn't it their fellow protesters, Laura Splotch and Lisa Flores, the only people that objected to CDT's liquor license application? Our congregants have faced weekly protests, obscenities, been harassed, followed to their cars, including women and children, satanic graffiti on our building, and animals sacrificed on our own church property. This is the kind of disgusting and perverse actions that the city council is agreeing to if they agree to vote Adventure out of our legally binding, bilaterally signed agreement. Chicago title publicly stated and confirmed that our escrow is still
Chris,
active
we're over time.
and not canceled.
Thank you for your time. So I'm going to circle back to Karen Francone. Are you with us? Karen?
Oh, gosh, thank you. Yeah, very simply, a Fresno resident, taxpayer, and I oppose the city of Fresno purchasing the Tower Theater with Measure P money. To listen to the mom that spoke earlier was another reason that I thought I really need to come up and speak, because for so many years we've heard it's about the children, and I can tell you this, that I just don't see that anymore. Every decisions that have been being made is really more for political, and it was just so heartfelt. I'm just so proud that she came up like that in front of everybody, because we are forgetting about the kids. We're forgetting about, also as a taxpayer, getting very tired of voting for these well-intentioned measures, and the money more and more is not going where it is allocated to go. It's just very disappointing. So that's all I have to say about that, and thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Andrea Guillo. Andrea?
Hi, everybody. I just want to say that it seems that Adventure Church and its supporters want you to ignore the weekly violations to Fresno Municipal Code 15-1202 that they are committing. Every business in the Tower District has been subject to this law except Adventure Church and Lawrence Abbott. Holding everyone else to the law except Adventure Church is discriminatory, plain and simple. They claim to have taken care of the building, but it is public knowledge that the theater has not passed its fire inspection since 2018. I am in support of city acquisition and sending a clear message to AC to adventure elsewhere. Thank you.
Okay, we have next up Kevin Hall. Kevin, are you with us?
Thank you, Mr. President, council members. Kevin Hall, host of Climate Politics on KFCF 88.1 FM in the Tower District. I support the motion. It's a good solution, and there's a compelling government interest to act. Thank you. I second the remarks of the other supporters and won't repeat their arguments. Thank you to the brave Save the Tower protesters fighting for freedom and safety. I'm Irish American, and we do not run this town. But no one group should. We want one healthy Fresno. I've seen this dynamic before. 30 seconds?
Still a minute.
Growing up, I was brought back to Ireland 5 times to meet and know all my family, including my grandfather. Mom took us to Derry, where we toured a Protestant church with battle flags hanging from the ceiling, commemorating the oppression of others. I see the same angry people organizing here, complete with the presence of paramilitary groups gathering in the tower with full approval of this pastor. I agree this is religious persecution. It's persecution of the so-called religious of others. Thank you.
Jacob Bailey is going to be next. Jacob Bailey.
Hello. One Fresno means more than one faith and more than one congregation. We've seen the importance of the location, and we've had examples of churches taking over similar locations before. Cornerstone Theater and Wilson, they made the same promises that they were going to have shows. Oh, we're going to have so many shows. But really, you can only serve one master, one you're going to love and one you're going to hate. And if you're a church, your master is going to be the church. They make promises, but as soon as that sale happens, those promises have no legal bearing. They can do whatever they want. And it can hurt our area. If you go down to Art Hop, you'll see that there's vibrant life going on, except for the immediate vicinity of Cornerstone. The same thing's going to happen in Tower, but Tower's not big enough to handle that. We're getting revenue from a vibrant and active arts community. Adventure's been in our neighborhood for 11 years. I hope they still are at the end of this, because they deserve to be here. And they're doing good things. But they can do those good things from anywhere without burdening our area. Thank you.
Next up is Nancy Waitlow. Nancy Waitlow, are you with us? Okay. Next we'll have Janet Richardson.
Hi, I'm Janet Richardson. There's really nothing I can say. I stand with my Adventure family. It's funny how Esmeralda left when I was going to speak, because she knows me. She personally knows who I am. She personally knows my beliefs. She knows I've sat with her several times, and Miguel Arias, and there's other people here who know me personally. And they know we're not about hate. They know we're not against homosexuality. She talks about being there for her district. She doesn't even live there. She hasn't lived there. She lives with her fiance in his home. Yet she chooses not to stand here and face me, right? Because she sees how it affects us. Maxwell, you talked about how Parks has been your goal from the beginning. Yet you're here to support them buying the Tower Theater and using that against it. I hope that today when you vote, you don't vote because of what they're saying, because everything that they've said is false. But that you see what we're talking about, and that they personally know who we are, who my family is. They've shared meals with us. They wouldn't have done that if they believed that that's the kind of people we are in the church that we served. She's been to church with me, right? So if that was the kind of church that we served, why would she attend? Why would she go against it, right? And I'm just telling you guys today, they both came out there and proposed this bill, but yet they both know my family and who we are. And yet they're saying that everything that Adventure is doing is wrong. I just want you guys to think about that when you vote today.
Next, we're going to have Jose Solorio. Jose?
Before I start, I just wanted to say I think it's pretty ridiculous that there isn't free parking during city council meetings. I think people on both sides have had to leave to go feed the meter. So perhaps you as a council, with the exception of Gary, who doesn't support anything, can make free parking during council meetings happen, because it's a little ridiculous that you're trying to impede people participating in the civic process. But anyway, my name is Jose Solorio, and if it's not apparent by my name, I actually am part of the gente, unlike Pastor Flores. I'm here in support of the city moving forward with the purchase of the Tower Theater. Unlike many of the folks who are vocally opposed and will go home and get on Facebook and brag about not living in Fresno and how their kids go to Clovis schools, I actually am a proud Fresno resident. I'm a proud Fresno State student and a proud resident of the Tower District. I've personally been out there in the Tower District on Sundays. I've experienced hate and harassment that the current ownership and tenants have brought into my community. I've personally been threatened by members of Adventure Church, including the pastors who spoke here today. It is because of this that I support the city's plan to purchase the Tower Theater. The city has a responsibility to adhere to the Tower District plan and to do everything it can to ensure the Tower District remains a safe and inclusive space for all of its residents. Thank you.
All right, next going to have Dominic Harwood.
Hello, my name is Dominic, and I oppose the purchase of Tower Theater by the City of Fresno. I feel it is unfair, and as a teenager who pursues Jesus, I feel like I should be able to pursue Jesus in the Tower Theater. As far as protesters go, I wake up at 5 a.m. to go set up. I get there at 6. I get cussed out, and I'm cussed at. I'm also recorded by John Brown himself. And by the way, I am 16. I asked him not to record me, but he does it anyway. The protesters, it's discrimination. It's not even a protest anymore. For what I believe, and I'm done sitting on the sideline waiting for the city to back us up. I will stand for my church as a teenager and as a young man. As a teacher for my 4th through 6th grade class, I have to explain to them why these protesters dislike us and what we believe in. I can't give them all the answers, but I tell them that they are loved. In the beginning, I was confused, asking myself if this is really a rezone, or whether it's really on rezoning. But the fact of the matter is it's not. It's not about preserving Tower. It's not about any of that. It's the fact that we are Christians, and it's the fact that we want to be in Tower and be in the Tower District. As this council meeting has progressed, I've noticed that these council members are stating that people should be able to practice what they believe anywhere and not be put down for what they believe. But truly, that is not the case. I am a member of Adventure Church. Because I am a Christian is why we don't belong in Tower and why they don't welcome us. I mean, come on. The signs literally say, abort Jesus and get the F out of Fresno. This was never about zoning laws or keeping Tower Theater preserved. I've gone to Adventure Church for 10 years, and until the last year, we were unbothered by and loved by the Tower community for the work we have done in the area. I can proudly say that I go to Adventure Church, and we are being treated unfairly by the city and those protesting us. Thank you for your time.
All right, council, we're at 12:05. We have roughly a couple dozen speakers still left, with potentially more as folks punch up on Zoom or as folks continue to give cards. What would you like to do? You guys want to power through?
I'm good going a little bit longer.
All right, sounds good.
Council President, can we just get the public comment? These folks have been waiting, and can we have our city manager relax the parking out there so we don't have folks going on there? Is that okay for a couple hours?
All right, I have heard you loud and clear. We will power through lunchtime here. We'll at least get the public comment portion completed. Next up, we have Brina Harwood.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. I am a resident in the city of Fresno, and my kids go to Fresno schools, just so you know. I'm speaking in opposition, not just to the purchase by the city, but I'm speaking in opposition to the city's interference of the sale of the Tower Theater to Adventure Church. I know that our group is pretty lively, but over the last 70+ weeks, our children, my children, have been cussed out and harassed by protesters who are actually in this room. Some of whom I've never actually seen with clothes on, so it was a shock to me that I actually could recognize them. In fact, one of the leaders of the protest, Laura Splotch, personally participated in the doxing of my pastors, and we have proof. So people can say what they want, but that's what actually happened. Though I have valid emotions I have valid emotional points to share. I would actually like to address the practical things. In January 2021, Councilmember Soria and Arias started their work to systematically undermine the private sale of the Tower Theater to Adventure Church. Mr. Arias, let's not just be civil today. Let's be honest. It's never been about zoning. Since religious land use is protected under RLIPA, a federal law which supersedes anything that this council can put in place, since we know it's already preserved and protected as a historic building, since it will remain a theater and be used for live shows and events, which it's currently still doing, since it will only be used on Sunday mornings and occasional Wednesdays for services, since the church has already said it will not interfere with alcohol and cannabis licenses, why are we here? Why is the city going to spend millions of taxpayer dollars to fight a fight you cannot win? Just to know that we don't have the financial backing of the willing or unwilling taxpayers who will be fronting all the money for this. I'll actually be fronting money to sue my church.
Brina, that's 30 seconds over. I'm going to have to cut you off there, but appreciate your time. And next up, we're going to have Akiko Miyake. Had to leave? Okay. Next up, we'll have Father Nelson Serrano. Nice name. And we did just officially relax parking for the rest of the day, just FYI. So folks do not have to leave.
Hi, dear City Council members, citizens, community in general. My name is Nelson Serrano Poveda. I am Christian and I'm a priest. My role as Latino missionary for the diocese is to build Latino communities around the Central Valley, and more important, walk with my Latino siblings in Christ wherever they are, the fields, the supermarkets, the streets, those who think and act like me, and those who don't. California, and particularly Fresno, is the place I can call home, and I stand as one living in Fresno. I had the opportunity of walking a lot of times through Tower District and downtown, and that area of the city shows the diversity of the city. For the city to purchase the building of Tower Theater will be an opportunity for us to continue living the beautiful diversity of the city. Latinos, African Americans, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, LGBTQ community, Christians and not Christians, all of us living together, being one Fresno. There is not a secret for us that the Latino community moves the economy of our city and a county in so many ways, but there isn't a secret either that our Latino community is one of those with less access to cultural and educational opportunities. Why? Because the incomes. Have the theater and hands of the city will be an opportunity to be sure that all of us have access to cultural and educational opportunities, promoting conferences, concerts, and other kind of cultural activities. For the city to buy the theater is to work for the well-being of the citizens, all of us. Downtown, and particularly Tower District, has become a vibrant area in the city where all people can find opportunities. We have some artistic and cultural events happening there. We have people selling their handcrafted products on the area. We have community for whom this building and its use as a cultural space matters. Thank you for the opportunity of being here.
Okay, next up, we're going to have Reverend Regan Baker.
Good morning, City Council members. First of all, just to the young woman whose grandmother is dying, I just want to say that may her journey into the arms of the God who loves her be free of fear and peaceful. So my name is Reagan Baker. I'm the pastor of the First Congregational Church of Fresno, the Big Red Church. I am the gay and Christian pastor of the LGBT-friendly Christian church of the Big Red Church. I am not here to weaponize my religion of love for my personal gain. That is the exact opposite of everything that the cross is about, but that is a different time. But I will note, I have seen Soria at multiple services, and it's been nice to have you every time. But this is important because you cannot love someone who does not want your love. That is not love, that is abuse, and that is a much more serious conversation that we need to have. I'm here to ask the City Council to continue to support this purchase for two reasons. First of all, so that the City Council stands behind the words and the actions of last year's Pride flag raising to show our youth, our young people, our LGBTQ community that the city stands behind in action what we have already said and spoken with many eloquent words. That we are open for all people, and that knowing that every time that someone sees that this is a safe place, it is safer for our LGBT children.
You got just a few seconds. We're over time.
Understood. I just want to say that, especially as there's so many places that are enacting hateful legislation, like let's act on the right way and show that we are with our LGBT siblings. I also want to say that as a citizen of Fresno, I just support the city supporting the preservation of another theater instead of letting another theater be taken over and destroyed by another church. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Reverend Tim Kutzmark.
Hi, I'm Reverend Tim Kutzmark from the Unitarian Universalist Church of Fresno. And the Jesus that I was taught about when I was a little boy was a Jesus who taught love. What we have heard from the Tower community is they do not feel love. They do not feel love. They feel under assault. One example, the Tower Theater celebrating and honoring the life of Rush Limbaugh on the marquee. Someone who was anti-LGBTQ, someone who was anti-feminist, someone who was anti-woman, and someone who supported white nationalism. Jesus would not support that message. Please support the sale of Tower Theater to keep that community a place where everyone can feel safe. Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Jim Grant. Jim's no longer with us. All right. Jesse Duran. Jesse? I don't see Jesse. Melissa Duran? Okay, circle back a bit. Let me move over to Zoom for a few speakers. We'll come back to the chamber. Folks have been waiting a while. On Zoom, we have Lethal Garcia.
I've lived in and visited Tower since middle school. I currently run Homeless Outreach weekly, and I bring my son there for food and shopping, and I attend live music constantly. Protect the district's integrity and culture. Back when I couldn't come out as a queer Chicana, I had Tower, and it's always been a gem, a place that my young family members now see as a safe place. Haley is 100% on AC's transphobic and bigoted comments. 11 years, AC had no opposition. Exactly. Claiming religious persecution is a joke. Some of the supporters are religious. No matter some of our personal religious beliefs, we all love someone who's religious and we respect it. The opposition didn't start with AC. It was because we found out Larry was being shady. Then it was revealed y'all were closeted bigots in power. AC and Larry brings Proud Boys, shaking hands, signaling them when to act. You can see the coordination with this terrorist group. Opposition from homeless advocates started when it was remembered that this was a church that stole from homeless kids and everything is on Instagram for anyone to see for themselves. So Anthony, go ahead and keep smiling, fool, because you did give homeless toys to your congregation and you didn't hold up your side of the deal. And I serve Tower as a homeless advocate and outreach worker weekly, and no one said AC helps, but I have heard of threats with water hoses. The attorney accusing Tower peaceful protesters costing millions more on top of purchase? No, that is Larry and Flores for the illegal manner of the sale and illegal occupancy. Preserve peace and culture of historic Tower District and its theater on the land of the Yokuts. Thank you. And no thank you to Bretta Field's box hair dye job.
All right, next on Zoom, we have Jeremiah Lee.
Hi there, I'm Jeremiah Lee. I'm a dad, Tower District resident, long time, and since there's been so many clergy speaking, I am ordained by the Universal Life Church. I was raised evangelical Christian, and I too believed in the whole false persecution narrative, but I was fortunate enough to be there this morning to see the recognition of the Armenian Genocide and see the clergy up there whose community has experienced true persecution. And what I saw was an example of the true love of Jesus and the true peace of Jesus that I was taught when I grew up. And I don't see that today. We were falsely persecuted growing up, and we had this bracelet that we wore where we locked hands around the flagpole, being allowed to pray, pretending we weren't allowed to pray, and that bracelet had the letters WWJD. I think it's time that Adventure Church get those bracelets and look at them every day. This is a peaceful resolution, and as a member of the Tower District community, I support it fully and hope that the council votes accordingly. Thank you.
All right, next up on Zoom, we have John Flores on Zoom.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. You have 90 seconds. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I want to mention that members of the Adventure, or proponents of the Adventure Church, are having their mics cut off at the end of their time limits, which is fine, but I ask that you do the same for those who are opposing it. Now, I think it's got to be important to note that people who are protesting the church's purchase are mainly members of the Fools Collaborative. They're a small but loud group. Many in the area do support the purchase of the church. I am in support of the purchase by Adventure Church for the Tower Theater. All I ask is that the City Council please vote no on this resolution. I think that the Adventure Church does a great work in the Tower District, and I think it'll only benefit the area by allowing their sale to go through and not the city's. The city has a horrible track record of being in business, such as with airlines, tortilla factories, and a ballpark in downtown. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next up on Zoom, we have a John Brown. John?
Hello.
Different John. I see the other John back here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
I just wanted to say that I am in full support of the city buying the Tower Theater. I'm a African American man and a deeply Christian man. I was born and raised in the Christian church. When this whole thing started, I was on the fence. And when I first heard the details, and when I first started getting involved, I was on the church's side. But I have seen the pastor's behavior, I have seen videos of the pastor's behavior, and it is unacceptable. And frankly, if anything is learned from this, I deeply hope, if anything at all is learned, it's that if there are neo-Nazis, Proud Boys, and domestic terrorists hanging out outside your building, and no one asks them to go away, that is now a building for neo-Nazis and domestic terrorists. Thank you.
All right, we're coming back over to the chamber. Is Jesse Duran back with us? Jesse? Melissa? Melissa Duran? Okay. Anthony Cresad? Cresad? Can't read those last two letters. Anthony Cress. No longer with us. Let's see here. Phyllis Upton? Phyllis?
Hello there. I'm new to Adventure Church, so I don't have a lot of history, but I've watched them be attacked and I hear about, the pastor not acting. He doesn't walk on water, but they've been attacked ever since this has been going on. I've watched it. We walk out the back. Why? Because they're trying to stop the attacks. And they have children. I don't have little children, but they do. And they are their children are being treated so badly. Come and see. Any of you, please. But church, that 16-year-old kid, praise God. Mighty child of God. That's a result of Adventure Church. Children being brought up and, thank God, following God. All I can say is this. I don't have, all the details, but church, look up. Thank you. Because no weapon formed against you shall prosper. All that rise up against you shall fall. And the gates of hell, what? Will not prevail against the church. I hope you guys all know that. It's not an attack. It's just the word of God. Daniel was how old? He was a kid. And he took out a giant. Did he? David. Sorry. Thank you. David. Church, correct me if I'm wrong. But you know what? Look up, because God will have the win.
Card for John Giannopoulos. John Giannopoulos.
Good afternoon, Fresno City Council. I am a Christian first. I believe we are all God's children, including the LGBTQ. God loves all his children. Adventure Church does not share my convictions. They call gay people an abomination of Christ. They're going to burn in hell. They brought in the Proud Boys who attended services. There were assaults. A pregnant woman got shoved down, and they were denounced by our mayor. Workplace threats, verbal threats, death threats. Somebody even shot a bullet in my garbage can. There are 37 churches in the tower that live harmoniously and support the protesters. Adventure Church, there are 100 empty buildings in this town. Pick one. You are pushing people away from the light.
John, please address us. And folks can be quiet and let him have his time.
That's all I got.
Thank you, John.
I'm Mr. G.
Mr. G. All right. So again, the reminder, folks who are speaking, address the council. Folks in the audience, please respect their time. Give them their time to speak without interrupting. Next up, we'll have Ruby Garrison. Ruby.
I won't take much of your time. I just want to say that I'm opposing against the City of Fresno purchasing Adventure Church, the Tower Theater. I am a member of Adventure Church, and I'd like to speak on their behalf that you all need to go for yourself and witness what Adventure Church is dealing with. We are not the ugly people. We're not the bad people. We're not harassing nobody. We love on people. Our church has taught us, our pastors have taught us to love one another, to accept each other, that God is the one that works within the people. They don't change nobody, God does. And so therefore, you need to come to our church and see all the abuse, the harassment that my family, our church members deal with. It is not right. And all the lies that people are saying, you all should come to and witness yourself what is really going out there, because if you're not in the midst of it, you don't know exactly what's going on. And all you're hearing is lies to the right and to the left, and that is not acceptable. God has been good to us and to Adventure Church and has helped my marriage, has helped my children, my teenagers to be spiritually connected with God in a way that nobody can give them that kind of counseling. The Church Adventure is all about loving and getting connected to God and to a better place for you to be spiritually healthy and strong. and knowing that there is peace and there's love and that there is an opportunity for hope for you to grow and be better and be worthy of who you are, God's creation. Thank you.
Next, we'll have DJ Aldape. DJ?
First of all, props to this guy for wiping down this counter and putting these things on. I would hire him in a heartbeat. So I work for a company, Wow Productions. My brother started the company, and we actually are dealing with all the shows at Tower Theater. So everything that happens there this week in a bodybuilding competition, that would be great to have you because they get all their spray tan all over the place. But I do the concerts, but our primary business started with theater. We do schools, we take less money so that way we could have schools do great productions. We do CMT at the Memorial Building. City does not do a good job with that Memorial Building. Nothing against you guys. But I work there, and I make great productions there for a very cheap price because we believe in theater. We believe in the arts. And I do believe that the church is going to continue to expand that at the Tower Theater. If this becomes a union hall, it's going to be unaffordable. How much you're saying to pay Lawrence or whatever, that's just ridiculous, man. And as a taxpayer, someone who won't get a $1 million loan for 3%, man, that's just disappointing, you know, because we're out here working our tails off to make things happen. A lot of these people who live in the Tower District don't even go to the Tower Theater. I talk with people there. Honestly, there are a lot of older white people who travel from other parts of town, or if we do an Indian event, they're traveling from all different parts of Clovis and whatever to come to the Indian concert. It's just not true what a lot of people are saying. The marquee, Rush Limbaugh, that's all the owner. The church has nothing to do with any of that, you guys. So I'm not here speaking on behalf of the church. I'm just saying that they're pouring a lot of money into it. They have done nothing historically to damage the building. They cleaned the building. That thing was dirty, man. So, and I'm proud to be working there. Wow Productions, what's up?
All right, next up we have Armando Armas.
Hello, men and women. I'm not good at public speaking, so I'm just gonna get to the point. Do any of you live in Tower District? Probably not, right? Do any of you know what it's like to have your sister murdered by a drunk driver? No, huh? My sister that I love so much, my other sister that I love so much, is part of the gay community. And if this church here hated the gay community, I wouldn't be there. All this hatred about the homosexuals is false. I have a sister part of that community. And that's not what we preach here. We preach love. You don't know what it's like to have to go downstairs and have your girlfriend, your niece, your nephew, your mom wait in her car until you can come downstairs and escort her into the building because of the violence. You don't know what it's like to have your car broken into. Look around. We're the Proud Boys. Where are they? Look, where are the Proud Boys? Where are the extremists? At the end of the day, we hate the community. That is false. Because at the end of the day, who's holding the signs? We're not holding no signs that speak about hatred. You need to come down to the Tower Theater yourself, take a seat. I will gladly sit with you and experience this for yourself, because then you'll really know the truth. The truth behind Adventure and what we stand for and what we believe in. Thank you for your time.
All right, next we have Katie McCoy.
Hello. I'm not good at all this politics and anything like that. I'm just here to stand for my church. What I've seen since I've been with Adventure is nothing but good for the community. I've seen hundreds of Christmas presents given to kids that didn't have Christmas. I've seen this church and my pastor stand up for the rights for people. Like, you guys talk about the Proud Boys and that we're involved with like this. There's like 7 white people in our church. Like, there's 7 of us, you know what I mean? Like, we are not affiliated. I've personally seen my pastors ask them to get off of the property. Like, the lies that are being told about our church are untrue. I've seen them do nothing but love. I've seen them welcome everybody. I've seen people from across the street come across and sit in a service and go, why was I even here? I have seen these changes. I have seen our pastors, families persecuted, their children persecuted. My daughter was harassed by that masked man on Easter Sunday with a camera stuck in her face 3 different times. All we're doing is just serving God. And the pastor that said that, that you can't love somebody that doesn't want to be loved, what did Jesus do? Jesus loved the people that persecuted him all the way to the cross. All the way to the cross. What would Jesus do? We are what Jesus would do. We are in a community that needs us. We are here to support that community, and we're here. I know that my family, after we attend service, we go and eat at restaurants in Tower. That's what we do. That's the part of the community that's not being talked about. We're supporting the local businesses that are there as well. And I live in Tower, so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Pastor Jim Franklin.
Mr. President, Councilman, I walked in here to hear my name mentioned a lot in the theater that we have. I pastor Cornerstone Church. We're housed in the oldest existing theater in town, built in 1926. When we came in, the building was dilapidated. The roof was leaking and was falling in. We've invested millions of dollars into that property to preserve it because we believe in that. As far as being a part of the community, they've mentioned Art Hop. Art Hop uses our parking lot to be able to maintain Art Hop. So we are actively involved in the community as we've seen this church. So I don't have a lot of comments. I've got more questions. If the church is if the theater is being purchased to preserve it, what is the evidence that it is deteriorating, that it is not going to be preserved? I mean, if we're going to invest this type of money in it. And then my other question would simply be, what about all the other theaters in town that are definitely being dilapidated? I mean, they're in disrepair, far more than the Tower Theater is. Are they on the list then to be purchased and to be brought up? I mean, I'm all for preservation. I want to see that. That's why we've invested all the money we have to keep our theater up. So I want to see that happen. But that would be a logical question then to ask, if this is the agenda of the council, that we see the importance of this, why not start with theaters that are far more dilapidated than the one that we're looking at now? And then personally, to end, then is this really about a church buying a piece of property? Because then that also concerns me. Because I own a theater, we're a church. What happens when a community then says, no, we don't want you there? Would that be applicable for any other group if we were to say we didn't want that group to own that piece of property? We'd call that discrimination. And I'm for everybody.
Okay, so we have Doc, I can't see the last, Schneiser, yep, there we go. You can make out the last 2 letters. Doc Schneiser.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't actually consider myself a member of Adventures Church because I don't think I've earned it yet. I have been for 30 years protecting people like you in this nation. I have been a bodyguard, personal protection for congressmen, senators, politicians, and to be perfectly honest, I know what conversations you have behind the doors. This has nothing to do with zoning. This has nothing to do with a contract. This has to do with something that one of you is going to gain. I'm sorry. I walked into this church kicking and screaming because of the simple fact that I don't know what I believe. However, I've been embraced with open arms. They do more for mental health in one weekend than anything that you guys have ever done sitting behind this counter. They support veterans. They support single moms. By the way, I'm one of the 7 white guys apparently involved in the church. If you are doing anything other than voting about this as a contract, you don't have a right. You're not real estate. You're not a bank. This isn't the Bank of Fresno. Keep your nose out of it. Let the contract go to its fruition. Let it be settled by the courts. Otherwise, you're admitting that you're corrupt.
All right, next up we have Cindy. No last name, just Cindy.
Good afternoon, I think, at this point. I live in your district, Soria. I haven't been happy with you, just to put that on record. I am here not for the church. I'm not here for the LGBT community. I am here to stand up for my Lord and Savior. My Lord and Savior told me 16 months ago to go down to the corner because the protesters had started. So for 16 months, minus 8 days, mind you, 3 days I was sick, 3 days I had prior commitments, and 2 days because we didn't meet because of Easter. With that being said, I just want to make a point. I want to make you all aware. I'm looking at you all. There's been mention of militia groups and Proud Boys. And I am here to ask you a question. What about Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and the Brown Berets? Because they have been on the corner. I was standing on my corner many times by myself because when God tells me to do something, I do it. Many times I've stood on that corner by myself. Two members of Antifa came up and stood at my side with their knives in their boots, and the policeman I was talking to walked across the street, leaving me standing there with 2 members of Antifa. So yeah, if the Proud Boys are there, the Proud Boys are there. I can tell you the church didn't ask them, and I'm not affiliated with the church. I stand for God. But let's keep in mind, it's not only the Proud Boys that were there. Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and the Brown Berets came to our corner more than once. And in ending, I want to say, in the very beginning, we were on the same corner. And I happened to
Cindy,
talk.
we're about 40 seconds over,
Okay.
so I gotta ask you to sit down, please, and I'm gonna invite the next speaker.
They want a church of Satan.
Thank you. Next, we have Rip Hovo.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us. I appreciate your time, skipping lunch, and saving the meter charge. First of all, I'm a longtime Fresno resident. I've been here since 1990. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a property owner, business owner, and a Christian. I've been to Adventure Church, not a member of Adventure Church, but I've been there several times. I know many of the members, the pastors, their wives, and some of the people that I work with very closely, all above honor. I've never had a problem with anyone. In my dealings in contract, I've never had an issue. I'm speaking today specifically on the contract. As a real estate contract, it's binding. It has not been canceled. If you choose to go down this road and tear up a valid real estate contract, what's to say you guys are gonna come to my house and tear up my contract? Or anybody else? It's a slippery slope. I'm just saying to be wise about the decisions you're about to make. My tax dollars could be well spent in the city of Fresno with the school system of Fresno. I live in Fresno, and I would have you know that the schools in Fresno are some of the worst scores in the Central Valley. When I go to sell houses, they ask, what's the schools? We show them the school scores, they immediately want to move to Clovis. Why is that? We love our children. We want our children to have the best. This $6 million sale plus litigation, you know it's going to be litigation after the fact, and after the fact, and after the fact. Real estate law gets expensive, quick. So as a taxpayer, please be wise with your decision. I thank you for listening to us, and thanks for skipping lunch.
All right, next we have Diana Sandoval. Diana?
Hello. I am opposed to the for you guys to buy Adventure or whatever. I'm not good at this politics stuff, but I do know that Measure P is for parks, and as a mom, I back up Andrea. My kid plays traveling soccer. We go to Modesto. We go to Visalia. We go to Las Vegas. They have beautiful parks. They have sport complex parks just for that reason. So when people come and travel, they have somewhere nice to go. We have to go to West Fresno Middle School with pots in their grass, and, well, it's not really grass. And it's like, why not focus on that? Like, what keeps kids out of drugs, out of all these things, sports? So why not really put your money where you say you were gonna put it? And leave the church alone. We didn't ask. We didn't tell Lawrence, hey, we wanna buy a tower. He came to our pastors. So why not focus in on the money and put it on our parks? Because I would really love for people to come to Fresno and be like, man, you guys have beautiful parks. Or the zoo. You know, like, I'm serious. Like, I don't know if any of you have children that travel and go to play sports, but really, you guys would probably know. We're going to Visalia this next weekend. Beautiful parks there. Thank you.
All right, next speaker we have is Julie Shows.
Hi, my name's Julie Shows, and I'm a Christian, and I love church, but I also love theater. I've been a part of the Tower District theater community for several plays, and I can tell you I'm not maybe the typical person that would be in favor of this proposal, but I have to say that when I joined the theater community, they welcomed me with open arms, and I can't say that for everybody in Fresno. And like I said, I'm a Christian. I love church. I've gone to church my whole life, but every city needs an art hub that's successful in this country, and a place where people feel like they can be themselves and be expressive artistically, whether you agree with them or not. One of the beauties of what we do is Rogue Festival. They have productions where they're not judged by what they have as content. Anybody can do whatever they want. And the Tower Theater is integral in the Rogue Festival. And it's the center of these people's lives. They don't make a lot of money in theater. Theaters in Fresno lose money, but the Tower Theater it's a historic landmark that deserves to be preserved. It's one of those things that deserves attention and to be preserved. So thank you.
Okay. Next speaker we have is going to be Carlos Gomez Martinez.
Hello, welcome. Hola, buenos dias. My name is Carlos, and I just took a quick lunch break to come over here because I oppose what the city is trying to do vehemently, right? So my job is I go out to field workers and I train them about their rights. I train them about what the government can and can't do, what employers can and cannot do. And so what I see here and what the city is trying to do, I see that as illegal and against the rights of Adventure Church. That is not okay in any way, shape, or form. You're taking advantage of people, and I don't think that's right. You're taking advantage of a church. Just like I don't think it's right for people to take advantage of my people working in the fields. I don't think it should be taking advantage of a church or a religious organization just because they have a differing view than maybe some other people in the city. Last I heard, this was America, and we were free to speak, to say, to view. I mean, I was in the military. That's why I joined, because I believe in this country, because I believe we all have a right and a voice. And when one of those voices gets shut down, that's no longer America. That's something else. And I don't like that, and I do not support that. I do not oppose what the city. I oppose what the city is trying to do. I do not like it. So please do not do it. Thank you.
All right, so it looks like that's most of our yellow cards wrapped up there, but we do have a few folks on Zoom punched up. A familiar name, D. Gomez. Lisa, is that you? Because I think you already spoke.
Yeah.
Lisa, no, I can't let you go second round. Sorry. That's double checking it wasn't somebody else. All right, that'll conclude our public comment all around for Zoom and the yellow cards. So again, what we're going to do here now is going to adjourn for lunch. How much time does council need? 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock. Well, we'll come back at 2 o'clock. And when we come back, what we're going to do is dive into closed session, which the city attorney will read off right now. Upon conclusion of one or more items in closed session, we'll come back out here and have a public discussion on item 1LL, probably right after voting on the balance of the consent agenda.
Council President?
That'll be very quickly.
Can I have a moment? Maybe 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
So being up here, listening to both sides talk, there's a lot of anxiety because there's a lot of division. I have asked members of both sides, Deshaun Caraway, Brina Harwood, Haley White. I need one more member from from the Save the Tower group. Please join me for lunch. We're not going to talk politics. We're not going to talk this item, but we need to communicate. So Haley, if you can find one more person, I'd appreciate that. We're going to go to lunch together. And yeah, and the attorneys are welcome to go too. That way we could be kosher, but we need to communicate. So thank you.
All right, Mike. Everyone, lunch is on Mike. On his personal credit card.
I don't have a city card.
All right, City Attorney, go ahead and read off the closed session agenda. So again, we're coming back to closed session at 2 p.m. Then we'll come back in the public.
Yes, closed session. We have existing litigation, J&A Mash and Barrel versus Superior Court. Conference with real property negotiator concerning 809 East Olive, the tower property. Existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Ahmad. Also, conference with labor negotiators concerning all of the listed bargaining units, and also potentially public employee evaluation and negotiating concerning the city attorney.
All right, we're going to resume the meeting here, 3 p.m. on the dot, public session. We concluded public comments. I'd like to get a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda at this point.
So move. Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any opposition to approving the balance of the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, motion passes. All right, move on to item 1LL. We'll skip ahead and we'll take all the other contested consent after that. But for now, we'll move on to item 1LL. I'll go ahead and pass this over to the sponsors, council members Arias and Soria.
Okay, great. Thank you, Council President. I'm going to keep my remarks short, but I do want to first and foremost say thank you to everyone that has participated in this process today. And over the last 15 months, I've received just tons and tons of emails, both supporting, opposing, and really on a critical issue that I believe is extremely critical, not only for the Tower District in that neighborhood, but for our entire city, which is why this council is taking on the issue today. And I would show you guys, I brought it to show you guys, these are just some of the letters and emails that we tabulated over the last 15 months that have been provided by the community. So thank you to everyone again. So I will say that for me, this issue is extremely critical and very simple. The issues about the Tower District's historic preservation and the economic vibrancy of this neighborhood that has withstood tough times and that families over the decades have poured into this neighborhood and really chosen to live in this part of the city because of the culture, its diversity, and the vibrancy. The ultimate goal is not just the preservation, but also to ensure that the theater in the parking lot, which has historically been available to everyone in our community, continues to be permanently available on an equal basis. And this is the only way to guarantee that, by the city having ownership. I do also want to just put a few points for the record to correct. I know that there was a lot of talk about Measure P. So that everyone knows, Measure P was about parks and the arts and culture. And so there is money in Measure P for the arts. And arts is an extremely important part of also the local economy. And the theater is a perfect example of the arts and the culture in this particular neighborhood. I also want to put for the record, for those of you that don't know, this city has invested millions of additional dollars for new parks. In particular, and I will say that I'm very proud, over the last 6.5 years, have been working very diligently to bring 2 brand new parks to the District 1. One in particular in the Tower District, which is the Weldon and Venice Park that we're hoping to get under construction over the next few months by the end of the year and hopefully officially built out by next year. And then the Milburn and Dakota Park, which was promised 30 years ago west of the 99. So when people say that we should prioritize parks, absolutely. We have been doing that. And at least from my office, we have been trying to attempt to do that to make sure that families do have also the ability. So it's not one or the other. We can do both. Also, for the Tower District, even though I don't represent this part, we have been supporting the Tower community to build out Broadway Park. So there are investments already happening in this neighborhood. All in all, I will say for me, this issue really is about what benefits come to the entire city by taking the action today. It is historic preservation of one of our oldest theaters in the city of Fresno, the availability of the Tower Theater to absolutely everyone, and then parking, which is extremely important in the Tower District for all the businesses in that area. And I know that there's been some issues with with the parking for public use in the past. And so we want to make sure that we really preserve that public parking. And then lastly, because I do see kind of the future of what this iconic, essentially block area could be. We do have our Fresno PD writing station right around the corner, which I believe will be better suited to be brought in on the Olive Avenue. And so that would be some of the benefits that I really believe this action today will bring to the city of Fresno. And so with that, Council President, I would like to make a motion to approve the item.
Council President, I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Councilmember Arias, are you going to say a few words, or
Yes,
should I move down the line?
Just really briefly for the group, again, this week we received 2,300 residents expressing their support for the city's acquisition of this property. We've received hundreds of individuals in opposition to that action. All that will be entered into the public record. But I want to spend a moment talking about what Tower is. You know, Tower District is one of the only neighborhoods in the city where you have homes valued above $1 million, near homes valued under $200,000. And they've been thriving near each other without the need of a gated community. It's a very rare thing to see in a city this size where multiple folks, diverse community with diverse economic backgrounds can live and thrive in harmony as it has been for generations. Diverse small businesses serving everyone. The Tower is the area where the city celebrates our diversity with great parades, where everybody competes for beads that are being tossed out from floats, where my kids look forward to enjoying the Tower Theater, whether it's a car show or parade, because they get to see everyone from all parts of this valley in their authentic self. It's also a place where people across the valley move to, shop, and visit, where they can be their authentic selves, where that might not be the case in a small town in the valley. That's an important part of the Tower's culture. But today, it's not about who speaks the loudest, who gets the most applause, the best sound bites, who repeats one Fresno more, what religion you are, or how you self-identify. It's not even about, threats of political retaliation for a vote and a decision that we'll make today. It's not about any of those things. For the past 4 months, I have personally walked the Tower neighborhoods, north and south of Olive, spoken to thousands of residents, Democrats, Republicans, independents, from all generations, and they've made it very clear to me. I've even spoken to people who choose not to vote and those who cannot vote. And their one demand for me is for the city to take action to preserve the Tower Theater and to protect the small businesses' limited parking in that Tower Theater property. This proposal would do that. It will preserve our historic Tower Theater, ensure parking and the Tower Theater used for everyone, which is critical to the economic vitality of all the businesses in the corridor. And that's why I'm going to support this proposal. And it's not the only investment we've made in the Tower or that we will make in the Tower. Thus far, in the last 3 years, we have invested over $10 million in repaving the streets and fixing the broken sidewalks. This week, we finished tree trimming the whole neighborhood of North and South Tower. We invested $4 million in the new, brand new streetscape in the Tower corridor. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in parklets for small businesses to survive the pandemic. Overhead lighting to improve the aesthetics and the safety of those who visit the Tower. We're committing additional bike patrols to return back to the Tower District. It's not just about this one facility in this one building. We as a city have made a concerted effort to reinvest in our older neighborhoods that for too long were left behind. And we're going to continue investing in the Tower District because ultimately it's Fresno's Tower District. And I've heard from my neighbors, I've heard from the residents, those who voted for me, those who voted against me, and those who cannot vote. And I'm crystal clear about what their demand is. And that is to preserve the historic Tower Theater and protect the public parking for all small businesses in that corridor. And I welcome anyone who's interested, knock on those neighbors' doors, and they'll tell you that they used to go to Irene's, park in that parking lot, pick up their breakfast on Sundays. Now they can't. The 80-year-old residents will tell you that they lived in a tower for 45 years and they can no longer park in their own neighborhood retail shopping center to pick up food. It's been a challenge, and it's been 15 months of this, but we have been thoughtful, thorough, and I do believe that this is the best proposal to address the needs of the Tower District residents that we serve. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, next punched up, we have Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank the public for being here today. This probably is, we've had some animated participation and discussion before, but I have to say this is the most response we've had from the public on an issue. And it does help when you actually show up and participate, and we get to actually use that in making our decisions. I really do wish our fire chief could be here today because we're about to have some fireworks. Not from me, though. I'm going to have some questions that I'd like to get answered by our staff as we look at this. Because one thing, you're going to hear a lot today about the mediation process that occurred 2 weeks ago. One thing mediation has not come up with is how we actually heal as a community once this is over. Because no matter how we vote today, I don't know how this is going to go, but everyone's going to lose. The fracture I feel in this room, it's almost uncomfortable. It's really sad. And we always talk about, I hear you, I see you. It's not happening today. It's just not. So with that, I'm going to move forward and ask some questions, which will help me to make a decision. So let's start with Mr. Abbott. Is Mr. Abbott available? Is he not available for us to ask him questions by any chance? No? See, the hard thing for me is I'm really concerned about I have a credibility gap with Mr. Abbott. I'd like to know where he actually stands on this. And in making a big decision, the fact that I, as a council member, so we're not allowed to have people come into closed session. There's confidentiality rules. We have rules how, as a city, we can meet with people. And it's unfortunate that we won't be able to question him because I have specific questions. So a couple of years ago, kind of a silly thing that Clint Eastwood did during one of the Republican conventions was he put a chair that was empty and asked questions of President Obama. I thought it was silly, but I'm going to do that today. And I have some questions for Mr. Abbott. I'd like to know regarding the Rush Limbaugh thing, when we are in the middle of this fracture in the community, who made the decision to put the greeting for his passing? I don't like when anyone dies, but the truth is he was a polarizing figure. He did say very many bad things about the LGBTQ plus community. Why was that just done? It just wasn't a very smart idea. And why he put more fuel on the fire? I'd like to hear from him if there is, in his opinion, a pending sale contract with the church. Does he have an agreement with the church now if we actually don't move forward and purchase this? Has he had communication with council members? It hasn't been with me, I can tell you that. But during mediation or before that, when he was coming up with the deal points, was he communicating one-on-one with any council members? Did he disclose to Adventure Church about Sequoia's option? And if he did, at what point did he do that? And one of the biggest reasons why I'd like to speak to Mr. Abbott is because if we decide as a council to vote to indemnify him, I need to know what he did and how much risk we actually have. And the question about when he actually informed the church about Sequoia's option is the top of my list. So, City Attorney, I have a legal question. Do we have the authority to subpoena someone to appear before this council?
Yes, the charter allows for that.
So how would I be able to subpoena Mr. Abbott to appear before this council, no matter how this goes?
I would make a motion and have the council vote on it.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to subpoena Lawrence Abbott to appear before the city council as soon as possible.
So we have a motion, we have a second. City Attorney, is that an amendment to the, are you motioning to make an amendment to the?
This will not alter the current deal. I'm just, yeah.
This would be a procedural motion in addition to the main motion.
Okay, so separate.
Council, understand that in my 16 years here, this has not happened. We've never done a subpoena. I believe this would be the appropriate procedure. That power lies with the council, and I believe this is the only way to get there, a procedural motion to issue a subpoena in connection with an item that's pending.
Yeah. And I admit it is a bit of an unusual step, but this is also an unusual decision we're making here today. So that's it. So how do we move? We actually vote, or what should the council president do?
City Attorney, I'm a little bit confused. I know sometimes we play, but I think we're trying to play Judge Judy now. I'm trying to get an understanding of how would that work?
Well, we would actually write up a subpoena, and it would be issued through the city clerk, and it would be served upon the witness, and then they would be required to come to council chambers and testify. That's not going to happen today.
Sure, certainly not. But I think no matter what, because we are, if we move forward, we are going to be on the hook here. If we don't move forward, I think the community has questions that need to be answered, and I'd like to know which side he's actually on. And I'm never going to find that out unless we actually are, as a body in a public setting, are able to ask him those questions.
So he would be subpoenaed to appear and testify at the next council meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of order, legal counsel, if I may, Councilmember Carbasi. I know we are in active mediation on this matter. Is there limits to what could be demanded and what questions could be posed and addressed in a public setting? Or would the subpoena be for closed session discussion?
It's a good question.
The subpoena cannot be for closed session. It would have to be for open session. We cannot ask any questions about discussions that occurred in the mediation. So mediation discussions are completely off limits. Closed session discussions are completely off limits. You could not ask him about discussions with his attorney, and I assume his attorney would be here with him to represent him if he were to be here and testify.
That's a great question, Councilmember Arias. Even with those constraints, I would like to subpoena Mr. Abbott. I think it would provide much needed context for this city.
So, City Attorney, what order would we take these motions in? Would that procedural motion go first? Would the
Yes.
first
Procedural motions are always first.
Okay. All right. Any discussion? Is there discussion on the procedural motion?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
So this motion for procedure, we're voting right now to subpoena Mr. Abbott.
That's what I understand the motion is. Yes.
And then the other motion is still pending after.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have the main motion on the floor. We have a separate additional motion for a subpoena. And we'll have discussion on that procedural motion now before we snap back over to the regular motion.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and begin the discussion on the subpoena motion. Sure. I'm not sure I feel comfortable compelling Mr. Abbott to appear if he hasn't been asked first. Seems a little out of
I
order.
respect that. I'm surprised he wasn't asked by the people bringing this forward because it would really help. But if you don't feel comfortable, I totally understand. But I do feel compelled to make this step because I think people on both sides want answers to questions. I think it was the Save the Tower folks that called him a Judas. I'd like to know if that's actually true.
Okay. Can anybody on the dais confirm whether he was, did anybody on the dais or the sponsors invite him or ask him specifically? Did he decline?
Council President, this item was managed by our legal counsel, internal and outside counsel, so we have not had direct communications with Mr. Abbott as members of the council.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion before we? Yeah. Councilmember Bredefeld?
I mean, I support this. I'd like to hear from Mr. Abbott. I've purposely stayed out of what was transpiring, but obviously this council's moving forward to indemnify him, protect him. I've never heard from the man. I'd like to know what we're indemnifying him for and what issues might arise. I think the council ought to know that before we indemnify him. But I think it's clear from the testimony today from both sides of the issue, they have concerns with how this has all gone down from Mr. Abbott's side. So I think it's incumbent upon us, if we're committing $6.5 million of taxpayer money, to hear from Mr. Abbott. And so I think that's something we ought to do. I mean, we can certainly ask him to come, but I think there's nothing wrong with saying, we want you to be here, and so initiating the subpoena. I think it's in everyone's interest to hear from Mr. Abbott as we move forward. So I would encourage the council to do that. It doesn't stop anybody from voting differently on the other motion, but I think it's incumbent upon all of us to hear from him. And I think it serves our taxpayers well for us to hear from him. So I encourage the council to support this.
And I'll say this, if I may, Council President. I think Lawrence should have been here today to answer questions. I agree with Councilmember Carbasi on that. I'm not opposed, to the idea of asking him questions. He should have been here today to take those. I just worry about, I think I'd feel more comfortable if we had the closed session conversation on this first before taking a vote. I just don't know what all the implications of doing the subpoena would be on any ongoing negotiations.
No, that's a good question. Thank you for asking. So I feel like, I can be very careful how I phrase this. I feel like I have to ask this out here now because there's no way. In the past, we've said if we don't have enough information, we postpone something. I'm pretty sure the sponsors don't want to postpone this until Mr. Abbott can be here. So that's why I'm asking this. That is a very good question. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
Point of order. I do have one question for the member who's making the motion. My concern with your request as in the form of a subpoena is the city is also involved in other real estate negotiation matters that are not as easy for us to bring to closure. Are we going to set a precedent that we also call those potential property owners and subpoena them when we can't get answers?
Well, I think that argument's a bit of a red herring, and I know that's a kind of a go-to thing. One second, let me answer your question. In the past, yes, we have this council, not historically, we've overpaid above appraisals for properties, and that's the council majority supported that. That doesn't mean we keep doing it. I think this is a unique situation. You look at the community being here today, that doesn't happen on every real estate deal, but it's happening today. And both sides have questions for this individual. I'd like to know what the facts are. And I'm not going to get that in closed session because he can't appear in closed session.
Council member,
yes, ma'am.
I could offer, so is there any way that we could put the item till later this evening and then, or push it off until after we hear some of the other items and try to reach Mr. Abbott so that he could come?
That is procedurally an option.
Yeah, so.
That's fine with me. I worry if it's going to affect their schedules, but that's fine with me. They want to postpone the item so Mr. Abbott can get here within a period of time.
So, City Attorney, can we postpone that motion, or would it have to be the whole entire item?
You can postpone anything you'd like to.
Council President, what do you think? I mean, it's.
So, if we do that, there's going to be an attempt made to reach Mr. Abbott. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I just want to be clear, Council President, from our end.
And who would do that legally speaking on our end?
because we're not communicating directly with the property owner.
Well, apparently somebody is in mediation.
If you were asking for our involvement, we would call his attorneys and ask for that.
Right.
We cannot contact him directly.
Well, look, this is getting a little confusing. I think we should just take a vote because no matter how this goes, he has to appear before us. We need to talk to him anyhow. If you want to wait, you can do that, but I think we should just move forward because no matter what, we need to talk to this gentleman.
Well, it's you're the maker of the motion, and if you want to push the vote, you have a second, so
Let's go ahead and move forward
then, vote or not.
Please.
Okay,
Mr. President.
No further discussion. Clerk, go ahead and call a roll call vote on the procedural motion.
All right. Councilmember Soria? Abstain. Councilmember Carlos?
I'm sorry, was that an abstention? Oh, okay.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
No, I think we should invite people before we subpoena them.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, it's at the expense of being the people's court, yes. Let's just bring them in.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell, Vice President Maxwell?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not ready just yet to do that, so it's going to be nay.
And Council President Esparza?
Nay.
All right, fails.
What's the
One
count
abstention.
on that? What was the count on that?
Sorry, it was 3 yeas and 3 nays with 1 abstention.
No, look, it didn't go, but I do appreciate the council having the discussion. I do welcome Mr. Abbott as in a public setting. Please come here and answer questions.
And I think, notwithstanding this motion, I think there's consensus here that we'd like the city attorney to try and reach Mr. Abbott through his attorney today.
Okay, I appreciate that, council.
We can do that.
Please.
So if you guys could call him?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to move forward with my questions, if that's okay.
Yeah,
but thank you.
go ahead.
I appreciate the council's
You still have the floor.
cooperation. Okay. So next, I want to talk about negotiations, whether it's administration or city attorney, about how long ago did the mediation take place and how long was that process? And don't answer anything you can't answer, of course.
The mediation was a couple of weeks ago, and no, we cannot talk about anything that occurred in the mediation.
Can we know who from the city participated in the mediation?
I can say it was legal staff, one or two council members for partial times and some staff. I don't want to get into details.
Okay, can you say which council members participated? Or were there for every now and then?
It was primarily Councilmember Arias.
Okay. You can ask that. Yeah. Okay. Who's the second? Sorry, Gary's asking.
Councilmember Soria that was there part of the time.
Part of the time. Understood. Okay. All right. Can you answer this? Were there any financial experts or real estate experts participating at any time during mediation?
Not on our behalf.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to go to the next item, which is zoning. Now, I am concerned because the Save the Tower folks made some really good questions. I'm very concerned for the businesses in the tower and how a change of use, change of ownership, no matter who it is, will affect the businesses that are already there. For me, that's my greatest concern. Can you talk about, or can anyone talk about zoning and the impact, let's say if the impact on zoning, can you elaborate on zoning and how that would be impacted if the church owns it or if we go and buy it?
There would be some complicated issues dealing with zoning.
Okay.
That is not an issue today. There is not an issue with zoning with respect to what's being proposed.
Right. So if we purchase it, there won't be any zoning issues.
We do not believe there would be
Okay.
based upon the intended use.
Okay. The next question is for one of my favorite tower businesses. It's about Sequoia Brewery. Now, how much is being financed? Can we discuss that?
Yes, that's part of the deal.
Okay.
The city would carry a note for about $950,000 for Sequoia.
And we as a city are doing that. It's not a private bank.
Correct.
Will they be paying a down payment? And if so, what percentage will that be? Do we know that?
There is no down payment as part of that.
Okay. What's the rate they're
President,
paying?
Can you control the crowd, please? We're trying to hear that from the council member.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's have order, please.
Sorry, thank you, guys. What is the rate they're going to pay? Is that public?
Interest rate is 3.5%.
Okay. 2 weeks ago, do we have an idea of, I know it's been creeping up a bit, do we have an idea of what the market interest rate was at the time?
I would not be the person to ask for that.
Was there anyone in mediations with the qualifications to answer that question?
I don't know.
Okay, so when the deal point in mediation, when that was discussed, it's possible there was not someone there who had the ability to answer what the market rate was. So that wasn't a
But
factor in
again, I don't want to
negotiations.
get into the details of
Okay.
mediation.
Okay, understood. Fair enough. Okay. So they had a legal fund set up, I believe, where the public donated to a legal fund.
That's my understanding, yes.
Do we know about how much that was?
50,000
Okay.
roughly.
So if we purchase this property, will that money go to us to pay for their legal expenses?
I don't believe it will.
Why?
I believe they intend to donate that money to the benefit of the tower area.
And the taxpayers have to make up the difference. If we're buying this, if there is a lawsuit, we have to make up the difference of the $50,000 then?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm not against more investment in tower. I'm just wondering why that decision was made. Was that part of mediation?
I can't discuss what occurred in the mediation.
Sorry. Okay. That's on a deal point then. Is that fair?
As part of the calculation of how the transaction works, yes, a portion of the $6.5 million is being attributed to Sequoia's legal fees.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Let's talk about indemnification. Can you explain to the public what indemnification means in this context?
In this context, it means from this point forward, if there is litigation against the city, the tower owners, Sequoia, going forward, the city would be paying for the defense of that litigation and any potential judgment dealing with what occurs from here forward.
Okay, and that's kind of the whole point of the subpoena. So if they took actions when the city was not involved, and let's say a court, there's going to be discussion one way or the other, and we have a court reporter here today, so we're going to get sued. We go one way or the other. Is the reality, so they may have done something that we weren't a part of, and we will take on the taxpayers will take on the responsibility for that. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, but that's a little vague to really make a good determination of what we're talking about.
Well, if you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, is there a better way I can?
Well, the intent of the indemnification agreement is going forward based upon this transaction. If there's a lawsuit and a potential judgment, that the city is covering that, yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. That helps. can we have a general budget of the potential costs for indemnification? Can that be made public?
That would be attorney-client privileged.
Okay. So if a member of the public was to ask this city, how much could it cost us legally if we get sued in a lawsuit on these terms? We can't discuss that publicly.
We would never discuss that publicly.
If I was to say $1 million, you couldn't answer that question?
That would not get you there either, no.
Okay.
I would not discuss it in that context.
Understood. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. The funds for any legal costs we pay, will that come from the general fund?
And most likely would be general fund dollars, yes.
Have we identified what we're going to cut to pay for that?
You would
Like,
have
will
to
there be
ask
less
them-
police patrols? Will we cut the substation and tower?
That
Will
would-
we be cutting funding?
That would really be up to the council.
Okay, and we haven't identified that yet?
As far as I know, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right. I'm not even halfway done. Okay, so this is kind of a question for Mr. Abbott. Are there any other buyers interested, any other private sector buyers interested at all?
I have
we
no
know of?
information on that.
Does anyone have any information, the council members? Because I'm wondering why the hurry right now.
I think, council member, you said it correctly with your question. That's a question for Mr. Abbott, not for us.
Well, for us, the only reason why I ask that is if we're in such a hurry to do this, I mean, it looks like there's legal proceedings with the church. Why are we doing this right now? There's lots of questions to answer. I'm just halfway through. Why are we doing this now?
Council member, if you guys would be respectful members of the public, so we can have this discussion amongst the council. Council member Carbasi, those are matters that were discussed in closed session, and I don't want to engage in that closed session discussion, but we did discuss that matter.
Okay. You're saying that we discussed in closed session about other buyers being interested?
No, to clarify the timing of the item.
Okay. Okay. City attorney, with the council members bringing it forward, are they barred from explaining why they've chosen, because this is a policy call, they've chosen to bring this item forward at this time?
If they choose to indicate their opinion on that, that's fine, but we can't get into the closed session discussion.
Oh, no, of course not, but is their decision-making attorney-client privileged?
What they believe in that context is not necessarily privileged.
Okay, but that's fine. All right, thank you. That helps. What is the appraised value of the property? Can we discuss that? Will that ever be a public document?
I believe the appraised value was stated in the public documents.
Okay. So I got
yeah.
Zillow. I can just pull it up.
The city had an appraisal conducted, and it determined that the value of all of the property, except for, I believe, the Me and Ed's building, was just over $4 million.
And how much is the city paying?
A total of $6.5 million, but that includes Me and Ed's.
How much is Me and Ed's appraised value?
I think it's roughly over $1 million.
So about $5 million and change, and we're paying $6.5 million. Well, now I know why Mr. Abbott doesn't want to appear. Okay. So we know the owner is being overpaid roughly $1.5 million. Okay. Do we have any understanding on the retrofit costs for the theater and the parking lots, any ADA compliance, anything like that that we'd have to do as a city operator?
I'm not aware of any cost required for that.
Okay, have we checked?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay,
I don't know.
Understood. Okay. What is the profit and loss of operations for the theater and the property as tenants and as operators of the theater? Because I haven't been able to see that as a council member making this big financial decision. Do we have that yet?
Until the sale closes, that's proprietary information. We've been told that it cash flows.
How? Well,
And
that's a good question,
Councilmember,
Mr. Abbott.
If I may just remind, that was discussed in closed session as well?
That's why I'm asking, and I'm asking the city attorney, and he can always correct me. And if we can't answer that question, then we won't answer that question. But I think the public deserves a chance to have answers to these things. And if we can't discuss it, we can't discuss it. That's perfectly fine. So annual upkeep costs, can that be disclosed publicly? Do we know that?
Again, we were told that that's proprietary information, and we were just allowed to release the ultimate information that it does cash flow. That's what we were told.
How can I make a financial decision like this if I don't know how much it's going to cost the city? Because I know it's going to cost us $1.5 million over appraisal, but he's saying it makes money. I don't know why he's selling it if it makes money, but how do I figure this out? How can I make a decision? I mean, if I was to ask you, legal counsel, I need to get this information to make a decision, what would you suggest?
We could ask the owners for the information, and if they're willing to provide that information in a public fashion, then you could go there.
Okay, so a subpoena would help with that, okay. Geez Louise, okay. So if there's a loss from the overall operations, I think I would like the council at some point to have a discussion of where it's going to come out from. If it just turns out they're not making money, if it turns out, because it looks like we're going to buy this property above market value. Now, are we able to sell, so we're going to sell it to Sequoia. Are we selling it to them at market rate?
We are not selling it to Sequoia. The tower owners are selling it directly to Sequoia.
Oh, and we're just financing that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell me if they're selling it at market rate? Because that's money that can come, take off the price for us, yeah.
We've seen a range of values for that building, and this is about in the middle of those values.
Okay, so it's within the range. Perfect. That helps a lot. Good. Okay. I actually am getting close to being done. I'm sorry, guys. Well, we covered that issue.
Council member, the original broker listing for the property listed a total value, including me and Ed's, of $6.5 million.
The broker listed value. But that person represents the seller, though, so they can put whatever value they want.
That's just additional information.
No, but that helps. Thank you. Just want to clarify. Okay. Can we talk a little bit, and I might have to rely on our very well-experienced city manager here, about our historical record on financial public-private partnerships, like the Met Museum. How much did the city lose?
I don't have that committed to memory. I apologize, council member.
Council, the Met Museum deal was where the city guaranteed a construction loan. The Met defaulted on that, and the city was required to pay about $15 million.
Okay. All right.
And then the city foreclosed and took the property, the entire
Okay.
block.
Yeah, and got it. And have we recovered that money yet?
Most of the block was sold off for development, and then we still own the building.
Okay. But are we positive, negative? Do we know?
I don't know.
Okay. The Mia and Ed's property, and don't get mad at me, Milano Foods, you're my favorite pizza. How long will it take to break even as a landlord? They're going to pay a rent, I'm assuming. Let's say we don't have to do maintenance, or we don't have to do any redesigns. How many years will it take at the rent we charge them if we're an owner to break even on that building?
The city manager may have that information.
At the current
I'll
rent
do that.
level, I believe it was 26 years.
Okay. All right. Yikes. And then lastly, I know our convention center operates at a loss, but it's a community asset. If this is actually a profitable property, that might help shore up some of that loss. Why wouldn't we use do this through the enterprise fund as opposed to parks and all that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't
So,
understand.
yeah, no, our convention center, which does events, it's an enterprise fund. It's a little bit different. I know that typically it loses money, but it's a community asset. Why are we making this a part of parks? Why not make it a part of the enterprise fund and through the convention center? Was that discussed?
I don't know that I think that we're using Doug, stop me if I go into dangerous territory. We're using Measure P dollars to purchase the theater, so it would become a parks asset. So that's why the use of it would become a parks asset.
Okay, understood. I have just one last thing for now, and I want to hear the rest of the discussion from the colleagues because I obviously have questions. I hope I get answers. And we're going to hear a lot that, well, this came up in mediation. The thing about mediation is individuals are in mediation. If you don't, in my opinion, if we don't have financial experts or real estate experts, numbers come out that aren't necessarily in the best interest of the hardworking taxpayers. For example, the interest rate on Sequoia. I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, it's easier for me to say, hey, I can support this because, yes, we're financing them, but taxpayers are going to make quite a bit of money. And we're giving them a benefit because they're not paying a down payment. So it's a win-win for everyone, but that's not happening here. It's just a win for Sequoia. I'm a bit concerned about that. The indemnification is my biggest worry. I'd like to make a motion to amend this so that we do not indemnify Sequoia or Lawrence Abadi.
Second.
Abbott.
Council, there are multiple items to be considered. You could ask for a separate vote if you choose. That would be the way to deal with that. The indemnifications were one of the line items.
Thank you for correcting that. Then I'd like to make a separate vote on this item.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
All right, so we have another procedural motion on the floor. Is that what we call this, City Attorney?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, any discussion among council before we vote?
So I would just say, of course, I support this. There's no reason why we should be indemnifying, protecting Sequoia or Mr. Abadi. It makes absolutely no sense, and I'll talk about some of my comments similar to Mr. Carbasi, the absurdity of this deal on the taxpayer. But this is going to cost, in my estimation, at some point, the taxpayer a lot of money, and I think it's going to cost even more money because we're indemnifying, protecting Sequoia and Mr. Abbott. Why we would do that, other than to just try to get any deal to get this done, makes no sense to me. So I think in the interest of protecting the taxpayer, we ought to support this and not indemnify anybody other than the taxpayer.
If I may just add, the mediated, as has been made clear throughout this process, this agreement in its current form is a result of mediation with all the parties and a judge facilitating the mediation. So from my perspective, it's one package.
Yeah, counsel, for what it's worth, yes, the agreement is contingent upon the identification agreement. Without that, then we won't have a deal.
But the entire mediation is contingent. That was odd. The entire mediation, though, is contingent on approval of this.
Let's hold on. Let's give
It's not my
clerk
echo,
a
I
second
swear.
to figure out the crossover.
I think we've been hacked.
It's the Russians.
I just wanted to advise you that if you don't approve the mediation agreement, the other agreements likely will not be viable either.
I understand, but I can't negotiate with a gun to my head. The entire mediation is contingent upon this council approving it because this is the last authority. And this is the first time we as a body have been able to discuss this in open session.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
That is fair, I think, Councilmember Carbasi, but we did have discussions, which I know that we can't have.
Hey, that was in closed session, though. Be very careful, council member.
No, I know. I'm not bringing anything up about closed session, but I'm saying that there have been opportunities.
Not in public.
No, yes, not in public.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm ready to go. I don't think taxpayers should foot the bill on this.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second on the procedural motion.
This is a motion to split the vote and vote on item 3 separately. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. So, clerk, please do the roll call.
Can I say a comment on this?
Yes.
Because I think that.
We can
this
continue
is-
discussion if you'd like, yeah.
Yes, sorry. Because I think it's a poison pill, and that's essentially what they're trying to do. I think at the end of the day, there was mediation that happened. It was an agreement. It's a whole package, and that's what it should be. If you can't support the entire points, then, that's a different story. So I think that this vote needs to be for the entire agreement.
I'd like to speak for myself, and I actually want to find a way for the city to purchase the theater, but there's no way it can happen with this pre-negotiated, mediated agreement. And you can say it's a poison pill, but there is no way I would ever be comfortable doing this if we're indemnifying people and the taxpayers are covering that bill. It's just not fair. And we can't even disclose to the public how much that's gonna cost. Is it $1 million? Is it 10 million?
And Councilmember Carbasi, if I may, I've been on this council now 3.5 years, and I have voted on several settlements related to use of force, a garbage truck hitting a vehicle, and any series of settlements. And some of those settlements, I have not agreed with components of those settlements. Everything from the amount of attorney fees to the, did we cause the damage? Were we intentional? Were we not? But as a council member individually, when the council authorizes, settlement discussions and there's a mediator mandated by the court proceedings and there's an agreement reached, I feel compelled to keep the word of the city to, in good faith, follow through with that settlement. As much as, and in closed session, we are equally as animated. We all have different perspectives about whether we should pay for any particular injury or, settlement. But it's my view that when we engage in mediation in good faith and there's an agreement reached, that we should honor that agreement even though we may not agree with every component of it, because if we don't, then the mediation as a process is not going to hold water, especially with so many pending items before the city related to so many cases that we have to deal with. My personal opinion.
No, those are good points. I would say that in those cases, though, with police and garbage truck drivers, those are city employees, not private parties.
Council, I was just informed that Lawrence Abate is on his way here. When he gets here, he will have his attorney on speakerphone and available.
Great, that's fine. Let's give the clerk a second to fix this crossover. Clerk, is that all wrapped up?
Can I? No.
Hold on.
Oh,
Let's see
thank
if
you.
they start repeating after us. It's not fixed yet.
Council President, while we wait, since Mr. Abbott's going to be here, the folks in the public have been a little, not honoring the rules of the chamber. If we can just remind them that when people have the podium or the dais, if they can just, not interrupt, that would be helpful.
I think they're doing fine, but okay.
Normal reaction expression is fine, but we don't want any heckling.
Yeah.
If someone says something funny, if I make a joke, make people good, you'll laugh for me. But generally speaking, please no heckling.
No. Can I make one last comment, though, that the whole idea of this being one package, and to respond to my colleague, and it's a good point. I was not a part of mediation, and the fact is that I am one of 7 council members that has to vote on this, and frankly, given these deal points here today, given that, look, I grew up in small business, I run my own business, there is no way, as a private business person, I would ever make this deal. So I don't have faith in the mediation process, and I don't think enough experts were in the room to advise the city's position on better negotiation terms. And I look forward to talking to Mr. Abbott, but it sounds to me like we didn't run that mediation. It was to the benefit of the other parties. So I'd like to split this because this is a very big issue.
All right, sounds like the Zoom issue, I think, is fixed. So any further discussion before we vote on the procedural motion? Going once, going twice. Okay, City Clerk, go ahead and please call the roll call on the procedural motion made by Councilmember Carbasi.
All right. Councilmember Soria? No. No. Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Arias?
No.
No. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Nay.
No. Council President Esparza?
Nay. The motion fails 4-3.
Council President, can I do a point of order and call for a roll call on the original motion?
We can do that, but I did have a few folks punched up still. Councilmember Carbasi, are you finished with the floor?
Believe it or not, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we had Councilmember Chavez next.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. I think Matlock would have been very proud of you for that exercise there. For the millennials watching at home, Matlock was a show back in the 80s about an attorney that you have no idea about. First of all, I want to thank everybody that showed up today and everybody that called in through Zoom. And, there were a lot of emotions that were expressed, understandably. I think for you folks, it's your place of worship. We totally understand and appreciate that. At least I do. For the folks that showed up on the other side, I totally understand that too. I think everybody wants to preserve the Tower Theater. I think this council has done a lot to support it. But here are some of my concerns that I have with this specific deal point. And I understand my colleagues trying to arrive at a solution, but I think we fell a little bit short because we arrived at a solution for everybody else except the folks that were there. And one of the reasons why I believe that happened, and I'm glad that Mr. Abbott is actually coming down here, You know, there's an old saying that you're only as good as your word. And I just want to, for the benefit of the public, explain how we got here, because I think that is exactly what has been missing. So the public understands the reason we're here is because Mr. Abbott did not disclose to the church folks that he had a first right of refusal for the property on there, which then led to a lawsuit by the folks over at Sequoia, which they rightfully won, based on not my opinion, not on Matt Logg's opinion, but on a court that actually rendered that judgment down. So now we're in the space where we have to take somebody at their word that there is no deal, that, you know, this situation is not in that context. And quite frankly, I just don't believe Mr. Abbott. I really don't, based on what's happened, based on the court proceedings, and based on what he has done in the past. I think he has been playing both sides. And I think he's been trying to score a better deal, and I understand that as a business person, but I think when you bring something to the city, and just like he approached the church to make a deal, now he's approaching the city to make a deal. But this deal for the city of Fresno, one, is a concern that my colleague flagged, which is the 1.5 million over the appraisal of the property value. And I don't understand how this conversation segued into from the theater to Sequoia to Naomi and Edge to the parking lot to all the other structures on that property. But that's a story for another day. What concerns me most is the indemnification clause that we are being asked to support, because I think that entails that we wholeheartedly accept all the dynamics, and we have not obviously been a party to the negotiations that the church has done with Mr. Abbott, and I'm not so sure that all of that has been disclosed, and that's not something that I'm comfortable with, especially given the dynamics that are shaping up. And so I just wanted to express, again, my sincere thanks to the folks that showed up. But as this deal is written, I think the exposure for us, and I just want to be very upfront with folks, because I think for me, if this would solve the challenge that we're trying to deal with, it'd be one story. But all we're doing is trading one lawsuit for another and resetting the clock all over again. And I don't want to give the false impression that if this goes through, that we're somehow going to have possession of that. Because as the attorney has very, precisely said, they are going to file a suit. We're going to be faced with an injunction, and we're going to be back here next week discussing this. But the only difference will be that we will be incurring the legal cost of this situation that, quite frankly, was caused by Mr. Abbott, not by any of my colleagues, not by anybody, from church, but by Mr. Abbott alone. And so for that reason, I'm not going to be able to support this proposal as it's written today. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Soria, I had you punched up. I'm not sure if that was from earlier or from right now. All right, Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions first from Mr. Immersion. If you would come up. So one of the concerns that I have, amongst many, is the city's decision to indemnify everybody in this deal. I just would like to know from your point of view, with brevity, why you feel the city has interfered with your client's deal and has exposure in this. Can't hear you.
There's certain things that I can't divulge because
Right, well, okay.
without attorney-client privileges, but from the moment the protests began, there were meetings that officials from the city of Fresno had with Tower Theater folks where they talked about, and what I'd like you to do is if you actually would go to the document.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to any document.
Okay.
I just want you to,
There's a
with
document.
brevity.
Mr. Abbott secretly met with some members of the city of Fresno in January of 2021, whereby it was discussed, according to Mr. Abbott, as documented in his notes that are attached to the letter, that he said, I met with city officials. They know they can't terminate the contract because it's valid, but what we can do is threaten zoning laws, we can threaten eminent domain, and we could make the church's life basically difficult trying to close the escrow, which is exactly what's happening here today.
Okay. And why do you feel that the deal with Adventure Church and Tower Theater is still in effect and the city, or the city's position is that that deal is not in effect. Why is the city wrong and you're right?
Well, the only reason we weren't able to close is due to litigation that was filed by the brewery, J&A. And if you read the letter that's been offered into evidence here today, the members of the council will note that throughout the process, even after the alleged date of March 31st, 2021, when this contract allegedly terminated, you have Mr. Abbott on record. Multiple videos. There was a recording that Mr. Richardson played earlier today. There's a GV Wire interview where Mr. Abbott specifically says the only reason we were not able to close is because of the court proceedings, and that we intend, and let me just read some of the statements. Question, what is the this is a month after the alleged March 31st date. Question, what is the status of the sale to Tower Theater, of the Tower Theater to the church? Answer, it's on hold. It was put on hold by the courts. Now, this is a month after this alleged termination date. Question, do you intend to sell the theater? Yes. Question, did you ever offer to sell the Tower Theater to the city? No, they came in later. It was pretty quiet during the initial escrow. He's referring to the escrow with Adventure Church in December, January, February. When they found out about it, they being the city, after the papers made their way through the city, then the city came in after. And I think what he's referring to is that January 2020 meeting that was between Mr. Abbott and certain city officials. Another question goes on. Are they, the church, still interested in buying, and are you still interested in selling? Again, a month after the alleged termination date of March 31st, 2021, Mr. Abbott responds, yes. And here's the most important question and answer. Question, would you ever consider an offer from another party? Mr. Abbott says, and the video does not lie. You all have the link. You can watch it yourself. Answer, I don't think I can because it was frozen, because we were in contract. They, the church, these are his words, have done everything they said they would do. They did what they were supposed to do.
Okay. And the deposit is still with the title company?
The deposit is with the title company. The escrow officer, Sue Meyer, we again attached to my letter. There's an email from her of a few weeks ago. According to her, the escrow is still active. Neither Adventure Church, nor Mr. Abbott or any of the Tower parties, for that matter, have requested cancellation instructions be prepared.
Okay, so it's not accurate then that the title company has tried to refund the money back?
No, the money has not been asked for. At no point, there's no evidence I've seen where Mr. Abbott or anyone on behalf of the Tower parties have directed the title company to refund any monies. In fact, after the lis pendens was filed, this was in February of 2021, the church signed an amendment allowing Mr. Abbott to take money out of the escrow to pay his legal fees.
Okay, so city attorney, I don't know if you can comment. I asked a very direct question. Has the title company tried to send the money back? Mr. Mergen is saying no. Everybody has been willing to keep the money in escrow, and in fact, the escrow isn't closed. Can you comment on that?
Well, there are many additional facts in addition to what's just been discussed. I don't want to get into our legal strategy here openly, but there have been statements on behalf of the church indicating that the deal had terminated at 1.2.
Okay, but you're not aware that the title company has tried to rescind the money, return the money back to the church because the deal is dead?
I believe that did occur, that there was an attempt to do that.
Okay, and you're saying
the church refused.
And you're saying that's not accurate?
Yes, Mr. Sloan, with all due respect, council members, you have Exhibit 14 to my April 22 letter. It's an email exchange between myself and Mrs. Meyer on April the 7th, when I asked specific questions about whether cancellation instructions were prepared, are buyer funds still in escrow, is the escrow still open, have either the seller or buyer informed you that the escrow has been terminated? With regards to the first point, Sue Meyer says, number one, I have not prepared or received any cancellation instructions. Number two, I've got $815,000 currently in escrow, we've had total deposits of $833,500, and $15,000 was approved to be released to the seller back on March 3rd, 2021. That goes back to pay his fees. And then number 3, escrow is still open. Number 4, more importantly, I've been given no written instructions from either party to terminate the escrow.
And the date of that is when?
The date of that email exchange is April 7th, 2022. And for the record, I know Ms. Meyer. I've handled hundreds of escrows with her. She has a stellar reputation throughout the valley.
Pointed over, Councilor Butterfield, can I ask one question of your individual?
Just one, and
Just
then
one
I'm going to
question.
come back. Okay.
This is not a courtroom, so I'm not going to play lawyer with you, and I'm not a lawyer. Just my only question is, this has been going on for 15 months. How long have you represented the church?
I don't know how relevant that is,
It's
but
my question.
Okay.
You can answer it or not answer it. How
I've been
long have you
representing the
represented?
church for a few months now.
You don't have an exact date?
I can't,
That's fair.
If you'd like to email me a question with Mr.
No,
Sloan
no,
on,
no, that's
I'm
fair.
happy to provide that response to you.
Thank you for the time. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you. And Mr. City Attorney, again, that email is from the title officer dated April of this month, saying there's been no effort to close it, no request to close the title.
All I can say is that is not complete information. There were lawyers on behalf of the tower that did contact lawyers on behalf of the church and request to terminate the escrow.
Okay.
This is not a trial. We
I
are not
understand.
the
I
complete
know.
information.
And I'm not trying to turn it into a trial. I'm just trying to get clear information.
Mr. Sloan, may I ask, were those the same settlement communications that you have said are subject to the
No.
mediation privilege that
No.
members of the council cannot discuss today?
Not at all.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mergen. That's all I wanted to ask you.
Thank you.
And then, Pastor Flores, I had a couple of questions for you. If you'd come up to the microphone, and then I'm going to make my comments, and we can all move on. Okay, so Mr. Flores, I've heard a lot of negative and accusatory things before and today as well. So I want to ask you very, very directly, how much money, first of all, have you put into the Tower Theater to upgrade it, to improve it?
If I could just ask this, are we talking current market value because stuff has went up since I purchased it last? Like if you have to repurchase this,
Yeah.
you're gonna spend $400,000 to $500,000, guaranteed.
Okay.
I have $170,000 just in LED walls. That's not including the probably $80,000 I got in lights, an additional maybe $100,000 in sound. I have a $32,000 board.
Okay. So
Soundboard, that is, for those who don't know. Yeah.
You've upgraded
Extensively.
and clearly, there's this cultural and historical perspective of the Tower Theater, and you've maintained that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You haven't denigrated it in any way.
No, I feel like we've added value to it. Like DJ was saying, we cleaned it up. We've organized things. I mean, people have come in and seen the stage. It's incredible. State-of-the-art mics, everything.
Okay, and then there's been talk, you said, in terms of your congregation, and you said today that the majority is Hispanic.
Yes, we are.
You even said there are 7 white people in your entire congregation.
I think there's more than 7.
Thank you.
We love white people, by the way. My wife is white. I don't know if anybody caught that. She's not a light-skinned Mexican. She is
caught
white.
that.
Yeah.
I caught
So I
that.
love white people, just for the record. Married one.
Mhm. Very good. So the point, though, is that you were making the point earlier that you're a person of color. There are many Hispanics throughout your congregation because you've been attacked as a man who associates, I guess, with white supremacist organizations.
My mom, when she heard it, she was confused. She asked me if I was hanging out with the Brown Berets. She goes, son, I think there's something wrong with you. I think they reported it wrong. I said, no, Mom, they've officially called me a Proud Boy.
Okay.
Those are being those people.
So you don't belong to any right-wing extremist groups?
No,
in
no.
your church? Okay.
No, not at all.
Is your church anti-gay,
We're not anti
anti-homosexual?
anything. We're anti the kingdom of hell. That's what we're anti.
Okay.
We're anti darkness, you know what I mean? So that's what we do.
Okay. That's what I wanted to. Thank you so much.
You got it.
So there's been a lot of things. You can sit down.
Okay.
You don't have to be up there. From my perspective, and I think my position has been clear, I don't believe government has any business in a deal between private parties, particularly a private deal that's been ongoing. It's debated whether it's still in existence or not. I believe it's still going on, but whether or not it is, I don't think government has any business interfering in a deal. And I think what we're doing today is clearly government overreach for a number of reasons. I mean, a letter was sent over a year ago, written to Adventure Church, trying to get them to move to the Fresno Veterans Memorial Auditorium while there was a deal going on. Then we had council members inject themselves in private party negotiating, meeting with the owner of the Tower Theater. Then there was a threat of government with eminent domain that was rumored to be taking place. Then we've had mediation with council members taking place. And now, I think as Councilmember Carbasi has clearly outlined and saved me some of the effort in doing that, we're going to engage in really one of the most reckless financial deals that I've seen since this council in June of last year tried to give Terrence Frazier $4.3 million to get rid of a bogus lawsuit, which I called it, that was eventually just recently thrown out of court essentially and is now only on life support. So I have witnessed, as far as I'm concerned, an attack on this church for over a year, and I think it's been an attack not by people on this dais, but many of the people who were protesting across the street. It's an attack on Christians and Christianity and churches. We had a woman who came up here today on the other side, and she said, quote, to the church, "We do not feel your love, we do not want your love." That was a quote, that's what she said. As terrible, frankly, as that was. And I think, frankly, if we're being honest, if this had been a Jewish temple trying to worship, if this had been a mosque with parishioners trying to worship, I think everyone would have denounced the kind of attacks that have taken place. But when it comes to Christians, it's fair game. And it's not only here, it's across the globe. And we've seen that here. We saw signs that said, quote, "Abort Jesus," as horrific as that is. And then right here today, if you would put up here, we had several people on that side who came in wearing these T-shirts. And it says "Adventure Elsewhere." Well, looks like a middle finger to me with the Tower Theater, and they came up and spoke. Now, if there's hate going on here, I didn't hear any hate coming from Adventure Church, but I hear a lot of hate coming from the other side. And they should be called out for this crap, and I will call it out. This is an attack on, you can take it down now. This is an attack on Christians from people who protest in such a horrific way for the last 15 months. And I think it's disgusting, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Now, as far as this deal here, this is a deal where they talk about we want to protect the historical and cultural perspective of the Tower Theater. The fact is, the Tower Theater is listed with the National Register of Historic Places. It's already protected. It's been protected. You've been protecting it. The Adventure Church has been enhancing it. There has been no threat of the cultural and historical perspective of the Tower Theater. So this is a bogus argument that we have to spend $6.5 million of taxpayer money to protect the cultural and historical perspective of the Tower Theater. It's a lie. It's already protected. The truth is, we have politicians who want to pander to that small vocal minority. And of course, I said the word minority, so they take it as ethnic. I'm talking about small vocal group minority of people. Minority of people. That means a few people. And I don't think the majority of people feel that way. I certainly hope they don't, and I don't think they do. This is a waste of millions of dollars of taxpayer money. We should be spending this money, this $3 million of general fund money, on making our city safer. We have drive-by shootings. We have daily shootings. We have rampant crime as there exists across the country. And $3 million gets us 25 or 30 more police officers. Instead, we're going to waste it by injecting ourselves in this situation. The property has been appraised at about $4 million, as Councilmember Carbasi has said. We're paying over $1.5 million above this. The city is now loaning Sequoia Brewery $950,000. They didn't have to put down 20% like any other a commercial business would have to do, and they're getting 3.5%, where the average is probably 5 to 6% today. So this is an outrageous thing. The city of Fresno has become a lending institution. We have now become a bank. Why? What is the purpose? We have never done this before, never. City manager, are you aware of us ever doing something like this before in terms of being a lending institution, loaning a business, this kind of situation, where we're giving less than what would be in the basic private sector market, nothing down? Are you aware of anything like this?
Wow, you guys are really hitting me today. I know we've guaranteed loans in the past.
You might also count the revolving loan funds, or maybe
Yeah, we
some
do
of the
have-
initial stuff we did during COVID with
Thank
general
you.
funds prior
Yeah,
to
we do-
CARES Act or ARPA.
Yeah, we do have
We have
revolving
them.
loan funds, whether, like in our housing division, where we loan homeowners funds, and then we put a lien on the house, and then and then when they sell it, we recover our loan, and we put it back into the pot of the money and reloan it. That's the only thing.
We also loan to developers to build housing projects that are affordable. We also loan ourselves money to build the animal shelter from the enterprise fund.
Correct. I don't know about loaning developers. I know we grant developers. I don't know about loaning. We do internal
Certain
loans.
developers, Georgianne.
Okay. I do know we do internal loans.
Okay, but the difference with this, where these gentlemen talk about, is we have goals of housing. We have goals of improving certain areas in our community that we invest in. This is different, where we are taking one private business and loaning them $1 million at 3.5% in order to purchase a theater. It's very different. I understand the point, but it is different. And then again, as we've talked about, me and Ed's purchasing this building for $1 million with a lease of $3,500 a month, which will take 26 years to return. The bottom line is we have then also, on top of all of this, indemnified, we've entered and injected ourselves into all of the litigation that's been going on for 15 months. And now the city of Fresno has injected itself into this and said, we will protect the Sequoia Brewery, we will protect Mr. Abbott and the Tower Theater, and whatever lawsuits take place from this point forward, whatever judgments take place, whether it's hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of millions of dollars, the taxpayers are on the hook. And again, for what reason did we do this? And it's a shame, because I believe that we are doing this simply because we have people who protested and people who hate this church and perhaps hate churches, and the city of Fresno has absolutely no business injecting itself in private sector deals. Unfortunately, I suspect that this is going to move forward today. We also, I think, as Councilmember Kabasi pointed out, we had a mediation that took place that was, in my opinion, invested politically rather than professionally in terms of looking at a transaction, because we had no financial experts in that mediation on the city side. We had no real estate professionals sitting in there. So this was about getting a deal done at any cost, at any price, regardless of what it meant to the taxpayer. And I believe, just as I predicted in June, that the bogus lawsuit by Mr. Frazier against this city, because Mr. Brand is a racist, and so he sued for $10 million. It was thrown out. I predicted that. I also, unfortunately, believe that the city of Fresno and the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for this as well, for this absurd deal where we inject ourselves and have been for over a year, and are now going to pay the financial costs through ongoing litigation. For that reason, I will not support this. And I do support people who want to pray and worship in peace and offer love and hope to other people, which is what I think Adventure Church has been doing since they've been in the Tower Theater. And I will always condemn all the hate-filled speech attacking you with no evidence at all. Unfortunately, I think there are some in the media who love that. They have a B columnist who loves to play that game because he's a radical lunatic as well. And so we need to fight that. I know you're going to continue to fight that, and I wish Adventure Church good things, and that you continue to do good things and stand up to the attack from people who hate churches and attack Christians. Thank you.
All right, I have one last person punched up. That's Councilmember Arias. You're the last person punched up.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, as a council member who has hundreds of historical buildings and homes designated in his district, I can tell you that the designation of a historical asset at the local, state, or even federal level alone does not preserve any building. We've seen that on a daily basis. What we have seen is when the primary use of that historical building is consistent with the original intent of why it was built, when it's consistent and works with the neighborhood in which it exists, that's when you see a historic preservation be successful. I can walk you through the water tower, the Santa Fe Depot, the Fresno B building, all on the historical registers at the local, state, and federal level, all under public ownership of the city of Fresno. And you can go to any of those facilities and see for yourself that they've been preserved, which is our goal here with the Tower Theater. So with that, I'll ask for a vote.
All right, so we have the original motion, we have the second. No more folks punched up. We're missing one member. All right, well, let's. Mike, come out, wherever you are. There he comes. All right, City Clerk, you want to go ahead and issue the roll call?
Sure. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
4 yeas, 3 nays. Item passes.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming today. It's 4 o'clock. I think we have a full 8-hour council meeting still ahead of us.
Yes, we do. So dinner will be here around 6:30. We're not going anywhere. Buckle up. All right, so we'll move on to the rest of the contested consent agenda. We'll take those. We went out of order and went to 1LL.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. Is Mr. Abbott not coming then?
City Manager.
I don't want to speak on his behalf other than to say I don't believe he's comfortable coming in unless the city attorney's office can.
Yeah. That's my understanding. My understanding is here, but the item's been voted on at this
Council
point.
President, I would ask the item's been voted on. We move to the rest of the agenda for today.
Absolutely, but at some point, we are going to publicly ask some questions, so I will make another motion at the next meeting for a subpoena. That's what it's going to take.
City Attorney, do we reserve the right to conduct questioning later after we go through some items? I mean,
On that today?
Yeah.
Suppose you could, but will not be in connection with the item because the item's been completed.
Well, okay. I'm just understanding, he's just made $2 million in this very moment from the taxpayers. I think he can give us 5 minutes of his time.
Yeah, but yes, the council could ask him questions.
All right, so.
Why, point of order.
Sorry, go ahead.
Why would, he's here, yes, we voted on the item, but why wouldn't we ask him questions? We invited him here, we were looking at subpoenaing him here. These people would like to hear some questions that we asked. They don't have to comment anymore, it's now up to us. I think it would be a great injustice if we don't ask him to come in now and ask any questions that we might have.
So we're going to go ahead and take the 3 remaining contested consent items. In that time, the city attorney communicate and see if we can get him in here after we hear these 3 items.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So the first contested consent item, or second, since we just did one, is going to be item 1S, as in Sam.
I got my question answered. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to second. Any opposition to approving item 1S? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Moving on to item 1U. Who pulled this one? This was
Me, Council President.
Council Vice President.
Hey, good afternoon, Director Clark. Hey. Good, thank you. Hey, this is one of those items I didn't have a whole lot of time to go through before today, so my apologies. I have a lot of, not a lot, I have a few questions just regarding some of the points of this item. For those of us who don't have an extensive background in planning, can you explain to us what an at-risk development is?
Absolutely. So a couple of years ago, the City Council was concerned that application review in our building permit division were not processing quickly enough to allow for development to proceed. So an at-risk ordinance was introduced and passed, which would allow building permits, at-risk permits, to be issued while an applicant was going through the building permit and plans review process. The conditions were that certain fees had to be paid, certain entitlements had to have been granted.
One second. You guys might take it just a little bit.
That the first round of review had to have been completed, and then we would issue what was called an at-risk permit. There weren't really any checks and balances on the back end, and so what ended up happening was there were certain circumstances and issues where building continued without the back checks and the continued review of our plan check to get to that final building permit to have a fully authorized permit. So we're just putting
So if I'm given one of these at-risk
Right.
permits, what does that mean? What can I do that somebody that doesn't have that permit cannot do?
So it's just like right now, it is just like a building permit. You can go build your building.
But what's the difference
And we-
between me and the person that doesn't have that at risk?
You have not fully completed your plan check to comply with California State Code, building code. And so there continues to be back and forth during that time. Typically, we do what's called a back check process that would review to ensure all of your corrections are complete, so that when our inspectors go out in the field, they're just inspecting for correctness rather than a plan that hasn't been completely reviewed. So essentially, what we're doing with this is putting some stops on the side that are consistent with.
If I could just, before we get into what this item is, before all those plans are approved with this at-risk permit, are they, the developers, able to issue certificates of occupancy before that point?
No. They would hold certificate of occupancy until the completed building plans were correct and a formal or a final building permit was issued, and then we would do a completed inspection and a certificate of occupancy after that point. So really what this is allowing us to do is to be consistent with other jurisdictions in our region, best practices in terms of at-risk, which allows for footing and foundations, grading, and framing, but not plumbing, electrical, sheetrock, roofing, not completing the structure, and having that allowance for the continued, and we also have provisions in here for continued return on back check, so that we're continuing to work with that applicant. They don't just walk out the door with the at-risk permit and not come back.
So this item would increase the amount of permits from 25 to 50, doubling it, is that correct?
It will increase what we consider kind of the model home permit, or that initial single home permit in the tract maps. Yes, it would increase that. Currently, we do have, or we have had in the past, limitations of 25 model home permits, but we're seeing just incredible demand in the market to get our homes that are have contracts, to get them in the ground, and so allowing that to happen. Now, those are unique circumstances because in most cases, those plans themselves have already been checked. So it's just making sure that we have the right grading on that particular lot, the right setbacks, et cetera. But those single-family model home or standard plans have already been checked. So it's a little bit different case.
Is there a reason this only applies to single family, not multifamily development?
Because we're almost there with our model home, or our standard plans for ADUs and for multifamily. So we're really close. We by later this month or early next month, we'll have that process completed.
And I think my final question, what's the determination process on who gets one of these special permits for at-risk development?
So the way the ordinance is currently written, you need to have your entitlement. You need to have paid your fees and have passed all of our regional kinds of reviews, like flood control, et cetera. This is, you have to have submitted your building permit plans, all of your construction documents. They have to have gone through a first review and not require resubmittal on any of those, just back check only, meaning minor corrections to be issued. And so that is pretty standard in the industry. So that's what would allow you to then pull your at-risk permit. And then you need to continue to work with us and our department to make sure that those back checks are corrected as each of the phases of your construction.
So
and
first come, first serve if you've met those criteria? Is that what you're saying?
It's just our standard building permit process. It's just that we would issue, they can come in and pull an at-risk instead of waiting until all of the back check comments are completed and you go to full building permit.
Is there an opportunity here for unintended consequence? What I'm thinking, Director, is, we let them get started on building the stuff before having all the plans approved. They get to a point they did something wrong, and then we find out too late, and then they got to go back and redo the whole thing. Couldn't that also delay the construction process?
They actually sign a form that understands that they have to go back and they have to make corrections if they have made errors or they've built something that does not comply with California state law. We actually built that in the first time around to the at-risk ordinance. That is still there, and that is why it is called at risk. There are a lot of construction firms that believe that they're doing well and they're not going to have problems later on. This will actually help them in the long run because we'll be able to catch it first of all earlier, but we're also going to stop construction before they start actually sheetrocking in and completing the construction. So it's a much earlier stage that we're not allowing it to continue past, which is again standard in the industry. And because since the time this was originally adopted, our plan review timelines have dropped dramatically. So there isn't as much demand, but it still allows for early construction.
Off the top of your head, any other California cities comparable in size that do this many at-risk permits or this process?
Yeah, so Chuck.
Good afternoon, council members.
Hey, good afternoon.
Chuck Clark, the Building Services Manager. No, we're the only city that actually does the at-risk permits. What's standard in the industry is more of a foundation-only permit where cities and counties will allow the builder to go all the way to framing is what we're proposing. So that's just a policy. So it may look a little different, but it's very similar. So if Visalia does not do at-risk, but they do foundation only, which allows the developer to go to framing for the walls up. And Clovis, the same thing for their model homes. Madera, same thing. But specifically in at-risk, no, we're the only city.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hand it over to my colleagues if they have any.
I do have one question. As you know, we just had a full day of a debate on historical buildings, and as a gentleman who gets to manage a lot of historical buildings in my district, we had a little bit of a glimpse with the Hardy Theater as it was granted an at-risk permit, and by the time we caught up, they had demolished, half the seating within the theater. So it's significant catch-up to try and save some of the historical aspects of that designated building. Would this, as proposed, give you any additional authority to grant demolition permits on historically designated buildings?
No, council member, as you recall, we recently amended the historic ordinance, that prohibits any at-risk permit on a listed structure.
Thank you. And I know it's sometimes frustrating for some of my small business owners in historical buildings, but as I share with them, It's easier for us to catch in the front end than to catch in the back end, and require people to rebuild historical designated, exteriors and interiors. So thank you for that. Those are all my questions.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. See no further discussion. Any opposition to approving item 1U? All right, item passes 6-0. 6-0. All right, last contested consent item is going to be item 1II. I believe the sponsor is Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Bredefeld's the one that pulled it. I don't know if you had any questions specifically. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the only questions I had, it says, all requests for public documents by council members shall be timely and appropriately responded to by the city attorney's office, and the documents provided shall also be provided to all council members at the same time. So what you're suggesting, anytime I request a public document, the entire council needs to know?
Well, the spirit of it was obviously to, and city attorney, if you could chime in as we were going through what this would look like, would be essentially if a council member is requesting specific information about another council member's office, I think that council member should be informed as well of that. And it works whether somebody asks information about your office or you ask information about somebody else's office. And the reason for that is city attorney represents the city as a whole, right?
Right.
But we have our own rules that says, hey, you can invoke attorney-client privilege. Now, if you're working on city policy, that's different, but it's information related to the body as a whole, so to speak.
So I'm still not clear, though, because that doesn't clarify that. I mean, what you're saying here is it's all requests for public documents. I can request a public document for some issue, might not have anything to do with another council member, and it says that everybody needs to be aware that I've requested that public document. I don't think.
Did we not include that in the language, city attorney?
Council, no. What it says right now is what Councilmember Bredefeld is saying, is that if any council member requests a public document from our office, that document would then be provided to everybody. If you'd like to refine that to say that if you request any public document that affects another council member, it will be provided to everybody.
Okay,
Then you could say that.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but again, when you say that affects other council members, council, you need to be aware of what you're attempting to pass. I know what the spirit is, but there's going to be unintended consequences of this. And this is basically, I don't think everybody needs to know what everybody's doing and what documents are being requested. Everything we do is public. I have no problem if there are council members who want to access information about my office and I don't know about it. I'm perfectly fine with it. I have nothing to hide, and the public has every right to know. So this, I think, is going to pose a problem for people down the road. I think this is I understand trying in the spirit to make sure everybody knows what other council members are doing, but I think it's going to go beyond what I think the intention might be. And so I really encourage people to really reflect on what this might mean. Just as I'm pointing out, this one sentence in here says that any document you request, everyone gets to know.
Would you be comfortable with modifying it, any document related to another council member's office?
Honestly, I don't think this is necessary. If you want to pass it, you can pass it. I'm not going to support it because I don't think we should treat each other, frankly, as children up here, and that if somebody wants to know something about my office, every document is a public document, and I have no problem with them asking for that. I don't need to know about it. And I would hope others feel the same way, that they don't need to know about it. And I think this is kind of a reaction to, perhaps some of the things that I've said or spoken about in terms of credit cards. Maybe it's not. But honestly, I think this is going to be heading in the wrong direction. I think people regret its passage. And for me, I just don't feel the need to know if somebody wants to know something about my office. I don't.
If I may, Council President, I don't know who's punched up.
I'm punched up, but...
Well, actually,
go ahead.
Yeah, you
Mike.
know what? Mike, it was next.
No, do you want to continue this point, and then I'll go after you?
I'm good.
Okay, so, wow. If I was the Fresno Bee or GV Wire or ABC I would be very concerned about this because what we do, the public has a right to know. If you don't like that, resign. If I suspect or someone suspects I've done something wrong, I want them to be able to call me out on it. I want them to be able to check. And this is going to take away, if there's a whistleblower or someone wants to say they suspect illegal activity or maybe, well, I'll stop it there. This is going to limit the ability. In fact, I have a PRA right now that you're working on that I'm supposed to get tomorrow. If this passes, I won't get the documents I'm requesting. If I suspect something untoward happened, you are limiting my ability to be able, as a council member, someone who is elected by the people, to be able to verify facts. That I have to go to the council, and if the council says, well, I like this person, and the majority votes to protect that person, we will keep these things under wraps.
Council,
Councilmember Carbasi.
there's a distinction here between investigation and producing documents.
Right.
This would not
Thank you.
This would not keep us from providing the documents, but they would be provided to everybody the way it's written.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Chavez. So what is the problem we're trying to fix?
It's not a problem. I think we should all be on the same page, and I think it's put the city attorney's office in an interesting predicament because they represent the city as a whole, the body as a whole.
Absolutely.
When we have council members that invoke, and let's just be frank, it's happened both ways.
Yeah.
I think if a council member feels that something is an issue, he should bring it to the council, and I think we should all have a discussion about it. I don't think there's anything bad about that. And to your point, I think it encourages transparency because if we know that that's there, then, you know, maybe it makes us be more cautious about things.
I like that. It's just, in my opinion, I've seen things happen where certain people get away with certain things by the majority and other people don't. And I'm worried about the impact it'll have on the minority.
The information that everybody requests will be available. It'll just be available to everybody, which I think is even more transparent than just hiding it and saying, I want to request something to hide it and then come out with it later.
My last question then, is there a particular thing we're worried about here? Did something happen in the past that caused harm? I'm sorry I didn't talk to you about this beforehand. I just didn't.
Could I explain some background here?
Yes, please.
Because this was approved 9 years ago, so nobody here was in office when it was approved.
I was a staffer here.
Yeah, correct. The main reason this was approved, this was just after I became city attorney 9 years ago. Prior to this, there was the law was that the city attorney represents the city as a whole, and there was no individual attorney-client privilege with any council member or with the mayor or manager. And with that being the understanding, there was a concern that anybody who spoke to the city attorney, the whole council would know what happened. And so people didn't talk to the city attorney and waited late in the game for fear that anything they discussed would be discussed with the entire council. And so that was fairly dysfunctional. And so with this resolution 9 years ago, it said the city attorney can meet with individual council members or the mayor manager, work things up confidentially, and then it only becomes shared with the council when it comes to a vote or there's litigation, something like that. This is potentially a refinement of that.
Okay.
And it's purely for you all to decide what kind of direction do you want to give the city attorney. Do you want me to continue having individual conversations and communications with council members and the mayor manager? We're really just talking about the council members here. And keep that confidential? Or are there certain things that should be shared with the council, albeit in closed session, before taking action?
Got it.
I think the concern is, do you want the city attorney to be involved in pitting sometimes one council member against another one?
Understood. Councilmember Chavez, I do appreciate you explaining it. That does help. I'd like to vote for this. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that this becomes effective at the start of the next fiscal year, July 1st.
Say that again?
I'd like to vote for this, but I'd like to make a friendly amendment that the last line, this resolution shall be effective, this portion of it effective at the start of the next fiscal year.
So in July? Mm-hmm. I like for it to be effective now.
Yeah,
how about a 30-day? How about giving us 30 days?
Yeah, I actually think of the opposite. So sorry, I'll chime in. Presidential privilege. I'd like to see how it works for a few months and then reconsider.
So do you want to make it then we approve it and then come back in 90 days and look at it again? Is that an amendment?
Like a pilot program?
I'd be okay with I'd be okay with taking a look
pilot program
and seeing what it.
I'm okay with that.
What
that
it
helps.
How it really is in practicality, and then if we like it, keep it. If not, then.
So then will you accept the friendly amendment that we will approve it and come back in 90 days and see how it's working?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
So to clarify, it would be effective for 90 days unless renewed.
That's correct.
These changes.
Okay, so are you finished?
I'm done, thank you.
All right, so I have Councilmember Arias, then Bredefeld.
Yeah, I want to take a little different angle on this. You know, our attorneys are super busy on all fronts, and I think this clarity would save us all time around if information is being produced for one, it's easier for them to provide it to all of us. So we're not having to play catch up and ask a whole bunch of more questions and make more demands of our city attorney. So I think it's just, this is a way every other body I've been at works. Fresno Unified, State Center, other school districts, whatever one member gets, they all get. So we're all on the same page on what's being produced in case we get questions from the press or from the constituency or from the administration. I think it's a pretty simple clarification.
So we did that. I'll make a motion now to accept that as an amendment, the one that Councilmember Corbasi, and then Councilmember Bredefeld, you had a question.
Thank you. So I want to be clear. So it says no council members to utilize the service of the city attorney's office or contract counsel for the city for purposes of investigating or obtaining legal opinions concerning other council members or their actions. I'm not sure what that entails. I'm not sure that what's been happening in relation where that goes on. So I'm unclear about that. Do you want to say anything about that, City Attorney?
Well, what it says is that one council member can't come to the city attorney and says, you know, council member A is what council member B doing legal or not?
Okay, so we shouldn't ask you that. What should we do? Go to the district attorney, the
Well,
FPPC?
if it were a DA matter, you could. Now, you could simply ask the question, is it legal to do such and such? Whatever that may be.
Are you saying we can ask you that?
Yes, you always can ask that.
Okay, so this doesn't change that at all?
Right. It's really, it addresses whether something is directed at another council member.
Okay. Should any council member believe an investigation one more council members warrant, a closed session may be held and the council may, okay, I have no problem with that. My only concern is your third line, again, because it says all requests for public documents by council members shall be timely and appropriately responded to by the city attorneys, and the documents provided should also be provided to all the council members at the same time. You're comfortable with that?
Yeah, how could we word that, City Attorney, to include when it has to deal with other council members or council offices?
We could include some language concerning that if you want.
Would that help?
Yeah, I mean, if you're working on an item, Councilmember Chavez, I don't need to know about it. Same with you, Councilmember Arias. I mean, if there's a policy you're trying to work on, I don't need to know about it. You bring it to the council.
And to your point, Member Bredefeld, if I'm working on an item that would eliminate all your staff, you should be aware of it, right?
Well, yeah, of course, something
So,
like that.
yeah.
Obviously, I would want to know about something of that nature, but that's not what this says. Okay, so if we can change that language,
Yeah, we can include some of that language in there, City Attorney.
okay, then I
We'll
have
do
no
that.
problem with that.
All right. Everybody else, we could vote.
So it'll come back making that distinction, right?
No, it would be completed as you modify it today if you vote today to approve it. This is a resolution, not an ordinance.
Okay, and it will be separate for a policy issue versus a council member's office or things of that sort.
Yes, we'll write in the language that we discussed.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Any further
Council President?
discussion?
I'll second Member Chavez's motion.
All right. Any opposition to approving the amended item 1II? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Concludes consent agenda at 4:43 p.m. New record. Good job, everybody. Good job. Let's see here. City manager, you had said that that we had some folks here from out of town.
Yes, for item 3B, the workshop on the Animal Center presentation, we do have some guests from out of town. And so if you wouldn't mind, if we could do that workshop and get to it so they can get back on the road, we would greatly appreciate it.
We can do that.
And also, I think 3A, we're pushing off because we've lost, Jimmy has left the building for the Downtown Fresno Partnership. And then we would be willing to push off 3C to the next meeting, unless you choose to hear it today. But given the time, were,
We'll play it by ear. I mean,
Okay.
we've already got dinner, again,
Okay.
scheduled for 6:30, because we still got
Okay.
closed session even after this.
okay.
Can I have
So-
just a, I'm
Yes.
sorry, point of order? Did we say that after the consent, we were going to determine if Mr. Abbott was coming in or not?
Oh, yes. City Attorney, do we have an update on that?
Mr. Abbott is not here. He was not willing today to have a public discussion.
Okay.
Was he here in the building?
Yes, he was.
And he wouldn't come in the chamber?
It was not his understanding he was here for a public discussion,
So he was okay with a closed discussion, but not a public discussion?
a private discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move on to so we've tabled 3A. Let's move on to item 3B, the Animal Center presentation.
Great. I'd like to introduce Alma Torres, our Deputy City Manager. She's a little nervous. This is her first presentation in front of you all. So she'll be amazing, I know.
You did a great job yesterday describing that one item, so I know you'll do great.
Yeah, I'd say you're going to get baptized, but I think we're all pretty worn out. So, I think we'll take it easy.
It's only a $20 million item.
And Alma, if you
maybe
could
not.
introduce our guests that are in the chamber as well, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, it's a $20 million general fund item that's over budget and long overdue.
And to our guests, not every meeting is like this, maybe like 60% like this. So you chose a great day to come on down to Fresno.
Good to go? Okay. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. My name is Alma Torres, Deputy City Manager in the Office of the Mayor and City Manager. First of all, I would like to introduce Dr. Karsten with the UC Davis Corey Shelter Medicine Program. And we also have here Terry Rockhold and Brenda Mitchell. Terry is Executive Director of the Fresno Humane Animal Services, and Brenda is the President. So we have some people online as well with the UC Davis team and with Best Friends Animal Society. And I wanted to take just the first part of this time to thank them for their commitment to help us through this transition. They have been here to answer all of our questions and sort of rescue me from a lot of the learning process. So can we go ahead and get the presentation up? So we can go ahead and go to the next one. Oh, I have it?
Yes, right on your...
Right here. Okay. So these first two slides are actually talking about what our legal responsibilities are. And in the essence of saving time, we can certainly narrow this down to the city is responsible for the maintenance of a shelter to ensure rabies control. And that is through the licensing of dogs, ensuring vaccination requirements are met, controlling animals at large, and reporting of dog bites and record keeping. Yeah. Okay. The last item here on this is that no adoptable animal shall be euthanized if it can be adopted into a suitable home. And the reason why I'm actually calling this out is probably because this is sort of the basis of this whole program and of this new operation.
Question on that? What is it, how do you define no adoptable?
So if a dog is healthy or a cat is healthy and we can find a shelter for it, or we can find a place for it to live, then they should not be euthanized.
But if we can't find a place to live, we will euthanize them?
We may have to, but that is the intent, to not even have them go into the shelter.
This is news to me. I thought it was no kill altogether. Was that your guys' understanding?
That was my understanding, that it would be a no-kill.
So let us get through the presentation, but no kill is sort of a misnomer in that.
We still kill?
If you have an animal that's picked up, that's been hit by a car and has 4 broken legs and its guts hanging out, but is still living, then that animal could be euthanized for the benefit of the animal.
Yeah, let's be really clear on whether it's going to be dogs that can't find a home get put down or dogs that are on their final breath.
Okay, so let us just get through the presentation and then we'll come full circle
For the
because.
record, we're all dog and cats owners here, all of us.
So am I.
All of us.
Not
And
me.
what she's going to be getting to is sort of wipe out of your mind what our current model has been in our partnership with the current operator, and let her get through the presentation of what the new model is going to look like. And I think that will answer most of your questions, but if not, we'll come back to it. Thank you.
And we do have, the Correa Animal Shelter staff here that can really help us with what these best practices are. So Fresno Humane and our partners are helping us to ensure that the mandates that we're required to carry out are part of our mission, and that is to ensure that the City of Fresno's Animal Center provides a compassionate and humane approach to animal services creatively through community and partner collaboration that maximizes the survival rates in a sustainable manner. Okay, as we have previously shared with you through a Trey memo, our partners tell us that all eyes are on Fresno and that we have the potential to become the industry leaders in animal services. This would be for the benefit of our people and of our pets. So what are these best practices that will help us achieve the mission? So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to tell you what historically has been the practice. So a call could come in to the animal center, and an animal control officer might be dispatched. If found, the animal would be collected, returned to the shelter in hopes that the owners would claim him or her. This typically led to an influx of animals exceeding the shelter capacity, and at the same time that led to higher crowding, and it led to more stress for the animal, higher euthanasia rates, and also poor customer service. The reason for this is because maybe there would be an influx that wasn't managed, and it could compromise staffing as well as decrease the operational effectiveness. All of this usually led to punitive outcomes for either the people trying to claim the dog or for the dog or the animal themselves. Okay, what we are looking to do is actually more of a best practices that are currently taking place nationwide. It's more of a holistic approach that is centered around situation-specific solutions through triage and appointment-based systems that parallel that of human healthcare. The operating practice is not experimental. Cities nationwide are utilizing this approach. Here in California, Sacramento, San Jose, LA County, San Diego, Hesperia, and our own neighbor, Fresno County, have implemented this approach, which is endorsed by the National Animal Control Association. The findings of these operational approaches is that the customer experience in the process and the outcome is improved. For the animal, there is reduced crowding. There is less stress, there is less ability for the spread of disease, and consequently, a decrease in the euthanasia rates. Other positive results include a more effective and efficient staffing model, and thus improved staff morale, as well as an increased ability to reconnect lost pets with owners and a better service to the community. Overall, these best practices have also reflected that the return on investment in the long term is maximized. So how are we going to get there, and what are we currently doing? Once again, this has been a very, very creative and collaborative approach, and we're listening to you. We definitely do not want to continue doing the same thing over and over with the expectation of a different outcome. So over the next 14 months, we have established 2 sets of goals, or milestones. The first set we anticipate being the transition period, or for 6 months.
Alma?
Yes?
You're doing great.
Thank you.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
Relax, you're doing fantastic.
I don't know, after that, I'm a little...
No. You have our attention. We're just giving you time, so
No,
take a breath.
we will give you a group hug.
Okay. Thank you. So The first 6 months we anticipated to be our transition period, and this is the period where we're going to be learning. This is a whole new operation because it's different from what is currently being done in a different site, in a different building. It's going to take us learning what needs to take place. With that, we are in the process of acquiring employees. We're in the process of acquiring equipment, supplies. We are working with all of our partners in establishing the protocols that, as I mentioned earlier, are best practices. We also know that, education is important for our community, and that this is going to be a little bit of a different method of approaching animal care. So we are also going to be working on a plan so that we can approach our community for education. Okay. Once we do this, we will be reviewing all of our implementational goals. We're going to look at our operations. We're going to make sure that everything is recorded. We don't necessarily have all of the data because this is not the way that we're currently working. So we're going to take a look and see, for example, in this new approach, if a call came in and they said, hey, there's a dog at large, well, an animal dispatch officer would be sent out to the field. In the previous model, if the dog was found, they would collect it, they would bring it back into the shelter. The goal here is to limit the amount of dogs that come into the shelter, or the amount of animals that come into the shelter. So what would happen is the animal control officer would go out to the field, they would locate the dog, and actually they would work with the neighbors, because typically on about 80% of the time, the dogs are within the neighborhood that they live in. So they would try to locate the owner, and then they would work with the owner. Perhaps, they have a missing something that, the dog is able to go out. They would also be able to, maybe if it's a behavioral issue, they would be able to intervene that way with some training. So at this point, the goal, once again, is to reduce the amount of intake that the shelter receives so that we can maximize the ability to place these animals where they belong.
And Alma, what does that due diligence look like from those folks when you say they're going to go out, work with the neighborhood to try to identify it? I mean, realistically, are they going to spend an hour, like the day? I mean, and if they don't, then what? Then they bring it in.
That would probably be a question better answered by the experts, but on my behalf, I like to track time. I want to know what it's costing us. I want to see, what is really going to be the cost of diversion. And although we can't really put a cost on it, we do have to be very fiscally prudent and make sure that, our commitment to this fits within our fiscal parameters. So it's a learning experience. It's totally doing something different with a totally new approach to what we're used to. But I think that at the end, we're going to come out with a lot of data that we can come back to you and say, we have the numbers, we have the data. This is how many animals we were able to divert that didn't make it to the shelter. This is, just what we're doing. Now, I'm not saying that it won't be without errors, because we probably will have some, but we are planning to come back to you and to inform you of anything that we just didn't get right the first time.
And I appreciate that. And if it does take one of the experts to come up and answer that, that's fine. But that is something I'd like to know.
Yeah, we'll call them right up in a
thanks,
minute.
Alma.
Okay. So once again, it would be taking data collection and evaluating the new programming and the operational cost of the facility. One of the things that I think is very, very important and that this administration is hearing from you is the issue of accountability. It's making sure that those partners that we work with, we're able to hold them accountable. But part of that is also educating ourselves in what it requires to hold somebody accountable. And one of the things that I really, really cannot stress that has been such a success, in my opinion, is the fact that you have an organization that is willing to do this at their cost. Right now, they are not going to be making a cent on anything because for these first 14 months, as we establish the data, they will be only reimbursed for those costs that they incur. Okay, so as far as transparency, I don't know how much better that can get. So for the second part of this. We plan to return to council, once again, to update you on where we got things right, where we didn't get right. We're going to be revisiting our processes to make sure that whatever we are doing is reflected of the needs of the community. And once again, it's all about that money, how much we really need to spend on this operation. We will work on updating the scope of work so that we can align who's going to do better what role will the city have, what role will Fresno Humane have, and even what our partners are going to be doing for us, okay? Same time, we're going to continue seeking outside opportunities for funding via grants, both by Fresno Humane, by the city, and potentially other entities. Once again, I want to just highlight that during this transition time, it'll also still be a variable reimbursement for cost incurred. Okay. So what are our current roles and what are we doing? Right now, we are finishing up construction. We received the final clearance from the building inspection, and as of Tuesday, we are safe to occupy. We are acquiring equipment and vehicles, and we are also acquiring employees. We're hiring temporary staffing. We're hoping that this will be a good use of our available resources. We think that maybe, it could be a good partnership with maybe some of the workforce fellows, and that this program may provide entry-level skills for all of our people so that they can have good jobs, okay? Well, my bad. What is Fresno Humane doing? So right now, what Fresno Humane is doing is they are providing us with the expert oversight. They are determining those needs, what we need to, stock up with. They are also expanding their capacity and their employees, staffing. And they're providing us with education and training. Our UC Davis partners are teaching us about what those best practices are. They are providing us with grants, and they are doing some shelter optimization. Actually, last Tuesday, their team came out here to install some portals on our cages, and they're providing us with education as well as operational support. Our Best Friends team is also providing us with what they nationally see as the best practices and how this trend is emerging. They are helping us with our policies. They will be making sure that our current policies align with the best practices as well as state law. And once we have something, that is the updates, we will certainly work through our city attorney's office to bring back some changes. They have been very, very gracious in allowing us to use their veterinarian to acquire some of the veterinary x-ray equipment that was needed in the shelter. And they have provided for us operational support. Okay. So what can we expect in the upcoming agreement, which we anticipate will be in the next 2 weeks to you? It'll be a 14-month term. Once again, it'll be on a variable reimbursement basis for only the things that they are incurring. And it might be something that we pay for, or it might be something that they pay for, but at no time will they be reimbursed for something that we acquired. So what we're both doing at this time is, once again, doing the recruitment, the acquisition of equipment. We are, Fresno Humane will leverage some of their existing contracts to provide the veterinary care until such time that we can actually have a veterinarian on staff. And as you may already be aware, there is an issue with the availability of veterinarians, so we're working on a plan to get that in place. And just trying to get everything in so that we can start operations, trying to ramp up everything so that at least the months of May could be for training, and June, a soft launch. So future agreements, we anticipate that in May of 2023, we will return to council with a fully evaluated program that has all of those components that I just talked about included in this agreement. At the same time, we want to make sure that we hear back from you and your constituents so that we can address anything that we may have overlooked, as well as bringing it back for potential municipal code changes and master fee schedules, as well as a budget that's reflective of that new operation. So that concludes my presentation, and you can ask away.
Can I do my first questions, Council President?
Yeah, your first punch up, go ahead.
Thank you. So for those outside of Fresno experts, just some history. The reason we're here today and not with going away from our existing partner is we weren't able to ascertain some basic answers to questions. How many pets are we helping? What's the euthanasia rate? What's the outreach? It was, we're not going to share anything with you. We're going to ask you for an increase in resources every quarter, and you're not the boss of us kind of relationship. So that's why we went down this significant endeavor of trying to find a better strategy. So accountability for us is being able to ascertain basic information and respond to the public with inquiries that they pose to us as their representatives. For me, this is a 30,000-foot level overview of your strategy, so I'm not going to go too much into the details of it. I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach, but I do want to bring a couple of things to your attention. One, in the past, with the current partner, if my dog got loose in the neighborhood, got taken to the organization, the cost per day was higher than staying at the DoubleTree. With a lot of our families, where the median income in the city of Fresno is about $50,000, that cost was much higher for most families that they're willing or able to pay, so they would allow the animal to stay. And knowing that, people would have multiple animals, because at some point, one of them was going to get loose, and their return ticket was too expensive to bring back home. Secondly, the language barrier in a city that speaks nearly 100 languages was significant. So what I'm going to be looking for is us not to take the normal approaches to public education awareness. I don't want to see simply a billboard in Spanish or in Punjabi announcing, the One Fresno Animal Shelter. I want to see the stuff that some of my colleagues may not think is worthwhile, but community events, the department going to community meetings that we have in the neighborhood. We do a lot of events in the parks, having staff that can be there educating the public directly, providing them the correct information, doing some events at neighborhood parks where people can bring their pets, have them checked in, things of that nature. So I'd like to see a significant on-the-ground outreach effort beyond simply media outreach and Twitter tweets and TikTok videos. We have to re-educate everyone and do a significant public awareness campaign. If that means we got to spend more money up front, I'd rather do that, and I'll be fully supportive of that. If it is culturally relevant and actually connects with the communities that we serve. And then the last part that I want to bring to your attention is the fact that this, what you're about to initiate is a resetting of expectations for a city of more than 500,000 that's surrounded by county islands where their expectations are differ. And we're gonna have to spend quite a bit of work, and I think you're gonna need quite a bit of grace from us, and as we kind of build the airplane as we fly it, when it comes to resetting expectations for the public. So I would rather you guys err on the side of residents and animals versus budgetary constraints. If that means we just have to make adjustments, then I'd rather know that up front. Because pets for people are members of the family. I think we all have animals that we rescued at some point or now. And I can tell you, picking up a cat in the neighborhood, I was walking just last week with my kids that has an eye infection. What I'm wrestling with is that we're taking them to an event and paying $1,000, or dropping them up at the SPCA, knowing that that trajectory is pretty much significantly different, right? I don't know where to call. I don't know how easy it is to understand what paths are available, for my pet based on whatever conditions. I think people can assess themselves whether the animal has 2 or 3 broken limbs or whether he just has some kind of minor infection, and then what path to go there. So from my part, you get a lot of grace and a watch and see approach, and knowing that this is going to be a very significant body of work for the whole city. And I think we all have to be a little patient, especially as we set expectations for everyone, and we're dealing with people's family members.
Absolutely. I think everybody here agrees with you, and that is one of the reasons why we're bringing a 14-month contract, is because we want to make sure that we address those items. We didn't want to just take that boilerplate, this is what you're going to do and this is what we're going to pay you, because not only does it hold us to a different expectation, it also holds our partners to potentially a place where they're not able to get to at a certain time. So once again, this is going to be a phased approach to achieving hopefully, a world-class animal shelter for us.
And the last point I would make is I really try and reinforce on city staff is this is the one place you want to prioritize employees that speak multiple languages. You don't want to have a 3-year-old in Central Fresno having to translate for the parents about the future of their family member. So whatever we have to do on the hiring process, but these are going to be frontline workers, and we need them to be able to communicate with our community versus you coming back a year from now and saying, we need translators, we need a third party to come in, because in the initial structure, we missed out the fact that we have nearly 100 languages in the city.
I absolutely understand that. I want to go back, and if I can, I just want to read you a little bit of an excerpt from some of the research. And this is about when, good Samaritans find a dog and they want to take it into rescue. So by transporting found animals to a shelter without first making the effort to locate the owner, well-intended finders often unwittingly reduce the likelihood of the pet ever being reunited with its family. This is especially likely where language, transportation, or other barriers prevent community members from readily accessing the shelter. Perhaps one reason why those making under $30,000 US annually were less than half as likely to find a lost pet than those making over $50,000. So those considerations, the demographics of our city, the needs of our city, are the things that we want to make sure that we address. And you're right, we're not going to get it right the first time, but we are going to go out there. We're trying to develop a good communication plan, a good education plan, because it's not going to be just us. It's not going to be just you. It's not going to be just the administration. It's going to be this whole city that we're going to have to work together to get there.
Councilmember Maxwell, you were punched up next. Do you have additional questions?
No, it was just the questions that I had asked throughout the presentation. Yeah. The one about the due diligence for tracking an owner, and then the euthanasia, the buckets. This animal gets euthanized, this one doesn't.
So I'm not sure if Terry or Dr. Karsten want to
Sure, whoever.
help me out here.
If they all want to come up, that's fine too.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alma. Hey, good afternoon.
How
Thank
are you guys?
Good. How are you? Been a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you want me to start with the euthanasia question or the?
Let's end on that one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, to Alma's point about, well, he left, but Councilmember Arias is.
He could hear you wherever he is, I'm sure. Yeah.
That our historic model of removing animals from their neighborhood and putting them in a shelter actually creates more barriers of the animal getting home. And so the due diligence comes with kind of as long as it takes, but it doesn't also have to necessarily be an animal control officer. People in the community can help, the finder can help. So, but the point is always to try and find where the animal came from, to keep them where they belong, because most animals are found within 100 yards of their home.
Well, you're saying as long as it takes. So, I mean, does this go on for days? I mean, you come back the next day, the stray animal's not going to be where you saw it the day before.
Or it may go home.
Right.
It's a case-by-case basis, right? It depends where the animal's found. It depends the condition of the animal. It depends the ability of the finder to help look for the animal. So, historically, there was one tool that we used. That was to impound, house, and generally rehome or euthanize. That was our one tool for every animal. It didn't work. It was very unsuccessful. And so instead, we're switching to a case-based model. We evaluate the situation. We say, what are the how is the animal doing? What's the likelihood they are where they belong? We base our actions on that. So we have it's a better matched solution to what's going on.
Gotcha. My trepidation there is just kind of the uncertainty behind all that, city manager. I don't know
It's going to
how
be
that's going to
part,
play out.
it's going to have to be part of the education. I mean, we are completely turning the model upside down. And so the community engagement part is going to be really, really important because the community has traditionally not seen itself as a partner. I mean, outside of the traditional rescue organizations and, people who are, huge animal lovers, there's going to be a place for just general community members, the neighbors looking out for neighbors. I've done it myself.
Sounds a little pie in the sky to me, though, to be honest.
It's the new way. I mean, I guess what I would say is the alternative is the historical approach, which is impounding animals and taking them back to the shelter. And what the research shows is that's how you get overcrowded shelters, and that's how you have high euthanasia rates.
I guess my concern is they go out there, they identify an animal on the streets. Okay, we need to do our due diligence, find out where this belongs. They don't take it in. Next day, it's not going to be there for whatever reason. And then it's like, oh, well, we tried.
I don't know that that's going to be the case. I think that every effort is made out in the field. I don't know that, to the point of what the doctor said, if it's in a neighborhood, if it's not adjacent to, a huge busy street where there are cars going back and forth, I think it's a case-by-case basis. If I can't imagine them leaving an animal in a situation where they've gone around, they've tried to knock on doors, is this your dog? Do you know whose dog it is? And they can't, leaving it in a situation where it's gonna wander onto the freeway and get killed. I don't see that being part of the model.
I've gone canvassing in Calwell before, and I could tell you, just the amount of stray dogs and that little stretch of land alone, that's a full-time job for several people. So I'm just really curious how that's gonna play out, the whole due diligence every time.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go knock on, the whole neighborhood's doors for every single one of those dogs.
Agreed.
Don't be attacking Calwa.
It's brand new.
Yeah, I love Calwell.
We've never been in the animal control business ourselves. It's a brand new model. We're engaged, the people who do this and who are professionals and experts in the field, to try and help us through and educate us on what the best practices are. I think to Alma's point, it is going to be trial by error. There's going to be some things that are going to work, and we're going to continue and we're going to expand on. And then there's going to be some things that may not work in our community that we're going to have to make adjustments on. So I think, we're certainly going to have to be flexible. We're going to have to do our best to raise the expectations of what we will have for our residents. I think a lot of times, neighbors are like, yeah, it's not my problem. I think part of our communication is going to have to be, hey, this is a community issue. We all need to be looking out for each other. So I don't think that's going to be the majority of the time, but we've never even given that message to our community members. What do you do when you find a stray animal in your neighborhood? Maybe people have never considered, hey, check in the 5 houses within 100 yards. It could be their dog. We've never ingrained that into our community. So it's a new, I understand your skepticism, but all I can say is we're relying upon, obviously, Fresno Humane, who has been in this area and does this work and is very passionate about animals, adopting them, saving them, and not doing euthanasia, to UC Davis, who are experts, to Best Friends Animal Societies. We're very fortunate to sort of have the best of the best helping us through this. It's not going to be perfect. We're going to do our best, and we'll have to make adjustments as we go. But we are where we are. We're going into a brand new line of work that the city's never done before, has absolutely no experience doing. And all we can do is rely upon the people who know what they're doing around us to help us through the process.
That initial update in October, is that what I saw?
Yes.
Is it October?
Yes, absolutely. I think we're coming,
So it'll be about 4 months worth of data.
and we'll give updates as frequently as you want. I'm sure you'll be getting a lot of feedback from your residents as we shift into the new model, and we're going to want to hear all that feedback so we can make any adjustments we need to make.
Okay. Fair enough.
If I could add to Georgianne's point, city manager's point, is that it does take some trust. It does take some engagement with the community. It's Cabot County, Arkansas, which I realize is a different part of the country, but they have a program called the First 48, and so if you find an animal, they talk with you, and they say, here are ways that you can look for the owner, and if after 48 hours you haven't found the owner, we'll make you an appointment to bring the animal into the animal shelter. What they've found is that when the finder is engaged in the process, the return to owner rate, so the number of animals that go back home, is 81%, versus if they come into the shelter, it's only 17. And a lot of that is to speak to council members Arias's point of the barriers that get created when they come in the shelter.
So to your point with that example, I can tell my kids, go ahead and take that, cat that we found in the alleyway home. We'll keep it for a couple of days while we try to find its owner. And then after that, that would save me a lot of, angst.
Yeah, and we'll work with you. We'll give you tips on how to look for the owner in multiple languages, multiple venues. Believe it or not, some people don't use the internet. So.
We do really have the benefit of, it being a new time with social media and how many people are on social media. I know everybody's not, but I don't think there's a day that goes by when I'm on that Nextdoor app where somebody has posted, I found this dog, German Shepherd, such and such. It's in my backyard, but, please help get the word out. I can't keep it, longer than a day or two. You never used to see that kind of activity. So I feel like there's a willingness of the community if we help them through it. Not everybody, but I think if we engage the willingness of the community, I think that we might be surprised at the positive reaction we'll get from folks.
Right, and you're right, it's not everybody. Not everyone's going to be thrilled with the idea of having to talk to their neighbors, but a lot of people are. And for the ones that aren't, we do have the shelter. So it's not an either or, it's an and approach.
Get to the euthanasia factor.
And to euthanasia. The no-kill language is compelling, but it's not. The decision to euthanize an animal is one that all of us carry with great respect. And it is, at times, the appropriate outcome for an animal. For the animal's benefit, for the safety of the community. So it is not something that we can completely take off the table. It is the appropriate outcome at times.
I'm just interested in what those instances are. What's the policy in this scenario? In this scenario, we do not.
So, the goal, our top goal as a program, as a state, as a partner, is to keep animals and people together. So where they are, ideally, with the support, whatever it is that they need, to rehome, if that's possible, or to provide a humane ending, if that's in the best interest of the animal. So ill, dangerous, but all measures will be taken to evaluate each animal individually and to find the appropriate outcome. So it isn't something we want to take away completely, but it is to be used with respect and when it's necessary. But not for space. Like, that's not the model that we're running under. It's a decision on the animal's behalf, not on the condition's behalf.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Other questions?
Councilmember Chavez has been punched up.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank you guys for your presentation, City Manager. I know we've had a little bit of conversation about the shelter that's opening up, and I like what I'm hearing. And as the council member that made sure that we had a cat provision in there, I'm sure Councilmember Max will appreciate that. Shameless plug. I did want to highlight the topic of spay and neuter. And what that looks like, because we know that that's a very important component, and the rescues will tell you that. And I would like to see us really kind of lead the effort in the spay and neuter world. There's been some great models across the state of cities that have done that, because we know that if we do that on a bigger scale, it'll reduce exactly the pipeline that we're discussing, and the need to prevent a lot of the euthanasia that we have. So as we're working through the model, I would really like for us to look at how do we actually expand the spay and neuter and maybe make them mobile and go into places where we know there's a high incidence of pet population growing. I work very closely with Mel's Mutts over in Southeast. They do great work, sometimes on a shoestring budget, but I think those partnerships will be key in making sure that we can, increase significantly the spay and neuter services. And if we could leverage those dollars with other organizations or entities, I think it'll pay off in the long run, and will prevent a lot of the need to have, mass adoptions or even shipping some of those little dogs and cats out. Thank you.
I think our spay and neuter efforts will only be limited by veterinary services. I think every single one of these people want to maximize the efforts of spay and neuter, and we have a terrible vet shortage in this state. So we are going to be making every effort to utilize every vet service available to us. To that point, I would love for us to be, getting to the point of not only low cost, but no cost spay and neuter. But as you can imagine, that is going to, generate a huge influx, and we're just limited to our access to veterinary services.
Okay. Looks like everyone is ran their laps and is done. Thank you. We appreciate your time and making the trip down here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. We're really excited.
City Manager, can you use the city credit card to buy them dinner at a good Mexican restaurant?
Well, actually, you probably join us for the Chicos. There's usually leftovers. Dinner will be here in about an hour. So now we'll move on to. We have a couple of, here we go, the 10 a.m. items that we never got to. Hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD number 9. Councilmember Arias, you want to make a motion?
Make a motion to open the hearing.
This is 10 a.m.
Yes, 10 a.m. hearing.
What time is it right now?
You gotta open a hearing first, Council President.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open the hearing for the 10 a.m. item regarding CFD number 9. Any public comments, either here in the chamber or on Zoom?
Right.
Seeing no one in the chamber, seeing no one punched up on Zoom, go ahead and close.
Then I'll make a motion
the
to
hearing.
approve.
Okay, I'll second that. Any opposition to approving the 10 a.m. item on CFD number 9? Seeing none, the 10 a.m. item passes 7-0. Moving on to the 10:05 a.m. item, hearing to consider the vacation of the most northerly corner cutoff of M Street in Inyo. I will go ahead and open the hearing at this point. Is there anybody who would like to comment, from the public, who would like to comment on this resolution during this hearing, either in the chamber or on Zoom? Going once, going twice. Go ahead and close the hearing and come back up to the dais. Councilmember Arias.
I just have one question for the City Manager. Where are we at with the initiation of construction and Assistant City Manager?
This item would be the last item that they need, and then they'll finish wrapping up their escrow. And we're talking about coming in for grading permits as early as the week after next, once all these documents are signed.
Got it. And have we figured out how they're going to what's the word? You know, when you do a construction site, you have to do a setup where you're gonna have all your equipment.
Right, so they're hiring 2 superintendents, a very early morning one, and they will use M Street. We will, where the meters are, from the edge of the lot, wrapping around Inyo to the edge of the building. That will be part of their construction zone with the fence brought out to the street. But beginning at 4 a.m. up to 7 a.m., they will use M Street to offload that day's supply of material into the site, and then continue that process. We will not be shutting off M Street or Inyo beyond the losing the meters for any construction-related services.
So the staging of the construction equipment won't result in street closures?
Correct.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have a motion, a second by Council Vice President. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any opposition to approving the 10:05 a.m. item, resolution ordering the vacation in the most northerly corner cutoff of M Street and Inyo Street? Seeing no opposition, motion passes 7-0. Everybody's here, 7-0. Okay. We are going to move on and conduct the item 3C workshop. But before we do, I did want to invite one extraordinary City of Fresno employee to come up to the...
Tracy Parvanian, can you come up, please?
We want to hear about your most recent adventure in representing our
You're
city.
gonna make all us chubby people very small, chubby.
Please tell
Hi.
us.
Oh, yeah, so Doug asked me to come in, but just got back from Boston yesterday after running the marathon. It was my second marathon, the first one that I ran. I qualified actually at the Fresno and Clovis, 2 cities, one in November. So it was great. We had our whole family, my parents from Chicago, my in-laws, my family with my 4 kids. We went out to Boston. My oldest twins, they're in 5th grade. They're learning about all the Boston stuff, so it was great to do the Freedom Trail and everything else. But they said that they anticipated about 250,000 spectators, so it was a little bit bigger than the race we have here, but overall great experience. So, and our office is amazing. They sent me pictures where they all made signs and everything like that. So such a great place to work for, and they had a lot of fun, and I know they were tracking me on Mondays, so if you guys got any of your assignments a little late, it's probably my fault, so sorry.
Doug, I think Tracy's being humble. Can you tell us about her milestone she reached out there?
She completed the Boston Marathon in about 3.5 hours. I tried years ago, and I was not even able to qualify for the Boston Marathon. It is something to even qualify, but then to go and complete it, that is world class. It is really amazing. Very proud.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
That is number one, why would you subject yourself to that torture? I can't even imagine doing something like that. I have the thought of running a mile and I'm
He works
down
for
the
Gary.
I'm running down the block and oh my God, I can't. How can you do it? Why would you subject yourself to that?
You know, that's a good question. I've always been an athletic, competitive person. I swam in college, and then I ran a little bit, had a stint of having a bunch of children, and then it's just a good release of stress. So actually in the last 2 years during COVID, I would get up at 5 a.m. and go run until I wasn't stressed, and then I decided about a year ago that I'd sign up for a marathon to make something good come from it, and trained with a friend, and she said, hey, I'm going to try and qualify for Boston, and I said, okay, me too, and we did. So
do you get that second wind and third wind that, where you're dying and then all of a sudden you get that burst of energy, or is it just pretty steady all 26 miles or whatever it is?
I think that in Boston I had learned a lot, and so I tried really hard to just keep an even pace. I think the last 1.5 miles was pretty rough, though. So.
Okay, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I've seen council members get winded climbing up the stairs to the second floor.
Council, I don't know if you're aware, we also had another Fresnan, the track and field coach from Clovis Community College, CJ Albertson, finished 13th in the Boston Marathon. 2 hours and 10 minutes. He's the one who's been blowing all the records out here locally since he's come back to town. He happens to be the son of one of my sorority sisters, but this guy is amazing. So it's incredible because we got two Fresnons represented. So
There were a handful. One of my training partners, she's a school psychologist that works in the city of Fresno. So she was there, but we actually had a group of people. We all met up, and we did a run with C.J. Albertson the day before a shakeout. He's sponsored by Brooks, so we went over to the Brooks house and did a shakeout run and, did all the cheesy smiles and everything. But he was leading up until 32 and a half kilometers.
Wow.
So,
Now-
yeah, he did great.
Now, Tracy, if you like running, you're going to get a lot of stress, but you should run for office.
I'll stick with my law school loans and trying to pay those off.
Well,
And with running marathons.
Yes, yes.
congratulations, and I
Thank
do
you.
think that the stressful work that we create for you in the city attorney's office has been, helpful in you becoming a great marathon runner. So
Yes,
Well
you
done.
you can take credit for it too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, congratulations. I ran a half a marathon, and I will never, ever do it again. It's off my bucket list, but congrats to you.
Thank
in
you.
enjoying that.
Thank you.
Congratulations to
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Huh? I'm the guy he was talking about walking up the stairs.
Yeah, he was talking about me. I move so quickly. All right, we got a PowerPoint, Greg, and this is item, again, 3C, workshop on discussion of the emergency order.
Well, good afternoon, council, or good evening, whatever time of day it is. We will pretend it's still early afternoon. I'm going to kind of skip over the paper aspect of this, and I really want to focus on,
Assistant
two
City Manager,
slides.
if I may,
Three
do we have
slides.
an action item today on this or just workshop?
No, this is really an opportunity for you non-COVID committee folks who hear me every other week get to have a dialogue with you COVID committee folks and be cognizant of the Brown Act. So there are really three slides we kind of really want to address, and we've got Taylor is here from the City Attorney's Office, and then of course Doug and Katie. But without a emergency proclamation, these are the things on these first three slides that go away. However, it is our desire to take many of those things, such as the CDC isolation guidance, the employee self-screening, the employee leave pay, which is part of the state bill, and then any additional guidance that comes up from the CDC, state, or county. And then separately from all of this, we are probably 2/3 down the road of doing a telework AO, which it's being vetted. I think the last time I heard earlier this week, it was bouncing between the city attorney's office and our office and personnel for additional review. So that's a separate function that we're dealing with. I think from discussions in the COVID committee, for the sake of time, the issue that most of you 7 electeds are going to want to hone in on is the rental protection eviction moratorium piece of it. So that's the second slide, so we'll just advance to the second slide. And as you see under the first bullet, with now AB 2179, which the state has done and extends now the moratorium until July 1st, residential tenants who have applied for ERAP or emergency rental assistance and have an application that was on file for services between October 1st and April 1st, we're going to continue to address them, and they're covered under that particular assembly bill. And then once that assembly bill lapses on July 1st, they still have up to 6 months to pay any back rent occurred during the state of emergency or the pandemic per se. So that's probably the main focus you all have from our conversations more in the COVID committee. If there are things that are on these first 3 slides that you wish to continue to, there's the third one, that you wish to continue to move forward with. For example, the Brown Act provision that's still covered because that's part of the state of California is still covering that one. And I think that's on our agenda for next Thursday to do another 30 days of being able to meet remotely and in person. Price gouging. We'll be dealing with the City Hall security regulations next Thursday also. And then rights of council and administration under the Emergency Services Ordinance under the FMC 205-506 continue to go through.
What does that mean?
You're just trying to stop the
Rights
house.
of the council and administration. What are our rights?
What are your rights?
Yeah.
Well,
what
you
is
have the
that?
right to talk all day. No. That is your, isn't that part of your right to counsel pieces of it in that, Doug? I'm looking at you.
What are we talking about?
Under.
Rights of the council and administration under the emergency services.
FMC 2-506.
That these would go away if we lifted the emergency orders
No,
here
they,
locally.
No, they
they
stay.
don't. They don't.
That's
They
what I'm
stay
wondering.
under
What is
FMC.
What rights or
And
what?
As
things-
far as access to the building and that sort of thing?
Yeah. It was access to the,
Hold on, I'm looking
Right.
it
I
up.
don't think that changes
No,
for.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. It does
Okay.
not change.
Councilmember, Section 2-506 is powers and duties of Director of Emergency Services during disaster, emergency, or state of
Right.
emergency. That's what that section covers.
Those things don't can continue to operate as is because that's stuff that's in your FMC.
So who is the person? Or what?
Who is the person?
Is it
Right now, it's
city
designated
manager-
as
city manager?
Georgianne, and then she designates me for the day-to-day operations.
Okay, and so what are the kinds of things that you guys are still allowed to do per that? I guess that's what I'm trying
So
to
we're going to
figure
stick in the emergency in the administrative orders. I almost said emergency orders. We're going to stick in the administrative orders. We will continue to do the isolation, contact tracing, the daily reporting if there's a COVID positive case. We will continue to do the things regarding the leave policy, the 80 hours that are available, continue to track that and implement that. And we will also continue, if needed, we could either strengthen the rubber band and tighten it up if it talks about if it's time to mask back up. Don't think we'll ever get there. I'm hoping we don't. But if we see a rise in cases, we can always tighten the rubber band, or we can continue to unravel it.
Does that right include bypassing the competitive bid process? Because I know that was one of the things granted under the statewide emergency orders.
No, we're looking to have that piece of it go away because as far as the procurement pieces of it that we have, we're pretty good. We've got, you want some masks? I've got plenty of those. not a big calling for those right now. And then hand sanitizer and all of those other cleaning supplies. And we're not putting Ryan out of business. Yeah, you're welcome, Ryan. No problem, man. Got you. And speaking of Ryan, as always, I don't get a chance to say this, but thank you. You have worked hard. You have a Twitter following now that is unmatched. So good job, man. Thank you. So it is the administration's, will be bringing back the resolution next week to actually lift the emergency ordinance. And again, if there are things that you as a council have concerns about, those can be addressed by either your own resolutions if they're not already addressed in the administrative orders.
So for instance, council members, right now, the eviction moratorium is in place because of the governor's
Right.
action. If you wish to keep that moratorium in place past that time, then you would need to adopt your own resolution to keep an eviction moratorium in place.
Past June 30th.
Correct.
Council?
Unless
Yeah.
the state also extends
But
it.
it's only
Right.
for residential, correct?
Correct.
Right.
So next week, the commercial piece would be lifted, right?
correct, unless you wanted to put a policy on to.
No, counsel, we need to be cautious here because there's certain authority that goes along with the fact that there's an emergency proclamation. And so you're allowed to do things that you otherwise normally wouldn't be able to do because of the emergency. Once the proclamation goes away, you can't tell the public, okay, eviction moratorium is still in effect because there's no emergency anymore. Now, the state law would still be there, but there are certain powers that you have because of the emergency. And once that goes away, then the authority that goes with that would go away too.
Well, that's the part I want to be really clear on exactly what all of those are.
So,
Right, right.
Councilmember, as you see on the second slide of 3, so maybe I should go back one here, halfway down, and this comes straight from a grid that was created by the City Attorney's Office that Taylor did for the COVID subcommittee. And it says the commercial tenant shall not be evicted for non-payment, and that continues even after after it's lifted for an additional 90 days. It was 90-day grace period.
For commercial tenants.
For commercial tenants.
Right.
Okay. All right.
On the lift of the commercial piece, I think one of the comments previously, and I don't know if this is a conversation that is happening in your guys' shop, to make sure that folks that have continued to have their business open, I don't know if like they're behind on rent. I know that we did like one-time relief, but we had talked about setting aside some of the federal ARPA dollars to support small businesses. Are we going to bring something kind of in tandem, or can we bring something that is created so that if they're not protected anymore, we could support them so that they don't, you know?
I thought we had brought forth in ARPA some small business protections.
Well,
we had
allocated funding.
Yeah,
We
so-
allocated funding.
Funding, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. So I am meeting with Loopy tomorrow, and we're going to talk about that. I think we were looking to utilize the previous program that was in place for the CARES Act dollars and sort of make modifications to that program. So I understand your concern, and we'll talk about, I'll talk to her about tomorrow about how quickly we can put that into place.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would be interested. I'd be interested in making sure that if we are kind of lifting, that at the same time we provide some kind of parachute for folks so that they just don't, you know, end up going out of business if it's for the lack of, you know.
Correct. Yeah.
Just kind of similar to what we've done for our residential folks.
So commercial emergency rental assistance
Yeah.
kind of thing. I know we're talking about
That
that.
it's legitimate,
That-
right?
Right. No, we're talking about that with some of our own tenants. We'll be bringing a lease to you in a couple of weeks. And as we've been developing the outline of that, we're now beginning, as of yesterday, to reach out to a couple of other of our tenants to make sure they're on the same even keel. And there may be a handful of these that we bring up, but there's part of that is rental forgiveness because they are our buildings. And in some cases, one of the tenants was closed for 5 months on and off because of shutdowns.
Yeah, and Assistant City Manager, that was going to be my series of questions, so I'm glad you're considering it.
No, because you already asked me. You told me to throw these out.
That's right. Because I think people forget that the City of Fresno is the actual landlord.
Yes.
For a lot of small businesses, at least a few of them, including, you know, our massive airport. I'm sure there's a ton of tenant agreements there. So whatever you guys develop, I'd like you to develop it with the consistency that would be applied across the board.
Yeah, in the airports, they actually got funding under CARES, and they were able to pass that on to some of their tenants. Of course, their biggest one is Host Marriott or Host ABM, I think it is, and they got part of that national piece of the pie for all of their airport operations.
Yeah, I just want to be thoughtful too that we do consider the characteristics of each of the tenants. For example, the gas station, you know, by the airport.
He didn't shut.
Right.
Right.
He never shut down.
No, he didn't shut
so
down.
I wouldn't treat him as a restaurant that was shut down. So
Right.
Anyway, I'll be looking forward to that conversation.
Okay. I think the only one on, outside of that on airport property I can think of is that may have been somewhat affected, a tiny bit with maybe the restaurant at the Piccadilly. But again, they were also part of a national company, so I'm sure they got their offset there.
How do you make sure that we bring back a program in time so that as soon as the moratorium isn't lifted, people aren't in jeopardy?
Well, so you as the city manager said, she's looking to take that One CARES Act and make some changes to
But
it.
is that going to be, are we going to do it
Well, you still have that
next
90-day more, you still have 90-day grace.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have the 90-day grace.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that
Oh,
maybe
right,
as part
right.
of that, the resolution or your staff report, we make it clear so that folks know,
Mhm.
and that we will be following up with the creation of some.
Some program, yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carbasi, you were punched up.
Yeah, I'm glad we're finally talking again about the commercial eviction moratorium. It's one of those antiquated things that we put here to protect the public, and the council said they're going to come back and approve it later. That never happened. I don't think we're the greatest landlord in the world. That's just my personal opinion. It's not because of our staff. Our staff is amazing, but clearly we've got policymakers that spend money like, crazy. But the issue is, a lot of their small businesses have been flush with cash. They got EIDL money, SBA money, state, federal, and city money. And the property owners, some get bailouts, some have to survive out there. They have actual businesses sitting on money and not actually paying their bills, and it's because they're protected by this eviction moratorium. If they're going to make it now, we'll know well after the pandemic they're going to make it. And I just hope that we finally stop this and allow reasonable policy and relief and roll back this regulation. Thank you, Mr. Barfield.
Thank you.
Greg, I got I want you to paint this picture. You kind of went into this, but let's say that we do see another surge like the one we saw. I think the one we saw was probably by far the worst in terms of the spread and how quickly it spread. Granted, we have vaccines now, but describe to me what our response would look like if we lift this next week. Describe to me what our response would look like if we see another massive surge like we just did.
So in your packet was a slide presentation that I get every Monday from the county. And then every other week, it's the same weeks that we meet with the COVID committee. I'm actually on a conference call with everyone in the county, including the hospitals. But what you don't see in your packet is my daily cheat sheet. This one, I never had a chance to print out today's sheet, so this is my handwritten notes. But every morning at 9 a.m. when the county updates the numbers, I too update the numbers, and between 8 and 9, the Emergency Operations Center team, which will now be the COVID response team after we lift the orders, they provide me with a sheet of how many individuals within the city currently are on isolation and in isolation and or COVID positive. It also gives me the total number for the month, and then all of the assessments that we're doing per day in the HWTF task force. That's our contact tracing unit. So as of this morning, there's 66 of our employees that were in isolation coming into this morning, and then I can look at the spreadsheet and say, hey, transportation has 11, but they have 3 coming back tomorrow. Okay, they might be in good shape. I can tell you from my little spreadsheet, the two, we currently have 2 locations that are still on the on the county report for outbreaks. That happens to be the 3rd floor of City Hall, but it says City Hall and happens to be in two separate departments. So those are the kind of things that I look at every day. But also on this daily report, which is also part of this weekly one, is hospitalizations. So today, there are 47 individuals hospitalized with COVID-19. I couldn't have said a 2-digit number 60 days ago. So that's the number I really am looking at. We are now number 8 in the state. 60 days ago, we were number 2 in the state for hospitalizations because we were in the hundreds at that point.
Greg, quick question, sorry to interrupt. so let's say next week we lift the emergency proclamation.
Yeah.
And let's say 4 weeks later, you start seeing those numbers growing. How do we, how can we be responsive very quickly? What do we need to do differently? What will we need to be doing?
So what the city manager is asking was my original question, and I ask it because I'm not sure about the local numbers specifically, but we know that, overseas we've seen explosions of Omicron number 2. Haven't seen an explosion here yet. We've seen uptick in the Northeast. California, same thing, about 20% plus increase in the last few weeks. So granted, those are massive increases, but starting from a very small number. So still hasn't kind of taken the tide that we saw at the last surge.
Right.
So what if it, essentially we're asking what if it does?
Right. So, and I gave you the long answer. I'm trying to give you the long answer because I'm trying for you to understand the additional things that we look at. The other thing that I get every Tuesday is I get a report. It's a surveillance report of our wastewater. So I can tell you what variants we're seeing that UC Berkeley is checking for us every Tuesday morning. So we take a sample on Friday. I get that on Tuesday.
Is Omicron 2 the dominant variant in Fresno County?
Omicron is, but not the BA2.
Not BA2, not yet?
Nope, not yet.
Okay, well that's...
that's why I was trying to give you the long answer of all the data that goes into it. But again, it also comes down to that surveillance.
Well, actually, that concerns me more. I would have thought, I'd feel better if Omicron 2 was already dominant here and we've not seen a massive effect, but...
No, so a lot of people say because of the high numbers we had in Omicron, we may not see that. And that's been true in certain places, right? That you don't see, you're not seeing the BA2 variant. I will give Councilmember Chavez credit. Every time I see him, he asks me about that, right? And I think sometimes he texts me on the weekends to ask me that question. So no, that's not what we're seeing here. But again, it is one of those things that I saw the line like this go with Omicron beginning in the end of October, November, and it just got bad.
So if we do see that happen, let's say we start to see, I'm sorry.
No, I just want to be more direct in the question, right?
I know, that's what I'm trying to...
At the essence, these are emergency powers for the city manager to take action to protect our employees.
Right.
If next month we see 1,000% increase in COVID infections and people staying home because they have COVID, what authority are you going to utilize to take action without emergency order in place?
Yeah,
it's the administrative order.
Yes, so that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
So we
you
will
amend the administrative order.
So will everything that we're doing now under the emergency orders, as far as requiring the daily screening, the healthy workforce task force recommendations of when to stay home, that will all be put into the form of emergency order. Now, that will give me the authority over the employees within my jurisdiction. I would highly recommend that the council adopt that emergency order also, so that it will apply.
I think you mean administrative order.
What did I say?
Emergency order.
Oh, I'm sorry. Long day. Sorry. I would highly recommend the council adopt the administrative order also, so that every single employee in the city is being treated the same and we're reacting the same. So it will require the daily screening. It will require reporting symptoms, if symptoms, what the recommendation of the Healthy Task Force, whether it be to stay home, whether it be to test. It would be what we're doing now, just under the form of the administrative order.
Okay, well, so administrative AOs would be the solution if we saw an increase. And then what is that threshold? It sounds like, nationwide, 45% of the nation got Omicron. So it must have been a higher proportion here. We're always a hot spot, so that probably is helping us right now. And this not having BA2 is dominant. So AO is a solution. What is our thresholds for the administration? Whether it's Omicron 2 or whether it's, down in December and it comes out of nowhere.
We've always been guided by hospital bed capacity, has been sort of our number one metric of looking what, not only hospital bed, but ICU bed capacity. That's sort of been our first filter. And then, Greg gives us the report on what the numbers are looking like, and then we look at what the hospital capacity is. So the less hospital capacity, ICU bed capacity, the more concerned we are, the more stringent measures. Is that accurate, Greg?
That's it.
City Manager, I would like you to include one more criteria for your consideration.
Yes.
And that is the amount of employees available to go to work. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
If we have 300 officers at home with COVID that can't respond to 911 calls, irrespective of hospital capacity, I expect that there be some aggressive action on the side of the city.
Absolutely.
Because, right,
of course.
firefighters,
No, right.
garbage,
100%.
sanitation.
And that's again, that goes back to that isolation number. When I start to see isolation numbers by department, I start to get, because that means that you're right, less people are here. As of this morning, there were 2 police department employees that were out, 2. I remember when that number a couple of months ago was 100 or 200, right? So
I'd like to see some sort of clear percentage thresholds of, it not just sort of us going, we can wait a little longer, let it rise a little more and a little more. I'd like to kind of be clear on where there would be action from an AO and or council action if we were to see an increase. That'd make me a lot more comfortable.
And I just want to reinforce, a couple of months ago when we did have hundreds of employees out that couldn't, respond to emergency calls and public safety, which is our number one responsibility of the city, some people were asking and suggesting that the, pandemic was over and that we should lift all emergency orders and let people, go about their daily business. But I want to reinforce that just because it's a preference of 1 or 2 individuals to suggest that the emergency is over, you guys as professionals have the responsibility of making sure we're fully staffed and we can respond to police and fire calls and sanitation, services. So I'm going to rely on your judgment and your ability to confirm that we can provide the essential services that we're legally required to provide under our city charter, irrespective of what the personal feelings of individual council members are on the issue of the pandemic.
Yeah, I'd like to, again, just point out that, and I put the statistic out there during the last surge. I mean, there was a long stretch there. We had over 1% of the whole city workforce getting sick every single day. And obviously, I mean, it piles up a lot quicker than they cycle back into the workforce. So that was very concerning to watch. But I'm not sure, is that our thresholds, right? So again, I'd encourage us to think about thresholds before we proceed with action. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, Greg, do we still have an emergency?
I can't answer that.
You can't?
I think there should continue to be a sense of urgency. Okay, I can't say that it's what it was. We're in a different place than where we were March 16th, 17th of 2020.
So, council member, we wouldn't be putting on the agenda an item to lift the mayor's emergency proclamation. I think that's clear of what our position is of where we think we are, is we're at a point where we believe we can lift the mayor's emergency proclamation. It's up to the council to confirm that, I believe is
Right.
the language, but
Correct.
that's the administration's position.
Okay, so the administration believes the emergency is over. I believe the emergency is over. A federal judge just said people can fly and be free again and not wear masks. She obviously felt that the emergency is over. For most states, the emergency is over. It's only in a few states, typically Democrat-run and Democrat city councils, that don't want to let the emergency go, and here we are. So I would advise that people, stop trying to control this and let people just move about and be responsible for their lives and pay their rent and stop making things difficult for property owners and others. And when there's a true emergency again, should there ever be one, and hopefully there won't be, I think we'll all know that there's a real emergency. And there hasn't been a real emergency for some time now, yet we've kept these restrictions ongoing, and yet in other states, people are living in freedom, and there aren't any mandates, and there aren't any emergency orders. So, I mean, this is old. It's old for people. That's why when the mask mandate was shot down by a federal judge, everybody threw their mask off, including pilots and airline attendants and passengers, because they're sick of it. They're sick of this. And so I'm sick of it, and my constituents are sick of it. And I'm frankly sick of that this is still around 2 years later. The 15-day to slow the spread is now beyond 2 years. We're going on 2 years and 1 month now. So hopefully we can get past all the nonsense and stop acting like doctors and realize that the emergency is over and people need to get on with their lives. And if they need to wear a mask, wear a mask. And if they need to protect themselves, to protect themselves. I think everybody has all of the information related to COVID and Omicron and any other variant that will come. Inevitably, another variant will come, just like we've dealt with the flu for decade after decade after decade. And we've never shut down schools and kicked kids out of school and shut down businesses and closed churches, only with this insanity that's taken place. So I think it's time to let it go. I hope the council will do that. I hope, we can let property owners get back to collecting rent without the fear that they can't collect rent and move on.
Okay, Councilmember Bredfield, very quickly. I would say, I would ask you, what restrictions have we enforced in recent memory that have really had any impediment on yourself or your constituents? And then number two, what is your suggested recourse if we come to that point where we have more than 1% of the workforce getting sick every day for weeks on end?
Well, I appreciate the question. I think we forced people to get tested or get the vaccine, and we did that quite recently, and that's been going on. It may still be. Is that still going on in terms of? Okay, it's not at this point, but it was only recently that it stopped, and long overdue, long past the time it should have been gone. So, I think it's clear for most people that this pandemic has not been handled well throughout the country, and the mandates, the lockdowns didn't work. They did not work. The masks, I think, has shown, certainly cloth masks are ineffective against viruses, yet people have been forced to wear them. So I think, in answer to your fair question, I think people understand what they need to do to be safe should this reemerge and it becomes really a crisis situation. I have faith that people, if they get the right information, will do what they need to protect themselves, and I don't think they need government to do this. I think it is clear, and I think you might agree with it, that kicking kids out of school for 1.5 years was incredibly destructive. And we said then, and we're seeing now, that there are long-term impacts to those decisions. Kids having fell further behind academically and socially and emotionally, being seriously impacted with suicide rates spiking. And so the answer of kicking kids out of school was not an appropriate answer. It was destructive. And so my answer is we learn from the mistakes, and hopefully we don't repeat them. And that's where I would be. But questions is a fair question.
Yeah, and I think we see things differently, right? I think the things you described, or I guess what we would call restrictions, I don't think they're restrictions. I think we're asking folks to sort of be responsible. I feel like things have been going and running. Everything's open. We've just been asking folks to take precautions in the form of testing or masking or whatever it is. But I don't feel that folks have been stopped from really doing anything. And that's kind of the perspective I share, right, where things are going, things are moving. At this point, I think the conversation is more about kind of our internal operation and our responsibility rather than what's going on out there, because we as a city are not taking action, I think, to really impact sort of the larger populace. Only insofar as what we do here with our employees. Right?
Well, we still have these emergency orders that I think should have been rescinded long ago. And, continuing to provide people not having to pay their bills or water bills or any other kind of bills at this point is not right. And it's not fair to people who own property. And I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers that do pay their bills, and then we give other people the opportunity not to pay their bills. So that's what I struggle with. And I just think that this has gone on for a very long time, and these orders should have been rescinded long ago, and yet here we are. 25 months now into this, still discussing this. And hopefully, when it comes back, we will rescind it, hopefully.
All right, Mike, you're punched up.
Thanks. Mr. Barfield, I just wanted to add, I always like the concept of a dimmer switch. Now, you're not a politician, you're a public servant, so we make decisions and you follow them, and you do a very good job of that. I just wanted to thank you, because we do provide essential services, police, fire, our bus drivers, all of them. So we want to make sure those services continue. I hope that 30 years from now, 40 years from now, this happens again and we have a major, massive global public health emergency, we'll be able to use this knowledge to be able to, with the least amount of impact possible, be able to make responsible data-driven decisions. But you guys have done a great job. Thank you. And yeah, sometimes we have a difference of opinion, and that's where the politics is what hurt this whole thing globally, unfortunately. But fortunately, things are under control now, and I'm looking forward to moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's why I defer to his question about the emergency or not. That's your decision. I will say my own personal piece here. There are still pieces and communities in Fresno I am gravely worried about. Councilmember Chavez, who just walked out, he talked about farm workers this morning, right? And so we still have more work to do there in that community. In 93706, amongst African Americans in this city, we still have the lowest vaccination rate. And I'm worried about that, right? And I'm looking at my own family members who are not vaccinated and what it could do to them. So there's still work to do. It's just not that hurry up and get it done 3 days ago kind of thing.
Okay. All right, Greg. Well, again, I'm going to push you on these thresholds. We've had enough ups and downs on this roller coaster over the last couple of years, I think, for there to be adequate data about what our kind of breaking point is and where we need to do something. Primarily internally, possibly externally. But I hope you can answer that question when we come back with the item next week.
All right. See you guys next week.
That concludes our public session. Council dinner will be here in about 15 minutes or so. We do have 4 items, or at least 3, maybe 4 items, closed session to complete. So, City Attorney, do you read those again?
Don't need to read them again, but to clarify, I think the administration is saying labor is not necessary today. If you want to push that.
We don't really have an update. We just always put it on just in case we have new relevant information.
I'd like an
You want labor?
Okay, that's fine.
One question in closed session. That's
Okay.
all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're there. It's not a problem.
And then we have a litigation case and the eval if you want to do that today.
Yeah, so we've got about 4 items then to visit. So that will conclude public session at 6:11 p.m. So
I would not expect we'll return after closed session.
Sounds good. All right.
So we're going to Zoom closed session right now?
Yes. So council, yeah, we could. We can take a quick break when the food gets here, get everybody nourished, and then get back to it.
Okay.
Depends how many of us there are. Yeah.